Oh yeah, he's a great guy. All of them are. This whole entire crew. They're just a good group of human beings, of leaders, of friends, family. You know, I have never heard anybody say anything bad about any of these four. They're also well accomplished, and they're also deserving of this opportunity to return to the moon.
Yeah, and they're also humble, right? They're just standard humans going to the moon, but you would never know that when you talk to them in a normal conversation.
And so it looks like Christina here has completed her suit leak checks as well, her communication checks too.
Yep, they've already got her gloves off. They're getting ready to kind of hang out and relax a little bit, I think, before they walk out.
She is a mission specialist for this mission, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Was selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, so actually same class as Victor. She served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. And during that time, Koch set a record for the longest single space flight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific field work in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing, community service, yoga, travel, and photography. Again, so much. When does she find the time?
That's a great question. You know, one of the things I love about Christina is that she's broken records and she's achieved all these milestones. But one of the things that she talks about is, you know, she just wants people to set goals and go work hard and do something that's meaningful to you. And she really hopes that her records are broken as soon as possible. She does it for her family, and she'll talk about all of her nieces and nephews quite a bit. So just, again, another example of just a humble human who's got a great support system in her family and excited for the mission.
Yeah, she's always saying that she just wants the opportunity to push people farther, to push humanity farther, see what we can accomplish together. So, yeah. Again, all four of them say that. They're really in tune on what they think or what they feel like their role is in this mission.
Yeah, I think their legacy is going to be, you know, providing the shoulders for others to climb on.
And last but not least, first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. The London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator, and that's the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts in space. He also participated in training exercises such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. Jeremy and his wife, Catherine, have 3 children, and he actually got to hang out with them over the weekend. So the crew arrived here for lunch at Kennedy Space Center on Friday, and then their family members arrived Saturday.
Yes, yeah. As long as their family can quarantine with them, then they will stay, you know, quarantined in Houston, and then they all fly down to Kennedy Space Center, and then you get to spend the last few days with your close family and friends. We actually do a behind-the-glass visit with some of those other maybe extended family members that couldn't quarantine with you. But yeah, it's a quaint time here once you get to Kennedy Space Center.
A great sign here, all 4 astronauts have removed their helmets, and that indicates again that all 4 have completed suit leak checks. And so, Nicole, what they're doing now is they have these pockets on their forearms. That's just somewhere where they can put personal items that they might want, right?
Yeah, just kind of stowage pockets. You know, there's always something that you might need or want while you're in the capsule, and then also last-minute personal items if you want to put a couple things in there. So everybody kind of has their own unique stash in their pockets.
And then another pocket has emergency equipment that they might need, right? Like a signaling mirror, things like that.
Right, yeah, the suit is basically all in one. You know, it's got the oxygen bottles there on their right legs. You'll see in a different shot, they've got pockets with survival gear in it, and that is to keep them safe. So if they had to egress the capsule, either from the launch pad or from the water, then they will have all of the survival gear with them. They'll have about 10 minutes of oxygen as well from that bottle so that they can get to safety quickly and safely.
We are now 5 hours, 3 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and we have our first questions from social media. Question here from X. So to be clear, this is not a mission to land, but to orbit the moon. Thank you, and thank our astronauts. Nicole.
Yeah, this is a great question. I think it's important to highlight the mission of Artemis II, where we are going to go around the moon. We're going to see the far side of the moon. We're going to see parts of the far side of the moon that human eyes have never seen before. It's very similar to the Apollo 8 mission, right? We're also potentially going to be able to see the landing sites for the future Artemis missions and kind of provide the overall context of those landing sites amongst the entire moon site there. So it's an exciting mission. We'll get to learn a ton about there's so much science that's going to be on this mission as well, right? Where they're going to do some science experiments on humans, learn about the stress of the environment, and we're going to learn about the radiation environment. We're going to learn about the suits as well. We've got some technology demonstrations that are going to happen. So there's a lot going on this mission as we fly around the moon and come back.
Mm-hmm. We always say it's about increments, right? Like we're making that next giant leap to Mars, but in order to do that safely and to do that thoroughly, incremental steps.
Exactly. And, like we said, this is the first time that we've put crew on this rocket. And so actually before we even head to the moon, right, we're going to stay close to the Earth, and we're going to check out all of the systems on Orion, make sure that it can handle 4 humans, make sure it can handle people sleeping, people exercising, all of the environmental control systems are working. So we want to make sure that the capsule is safe for the crew before we send them, almost 250,000 miles away.
Yeah, that was a great question. And we actually have another one that we'll pull up on screen here. Another question from X. How long will it take them to reach the moon, and how long will the entire mission last?
Another great question, right? So they're going to do a couple orbits around the Earth. They'll do a perigee and an apogee raise burn. What that means is that they're going to accelerate to get further away from the Earth, and they'll get into a really highly elliptical orbit first. And then once they get into the translunar injection, so they're actually on a free return trajectory, which means we're going to accelerate them, and then they're going to escape Earth's gravity, and then just based on orbital mechanics, they'll be able to come home without having to do another burn or acceleration. So it'll take about 4 days once they leave Earth's gravity to get to the moon. They'll fly around the moon, about 4 days back, and then land. So overall, about a 10-day mission.
Exactly. Yeah, these are really great questions, guys. We know that, again, we are sharing a lot of information today, so please do not hesitate to reach out. Obviously, Nicole, very smart here, and we're happy to answer any of your questions. Again, tag @NASA Artemis wherever you're watching this coverage. And now we actually have a question for you. Who would you take with you on a trip around the moon? Would it be your bestie? Would it be a pet, family member, or a seasoned astronaut? Think about that one. I know.
I like that.
I absolutely know what I would say. I think it would make my husband upset, but I have my answer here. But we'd love for you to go to NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts to vote. Again, who would you take to the moon with you? Bestie, pet, family, or seasoned astronaut? Try to go vote, and then we will share your answers soon. Again, husband is not gonna like my answer. And we're not the only ones with questions today. We will also hear from celebrities during our launch coverage. See what Stanley Tucci, Scarlett Johansson, and others want to know about NASA's Artemis II test flight. Plus the surprise of a lifetime as kids marveled at the rocket and spacecraft rolling to the launch pad. Look at those cute faces there. Oh, I love that. Love those suits. And we'll show you how the astronauts will eat, sleep, and go to the bathroom while in space. Keep in mind, the Orion spacecraft is about the size of a 6-person tent.
Yeah, not super big, but, it's 10 days with your 3 best friends. So I think it's manageable for sure. But, every ounce counts when you're trying to get to the moon.
And as we continue to look into the suit-up room here, a fist pump for some of the folks in the crowd there by Victor. Why don't we take a look around the center here? We know that there are some folks who are already getting ready to check out the team here as they drive across KSC to their launch pad. Look at that. Oh, that's so awesome.
That's a great crowd.
They're waiting there in front of the Vehicle Assembly Building. So actually, they're just down the road from us. This is a good crowd, as Nicole said. Oh, there they are. They just got their cue. Oh, now? Let me wave now.
Oh, yeah, they are excited.
That's amazing. So all of these folks, content creators that are getting behind-the-scenes access as part of NASA's NASA social experience here. So as you can see, very excited. The crew will get into their convoy and drive past them here pretty shortly.
Yeah, what an amazing way to share the Artemis story, right? By inviting these social media experts out to share the story as they drive by.
All right, again, let's take a look at the clock. 4 hours, 58 minutes and counting from the opening of today's 2-hour launch window. So why don't we check back in with Daryl with the launch team.
Megan and Nicole, and inside Fire Room 1, I'm listening to Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson greet the Ascent crew who just came on console over there at Johnson Space Center. So good to have the mission control team jumping on with us. So far, the launch team here in the firing room has had a really good morning. Really smooth tanking that kicked off at 7:30 a.m. this morning. They got to all stages replenish just before 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, and it was an incredibly smooth tanking. That's great as we look here watching the crew and also with an eye on the rocket. Weather, of course, we've talked a little bit about that. It's favorable overall, 80% go for our 2-hour window between 6:24 p.m. and 8:24 p.m. We don't have an exact T0 right now because that's going to come to us closer when we get closer to launch, roughly about 20 minutes before liftoff. But it's going to be within that window and towards the beginning, provided everything continues to go smoothly along the timeline. And so far, that's been the case. I mentioned that there was a small issue in my previous live hit that actually was incorrect. There was no issue. I've gotten the good data now that I'm on the headset and listening into the loops. Engineers, avionics engineers, are keeping an eye on a display unit inside Orion that's just running a little cooler than normal. It's not going out of limit. It's actually completely fine. But they just were noting the trend and reported that to the NASA test director. So they'll keep their eyes on that. But again, there was no LCC violation. And once they get the cover off Orion out there that's protecting it from the rain, they expect the temperatures inside the Orion crew capsule to stabilize. And with that, we'll send it back to the host desk with Megan and Nicole.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Now, Daryl is inside Firing Room 1 in the Launch Control Center, or LCC, as you might hear it referred to, which was built in 1967 to support Apollo missions. In fact, Apollo 11, the mission that landed on the moon in 1969, that was called from the exact same firing room. NASA then upgraded the LCC to support shuttle missions, and now Artemis. You can see there a shot from when we supported shuttle. Now with Artemis, the primary launch team for today is in Firing Room 1, but there is actually support staff in Firing Room 2 as well. And together they will propel this ambitious test flight off Earth.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars. We need to go explore the moon. There's vast regions of unexplored areas with the coldest, darkest places in our solar system. This is a test mission, and when we get off the planet, we might come right back home. We might spend 3 or 4 days around Earth. We might go to the moon. That's where we want to go, but it is a test mission, and we are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system and the Orion spacecraft.
But another reason we're going back to the moon is to fulfill NASA's mission, which is to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery. And when we succeed and when we accomplish the things that we set out to accomplish, that inspiration not only can set up new things to happen, but it also is a reminder in tough times that we're capable of doing great things when we work together.
The thing I love about the moon is that it's not just a beacon for exploration and this platform of possibilities for incredible missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it. Those benefits are really wide in nature. You have everything from innovation, technology development, not only for future missions going deeper into the solar system, but technologies that come back to Earth. You have inspiration, a whole generation of people starting this pipeline of STEM workers and manufacturers and operators that are excited to see what you can do when you work hard and you come together as a team.
When I think about the four of us flying around the far side of the moon, seeing that Earth rise, taking images and video and sending them back to you, the feeling that I have inside is hope. We know that Artemis II is not the solution for humanity on planet Earth, but it is a contribution in the positive column. We hope that just for a moment that people will pause and say, wow, it's extraordinary when you look back upon the Earth with over 8 billion people, and you see this concrete example of what humanity can do, this extraordinary thing when we set big goals and we work together to achieve them.
Now, Kennedy's launch control team takes us to liftoff, but then mission control at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston takes over. That's where we have our Gary Jordan embedded with that team. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Megan and Nicole, it's great to be joining you from here in Houston, Texas. I'm in NASA's Mission Control Center, where the Artemis II Ascent flight control teams, led by Flight Director Judd Freeling, recently started their shift to monitor the Orion spacecraft integrity, the Space Launch System, and the crew to make sure all criteria is met to commit to today's launch and the mission ahead. The team you see here in this room today has been training extensively to prepare for the highly dynamic phase of flight that begins shortly after engine ignition. Teams here will be monitoring the flight of the Space Launch System, Orion, and of course the Artemis II crew on board as they make their way from the Kennedy Space Center into Earth orbit. The lead console positions will be in this room, called the White Flight Control Room, a room which traces its legacy to the Space Shuttle program, with the first shift supporting STS-70 in 1995, more than 30 years ago. Each console represents an expert in a particular discipline, whether it be communications, propulsion, crew health, life support systems, or trajectory. And each of these individuals has a support team in other rooms, each ensuring that no data point is left unchecked, no procedure is missed, and combining efforts as one Artemis team to ensure crew safety and mission success. After liftoff, Mission Control Houston will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days until the spacecraft is safed for the recovery teams and the crew is extracted from integrity and brought aboard the recovery vessel. The roar of a powerful Space Launch System liftoff is just the beginning. The mission is, of course, a test mission, and the first with humans on board Orion and in deep space. The crew's job is to put the systems and capabilities of Orion to the test, taking us closer to a sustained presence on the lunar surface. It's great to see the crew gathered around the table. Megan, with that, we'll toss it back to you as we continue to monitor from here in Mission Control Houston. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Gary. Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights and our astronauts, the card game, Nicole.
Yeah, you know, this is a fun time for the crew. Kind of relax a little bit, play a card game with the chief. You can see Scott Tingle there is the dealer today. Looks like they're playing high card wins. So Victor won, he's out. Now Jeremy's out. You know, there are two schools of thought on this game. Either you want to get rid of all your bad luck or go out on a high note. So it looks like the crew chose we're going out on a high note. And, you know, I think one of my favorite parts when I talked to Reid about this is he was just excited to play a game with his old boss from Naval Test Pilot School. So once again, his boss today.
Yeah, and I love this part of the tradition because this is when, again, you usually see them like, yeah, laughing, but very focused still. But when they get to this table, laughs, high fives, smiles, just really a brief moment of levity in what can be and will be a very long day for them.
Yes, you know, it's a long day. There's a lot of preparation that goes in today, and so they're just, I think, at least for us, it was a nice brief moment of some relaxation, a couple laughs, you know, a moment to take a few deep breaths and reflect on the mission ahead, and then, you know, get some high fives as well.
And so with their bad luck dispelled, some good luck from Scott Tingle, it seemed like there, right?
Yes, definitely. It's actually a really fun tradition. I think that card game is more steeped in tradition than anything else. Every crew has played that same card game.
As you said, Nicole, the primary reason for why they're there, to suit up, to do communications checks, to do pressure checks, all done. And now it seems like Reid had some words for the team in that room.
Yeah, this day can't happen without thousands of people, right? And so the suit room is a great example of that. You've got all of the suit techs, and you've got your support team there, everyone who has made this day possible. They've been working with the suit team for years at this point, getting ready.
So some fist bumps to the group. Again, the suit team are the folks dressed up in those white, very snazzy outfits. Special outfits that we can talk a little bit more about later. But each crew member was assigned their own suit technician. So as you said, working very closely with the same person to make sure that the crew felt comfortable and ready in these suits as they lift off from Kennedy Space Center.
Right, and each suit is slightly different, each person is slightly different, and so these suit techs know each individual super well. They know exactly how they like to get into the suit, exactly where things might get caught, or small adjustments that might need to be made. So they know their suit techs well, and their suit techs know them very well.
And so as we take a couple of pictures here, we really hope that you are learning a lot about the suits and the process of checking them out for a mission. But imagine the opportunity to get a hands-on demonstration from people who helped design these suits. Take a look.
Does anyone want to try on one of the gloves? I love showing the kids the suit. I love how excited they get about space.
Oh! So that would be... It just goes in there?
We got to bring some stuff for them to actually put their hands in, and some of them were very excited because they want to be astronauts when they grow up.
I would love to be an astronaut. That would be incredible. I'd like to be like an engineer that maybe designs the suits.
Whether it's the call, the orange color, every aspect has an important function for our astronauts in space.
It's going to be amazing seeing astronauts up close to the moon again.
And that was a special event at Johnson Space Center. What we just saw there, obviously a big part of why this mission is so important to NASA, really just an opportunity to inspire everyone, especially kids, right, Nicole, to dream big and be curious.
Oh man, yeah, the kids are so important, right? I love talking to kids. They are the future of spaceflight. They are the Artemis generation. And, if we could just inspire even one of them to go on to be a scientist or an engineer or maybe even an astronaut someday, that's a win.
And now let's turn our focus to the rocket for a little bit. Powering liftoff will be, again, NASA's Space Launch System rocket right behind us. And to learn more about SLS, let's go to Megan Carter, who's at Kennedy Space Center's Visitor Complex at an exhibit dedicated to Artemis and the future of spaceflight.
That's right, Megan. I am so excited to be over here at the Visitor Center, but not just because of launch. I get to introduce you to the moon board. This is obviously a very complex mission, lots of moving parts and pieces. So the moon board is going to allow me to break some of those things down for you just a little bit more in depth, starting with that SLS rocket. Now, the SLS, or the Space Launch System, very big, very powerful. It is going to be producing 8.8 million pounds of thrust at launch. And like I mentioned, very large, as you can see here, going to stand about 322 feet tall with Orion there on top, just a little bit taller than the Statue of Liberty. Now, there are many components that make up this rocket, so I'm going to point out just a handful that you're going to hear about a lot throughout this broadcast, starting with our boosters. These two twin solid rocket boosters are going to be very powerful. They are going to burn for the first 2.5 minutes of flight, and each one is going to stand 17 stories tall. They weigh in at at about 1.6 million pounds each. Now, I am going to jump back out and I'm going to show you a little bit about our core stage. That's going to be known as the backbone, essentially, of our rocket, and it is made up of around 5 components, starting with this engine section down here. This engine section is where our 2 propellants are going to be funneled down through our pipelines, and they are going to be mixed at 2 different temperatures, very complex processing, and they are then going to go on to feed that fuel to our 4 very powerful RS-25 engines. These are going to produce about 500,000 pounds of thrust each at launch, and they will burn for 8 minutes. All right, now jumping up here, we are going to take a look because I just mentioned those propellants. Obviously, we do need fuel, and that is why we have around 535,000 gallons of that liquid hydrogen. That's approximately about the same amount that you could fill an Olympic-sized pool, just to give you an idea. And then we're also going to have that liquid oxygen, and like I mentioned, there's going to be about 200,000 gallons for that one, and they are going to be funneled down through those lines that you see here on the side. All right, jumping up real quick, this is going to be our upper stage. That is where our core avionics are going to be stored, essentially the brains of the spacecraft. And then jumping out super quick, let's see if we can zoom in here, and we can. Those propellants I talked about are going to be stored at cryogenic temperatures. That means thousands of degrees below Fahrenheit, so they have to be kept very cold. And that, all those bumps and ridges there that you see, those are actually going to be an insulation spray that's going to help keep that rocket nice and cool, keep the propellants ready to go, and get us set up for success. Now, obviously, that was a very quick overview of our rocket. I have so much more to show you here on our moon board, but for now, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Megan.
Thank you, Megan. A very impressive demo of the moon board, but also an impressive system, obviously. She mentioned 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage, and actually we have one right behind us here, used during the shuttle program, and I got to get a closer look at it with Space Launch Systems Engines Deputy Manager Philip Benefield.
Okay, so Philip, in terms of size, shape, and function, what we see here behind us, exactly what we see on the pad.
Absolutely, Megan, absolutely. So this is the RS-25 engine.
Impressive.
We have 4 of these on the bottom of the SLS rocket to propel the SLS rocket in Orion into low Earth orbit.
And we've been seeing views of the pad throughout this broadcast, but you mostly only see the bell here. What's happening over here?
Right, so this is generally what we call the power head section of the engine. So the purpose here is that it takes in the propellants from the vehicle tanks, the liquid oxygen minus 297 degrees, super cold stuff. The liquid hydrogen even colder, minus 423 Fahrenheit. There's 4 turbo pumps on the engine that pressurize that propellant up to 9,000 PSI in areas. It is all directed into the main combustion chamber where it is burned into hot gas that then is accelerated out the nozzle to produce thrust.
When you say hot gas, what are we talking about?
We're talking 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit gas.
Wow, so we're talking really cold as liquids coming in to the combustion chamber, and then it comes out as really, really hot gas. How do you design, how do you engineer something to control both extremes?
Absolutely, it's very technically challenging. One of the main things here with the nozzle is that since you have the 6,000 degree Fahrenheit gas coming out, you have to cool that nozzle so it doesn't melt. And so the way the nozzle is constructed with these 1,080 coolant tubes. And so each of these coolant tubes flows a small amount of hydrogen. It keeps it cold, and so it doesn't melt during operation.
Wow. I mean, all of the science that you're talking about, it is truly amazing that you guys designed this for shuttle, and yet you've reconfigured it, retooled it to be able to now support Artemis. What do you think about that? Yeah,
I think that's really amazing, the fact that we were able to use the heritage hardware on the Space Launch System. The engine itself, developed through the Space Shuttle program, many upgrades to make it more reliable and improve the thrust as well.
Perfect. Philip, thank you so much. I can't wait to see all 4 function.
Same here. Thanks, Megan. Enjoyed it.
And again, another idea and way that we are learning from what we've built upon and figured out all into this moment.
Yes, with so much more thrust and capability, like we said, we learn all those lessons from previous missions, and we get to involve them here today.
And here we are, the closeout crew in the White Room, getting ready for the astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway to greet some family and friends downstairs. Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen. Looking excited, ready. Now in that elevator to take them 3 floors down. Thumbs up, one more photo, one more photo. Oh, nope, a couple more people in that elevator. Those are important folks. They're going with them to the pad.
Yeah,
Bye, Reid.
This is a fun elevator ride.
Yeah.
And, you know, actually you couldn't see them because they're off camera, but the support crew that's actually in crew quarters with us is right there waving goodbye and saying goodbye to you. So it's a really special moment to say thank you and say goodbye to the support crew at crew quarters.
That's amazing. And so again, they will ride down 3 floors, and then soon we'll walk out the doors that you see underneath the banner there that says their names. These doors, the same doors that astronauts who have launched from Kennedy Space Center have walked out of since the Apollo program.
Yes, and you can see another tradition is putting your patch on that archway as well. So I'm sure they did that over the last couple days.
They did. It's actually it's so hard to see because there's so many of them, which is also great, but it's on the door frame on the right-hand side, the very, very bottom.
Awesome.
Great crowd here. A shot now of everyone who is waiting to greet the crew as they walk out of the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center and will board their ride to the launch pad.
Yeah, this is a really great shot, right? Because you get to see a little bit of what goes on there. So you've got the close family that were in quarantine with them up close. They get to wave goodbye one last time. You've got a little bit of media in the background, and then you've got some NASA employees and a lot of the program managers off to the side as well to wave goodbye one last time and wish them luck.
Yeah, it's a really nice moment. Again, they have had some quality time with family, but this is their final opportunity to say, see ya in 10 days.
Yep, the last wave.
And so there are different pens of people, again, as Nicole was alluding to, specific to the quarantine rules that you followed in order to be able to have that access, have that closeness with the crew. And then on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, the Astrovan. And that is going to be the crew's ride out to the launch pad. This modified Airstream motorhome can seat up to 8 people inside. It has a TV and sound system, and we know they plan to watch a video during their trip out, right, Nicole?
Yes. So I think Top Gun is on the menu,
yes.
And then also Point Break because you know Christina surfs. So I think they've got a pretty decent entertainment planned. So
I love that. It gets them in the headspace, the right headspace to really just enjoy the ride to space. NASA's history with Airstream dates back to the 60s when the company created a crew quarantine vehicle for when astronauts returned from the moon. This picture here, President Nixon talking to the Apollo 11 astronauts inside said quarantine vehicle. Then during the shuttle program, Airstream created the first generation Astrovan, a 27-foot motorhome that transported astronauts across KSC to their launch pad. And again, that is what we're going to see today. A very similar picture. Again, the orange suits, the Astrovan, very reminiscent of what we have done before and how we got to where we are now.
Yeah, and it's a pretty cool ride. You know, you get about 20 minutes to get out to the launch pad and watch a movie, listen to some music. It's kind of an interesting, you know, and then along the whole way here at KSC, all of the employees from Kennedy Space Center come out. You can see in the background of the shot you're looking at right now, all of those employees and everybody lining the streets, waving and wishing them luck.
I think this is an emotional moment for a lot of people because this is the last time where a lot of people will be with the crew, because once they get to the pad, there's only a handful of folks with them before launch.
Yeah, definitely. This can be emotional for the crew, can be emotional for the families, of course. I mean, you know, I got to wave goodbye one last time to my sister, and when we walked out those doors, and yeah, it's surreal. You know, it starts to become much more real the closer and closer you get to the launch pad.
20 seconds now from when we expect the crew to walk out those doors. It must be really hard for them to patiently wait for these very specific milestones.
You've got a whole group back there that's telling jokes and keeping it light. So.
And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew. Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Koch and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited.
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
Ready.
I love that.
It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reid. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes. Yeah, so the ones that are close and waving, those are the immediate families, so spouses, partners, kids.
And we're trying to give them some privacy so that they can have their conversations with their family members. Christina there, she has her husband. Victor has 4 daughters and his wife, they're there. Reid, his 2 daughters are there. And then Jeremy, his wife, 2 daughters and a son. You know, when you were standing in their shoes, Nicole, when you flew for Crew 10, what were you kind of talking about? Like, did you really think about this moment and what you might want to say?
You know, they've all already done their real goodbyes, you know, in person. And so this is more just kind of, again, that last chance to wave, last chance to get one smile. You know, you see Christina there smiling. So this felt much less heavy and just, you know, waving and maybe cracking a joke or something, saying hi. So this was a really, really great moment for our crew.
Reid's 2 daughters there. Reid spoke about when he told them that he was selected to be the Artemis II commander. And he said he was worried. He's a single dad, didn't know how they would react. And actually, he said he was overwhelmed by their support. He woke up the next morning with cupcakes baked by one of the daughters, moon cupcakes.
Yes, I love this story. Moon cupcakes the next morning. Like, how awesome is that, right? Everybody needs their support system, and clearly he has that in his daughters.
Christina said she took a bike ride with her husband and wanted to tell him when the moon rose, but that it was too foggy. But she said he was still very excited and happy for her.
Yeah, the moon's still out there.
A close-up now of, again, Commander Reid Wiseman and Mission Specialist Christina Koch. To the right of your screen, as we pan left, we have pilot Victor Glover. Victor told his wife, and they told their 4 kids together, and he said that one of them just started yelling, "Let's go!"
Yes, I love that. Again, the support from the family is awesome.
And Jeremy said his wife and 3 children, super excited. He felt very supported. You know, he did have that tough conversation, obviously, of talking about the realities of this being a test flight, but he said they were super supportive. And now as he walks away, some kisses from Victor Glover to his family, hearts to Christina. Jeremy being a gentleman, pausing so that Christina can take a nice photo without him. Hearts too from Reid there. Hearing Victor saying, "Love you guys," saying that to some of his crew members there. Woody. Some more applause from the group.
Quick wave to some of the NASA program managers, and I think Norm Knight's out there, the FOD Flight Operations Director.
You heard Reid there saying, "Thank you guys," as the crowd picks up again with their applause, and the 4 of them step into their Astrovan. Looking at the clock, very on schedule right now. Again, according to the very detailed timeline of launch today, they are expected to drive off in about 20 seconds.
So So far, we're marching toward the launch smoothly.
Do you think they're queuing up the video?
Definitely.
And that's why they haven't left yet? They're like, we can't go without
Gotta get
our
your
point
snacks and movie
break.
ready.
Yeah. Where's the popcorn? Again, good on the timeline. Of course, they do have these very specific milestones, but this is not one that has to be completely stuck to the second and the minute.
Yeah, we will make up that time easily.
They will get a full security escorted ride out to the launch pad. It's a quick trip, 15, 20 minutes. The closeout crew at the pad still just getting everything ready for their arrival. Configuring Orion, right, Nicole?
Yes, so they're probably laying out the seat restraints and getting all of the umbilicals set and ready to go so that when the crew gets there, they can ingress and start getting strapped in and connected to the capsule.
And in our smaller box there, we have a shot of our administrator, Jared Isaacman, bouncing around quite a lot today. Was in the firing room right after the crew weather brief, saying to the crew that they are good for them to start suiting up, and now here to wish them well as they drive out to the pad.
Yes, he's so invested in this mission. I love it. You know, he's been an active participant today, and exciting to see him there at the walkout. So in the van, they're probably getting hooked up to the portable cooling systems as well. So that would be my guess on the slight delay here, making sure everybody's situated, connected to cooling, and ready to go before they take off.
Right, because the orange boxes, we didn't talk about it when we were in the suit-up room, but if anybody noticed, there are these orange boxes, and that's what provides the cooling to those thermal garments. And so those boxes have been staged inside of the Astrovan so that once they got there, they can connect up again so that they're cool and comfortable on the way out.
Right, so they were off cooling from the walkout, you know, said hello to their families and the 80-degree weather here in Florida today. So it can get really warm in the suit quickly if you're not careful. So we want to make sure everybody's comfortable before we drive off.
And then when they get to the pad, of course, and strapped into Orion, then they don't have any need for those cooling boxes anymore. They will get that cooling through Orion, through the different lines and umbilicals that they'll be connecting to there.
Yep, that's exactly right. The Orion capsule and its environmental control system will take over once they're connected to the umbilical.
And so when we were watching them get into the elevator, I said, oh, there's a couple more people going in there. And they were, again, those folks in the white suits that we saw. Again, suit technicians.
Yep. And there they go.
And off they go. Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the moon, something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today. We still hear cheers as they drive away from the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center. Now, while the crew make their way to the pad, let's get to know each of them even better. First, Commander Reid Wiseman.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, My friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reid Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement, and that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean, and that was it, like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. Just it's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising two kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
And now Artemis II pilot Victor Glover and his journey to this history-making moment.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old, and that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps, right? Like, these are the people that we want to be, and that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability than in my academic abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV, but my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. the piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from 250,000 miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. You know, what we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis II, that's something to really be excited about.
Great to hear from Reid and Victor in their own words about how they feel about this mission and their role in it as the convoy turns this corner here onto the road where the vehicle assembly building is and where the group that we showed you earlier today, ready with their flags. Wow, that group has expanded exponentially.
Love this.
Yes, this is great.
So many people.
Flags, oh my gosh, I love it. Oh, this must feel so special to the crew to see all of these people here to wish them well.
Yes, this is heartwarming. Look at how many people there are. Everyone is so excited about this mission.
Signs, people have made signs. I feel like the Astrovan has slowed down a little bit, you know, to really take in the moment.
Wow.
That's amazing there. Again, crowds continue going as we are now passing the historic vehicle assembly building. This is where the Space Launch System rocket was assembled and stacked with Orion. Its history, of course, goes back to the Apollo days, but today it is home to the Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Gosh, still people lining the route. Yep.
I love that.
I do too. It leaves me kind of speechless, you know, just to see all the support, all of the people who want to know that they're thinking of them, they're with them, and the fact that this crew specifically has always said we are going for all by all, this must be really special to them.
Yes, and that's just here on Kennedy Space Center. Imagine the rest of Florida right now.
Yep. Mission specialist Christina Koch, who holds the record for the most consecutive days in space by a woman. Let's take a look at what she has to say about this mission.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Koch, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I look back at my dreams as a kid, I definitely never thought I would actually get here. I was very pragmatic. Even though I'm a dreamer, I knew that the odds were way against me again, so I might as well do something I'm loving in the meantime. I definitely loved science and math in school and, you know, did pretty well in those things, but I also loved being active. I was always outside. I loved things that made me feel small. I loved looking at the night sky, oftentimes between the pine tree branches, or I loved the ocean. North Carolina also has mountains, and when we go there, I just loved the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical, and I'd much rather be solving problems wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment, and that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many. I mean, basically, it's just been, that has been the journey. I always say to people, do what scares you, and that means I have to follow my own advice. So doing what scares me meant getting on a plane and going to the Antarctic, getting on a plane and going to study abroad in Ghana, applying to become an astronaut, opening the EVA hatch in the airlock and going out of it into the darkness, strapping myself onto a rocket. And so for me, I think that no matter what the challenge, recognizing that if people believe in you and you believe they believe in you, the challenges seem always a little bit easier. To me, the moon, it represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. Every single person has looked at the moon their entire lives. We see the same moon. That's something really special. It's just the epitome of a symbol of something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
And as we continue to watch the convoy, almost at the pad, mission specialist and first-time flyer, Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen.
I have this very distinct memory of seeing an image of an astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario. I spent as much time as I could with my dad on the farm. I learned the value of hard work, for example. If I wanted to go to work with Dad, it was going to be a long day, and I was going to have to not complain, or I wasn't going to get to go the next day. I had a treehouse. I had a vivid imagination. And I changed my treehouse into a spaceship. I made all these dials and controls. I had circuit breakers for switches that I found in the barn. And I was exploring space in my imagination. The most important thing I did to get to where I wanted to go in life, which was flying fighter jets and eventually becoming an astronaut, is I shared those desires with other people. And it turns out, just like you don't go to the moon on your own, if you could, I would have done it a long time ago in my treehouse as a kid. You have to go as a team. I think the biggest impediment to achieving my goals was, of course, myself. And I think that's a common human experience. There are many times where just little things would get in my way, and my immediate interpretation of that was, well, now that goal is out the window. You know, people must have lifted me back up, and somewhere in the back of my head, that persistence came through. And I think that's a common human experience, to doubt ourselves. I've come to this, I guess, realization that I believe that we all have gifts to contribute, and the goal is to figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon with an eye to eventually going to Mars, because when we do that, we can bring together genius from not just even in one country, but around the world. I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. And I think that's a really beautiful thing for us as we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view the moon differently. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
What's really neat, too, was that drive to the launch pad, that point of view to see what the crew is seeing as well as their Astrovan rides up the pad slope and are now on the surface, about to walk up to their vehicle.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah. Pad 39B, another historic place here at Kennedy Space Center. Construction began in 1964, finished 3 years later. Apollo 10, the full dress rehearsal for the moon landing. That was the first mission to launch from this pad.
Yeah, you know, we've used this pad for a lot of missions. You know, we modified the pad in the 70s and 80s, and then the shuttle missions actually launched from here as well.
And then, of course, Artemis I took off from this launch pad, November 2022. And now here we are about to see the Artemis II crew get out of the Astrovan and make their way up the mobile launcher to the 274-foot level, where they will embark on their first crewed test flight of the Artemis program.
You know, I think that button in the elevator actually says space when you
hit
it.
It does?
Yeah.
Really?
At least on 39 Alpha it does. So I imagine it says something similar here.
Again, let's take a look at the clock as we wait for the crew to get out. 4 hours, 10 minutes and counting until the top of our 2-hour launch window today. Let's head back across the street to Daryl, who's following the launch team every step of the way.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole. And here inside Firing Room 1, we had a nice moment. The launch director, Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, NASA's first female launch director, standing up from her console, taking her cell phone and snapping photos as the Artemis II crew that she had just given the go to leave the astronaut crew quarters, driving by, and of course going up the causeway until they got there to the pad. And now we see them coming out of the Astro van there and getting ready to ascend the launch tower. Well, we got a weather brief before they went out to the pad, and of course LWO gave a go. There could be some rain out there at the pad. It's already rained out there already. If you're in the area and you're watching right now, well, certainly you know that there's some rain in the area. There's going to be spotty showers that are going to be coming ashore here, and we expect that throughout our rest of our countdown. But we also are getting forecasts that there'll be some clearing as we get closer to our launch window. Big wave from Reid Wiseman there, and a thumbs up as the crew goes into the elevator to ascend the launch tower to go up to the level where they'll walk across the crew access arm and get into the white room. One of the things that you're going to start to hear now is from the crew themselves. We're going to be airing the Orion to Earth loop, which is the communications that's going between that crew and the launch team here as they walk them through configuring their various consoles as well as getting ready. A nice moment here, and I'll just pause to just look and see as the crew walks across the zero deck, as they call it, which is the deck that's right there even with the engines, and they're taking a moment to go over there and stand up and gaze up at the 322-foot tall SLS rocket. This was part of the plan for the Artemis II crew, and potentially a rocket that could help them make history to go farther from Earth than any crew has before. The farthest distance from Earth when they launch will be roughly around 248,000 statute miles. They're expected to go about 4,000 miles farther than the Apollo 13 crew did. And now they've headed to the elevator to go up. Again, I was talking about the loops. You're going to be hearing from the crew as they discuss with the launch team getting various systems ready to go. And then closer to liftoff, we'll hear the operational launch team loop brought forward ahead of the critical pre-launch polls and then the start of terminal count. And that should be right around L-25 minutes, right before the NASA test director gives their poll and the launch director gives her management poll, which happens at L-17 minutes. Right now, a lot of focus is on, of course, the closeout crew. They've made the way for the crew to get inside the spacecraft now and walk across that crew access arm, and there they are. They have been working on a tight timeline, but they are ready to go, and they are ready to receive the crew and start putting them inside their Integrity spacecraft. That's it from the firing room. We'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
And Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, again, we mentioned her a second ago. Her team have been training extensively for this moment since Artemis I launched in November 2022. Today, they have a message for Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy.
Today, you carry the work of thousands and the hopes of millions. Every test, every simulation, every long day and night have led to this moment. This team is ready. The vehicle is ready, and you are ready. From the ground to the moon, Godspeed, Artemis II!
I love that. I just love seeing all of the people who have contributed to this mission and the fact that this is what they've been working for, and now it's culminating today.
Yeah, thousands of people have worked on this mission, and we saw there from the launch team, but human spaceflight is like the ultimate team sport, is what I like to say, and that's just a great example of our team wishing our astronauts good luck.
That shot there that we were just looking at was aimed at the elevator doors, again, to catch the astronauts as they make their way up to the 274-foot level of the mobile launcher. The mobile launcher is the structure you see there. It is not only a way for the crew to obviously access Orion, but also provides the fuels, communications, all that to the rocket. And now we're watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet. Woo.
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reid, does not like heights.
I do not like how open that crew access arm is. But Reid made it across, so that's good news.
It looks like they really enjoyed it. You know, they didn't just walk straight past. Christina and Victor, we definitely saw.
Some thumbs up there,
looking out, yep, that crew access arm. And then Reid, he knows where that camera is. Taking the opportunity to, again, just tell folks, hey, we're doing good. Ready for it.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're actually probably signing their patch.
Yeah, there's a wall with patches there, and so each crew signs when they get up for their launch.
And so this is probably actually the first time a crew is doing this in the White Room of Launch Pad 39B. Don't quote me on that, but I think the signing started with the commercial crew program. So there's a lot of that in the White Room over at 39A, but again, this is 39B. Yep. And so now in this room here, the White Room, again, we will see the crew don or put on their communication caps again, their helmets, their gloves, and remove coverings that they had on their shoes.
Yeah, so they want to protect the suits while they're walking out and up to the White Room, and now they'll finish reassembling those suits. Put the boots on, put the gloves on. You can see they're working their comm caps now, and they'll work the helmets eventually as well.
And so as we watch this process unfold, why don't we take a couple of questions from you guys? What is the most difficult thing about preparing for a flight? Nicole, that question's obviously for you.
Ooh, this is a great question. You know, I think we get such good training. You know, this crew's been training for years. And so they know this rocket and this capsule inside and out. They know all the dangers. They know how to react to anything. So I actually think, you know, preparing your support system and your family, I think launch day is actually tougher for your family than it is for you. And, you know, we've heard the crew talk about the difficult conversations that they've had with their family to prepare for this historic test flight. And so I think, you know, the closer and closer you get to the rocket, the fewer and fewer things from Earth you keep. You know, they left their suitcases at crew quarters this morning. They left their cell phones, their laptops, everything. And so you are just a human in a spacesuit about to get on a rocket with all of your loved ones watching. And I think that can be probably one of the most difficult parts about today.
And while you were answering that question, Nicole, we did get a chance to check. Yes, this is the first time a crew has signed the wall of the White Room, again here at pad 39B. Let's take another social question now. All launch windows happen to be in the evening. How come? Obviously referring to the April opportunities specific to Artemis II.
Right. You know, this is a complicated answer. I don't know that I would have the exact mechanics behind it, but it has a lot to do with orbital mechanics and where we are in terms of the Earth and the Moon relationship. And, you know, like we said, we're trying to get on that free return trajectory. And so it has a lot to do with when we can do the perigee and apogee raised burns and the translunar injection. So there's a lot of math that goes behind these launch windows and why they shift and move and why we just so happen to be in the evening for the April launch windows.
Yep. You did answer it well. All right. And before we asked you guys a question, who would you take to the moon with you? Would that be a bestie, a pet, family member, or seasoned astronaut? Overwhelmingly seasoned astronaut. So Nicole, you and I are going to the moon.
Was that your answer as well?
That was totally my answer. Again, like I thought my husband would not like that answer because he'd want to come along too. But I think if asked, he would also say seasoned astronaut. So
that's fair. Like we said, there's a lot of training that goes behind it. These guys can react to anything that comes their way, and so yeah, if you don't have all that training, maybe you do want someone that's a little bit more experienced.
Yep. So correct answer, everyone. And now we have another question for you. What do you want to know about living in Orion? What the crew eats, how the crew sleeps, how to fly the vehicle, or how free time is spent? Another great question.
Yes, I'm excited to see what they say.
Yeah, so head to NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts to vote, and we'll share the results as soon as possible. And while you're doing that, remember to also sign up to be a virtual guest for this mission. Just go to the link we'll pull up on your screen. As a virtual guest, you will get mission-specific information, notifications of any schedule changes, and curated resources straight to your inbox. You will also receive commemorative stamps for your virtual passport after launch and splashdown. Again, we really, really want you guys to engage with us, engage with this mission, come along with us for the ride. So yeah, take advantage of these opportunities to be a part of it.
Yes, it's a mission for all.
And so back in the suit, no, not the suit-up room, the white room. Well, they're suiting up. You can see why I might have slipped that up. So they are continuing to put on gloves. Reid and Jeremy look like they've been checked. Again, they've put on their gloves, their helmets. They've taken off those coverings on their shoes now that they're about to get into Orion. And then suit technicians are also helping Christina and Victor. And they're in this particular order, actually, because this is the order in which they're going to ingress into Orion. Again, we have Reid, Jeremy, then Victor, last Christina.
Yeah, and that just has to do, like you said, with the seat orientation. So as the astronauts sit down and lay back in the capsule, the left side will be Reid, and then below him will be Jeremy. So that's why they're going to get in first, to create space for then Victor and Christina to get in.
And let's talk a little bit now about the closeout team. We saw a few of these folks also in the suit-up room. Suit technicians were in there, again, to make sure that they get into the suits properly. And then a couple of them came out to the pad here to, again, do the same thing. Hey, are you comfortable in these suits? Is everything is as you expected? And then these folks here will help them get into Orion, buckle up. And so we were talking a little bit about their attire, specially made for what they're doing right now.
Yeah, so these, they almost look like, the equivalent of a flight suit, right? They're fire resistant. They've got the straps on the back for emergencies that mimic the same straps that the astronauts have on their suits, so that you can use the same exact equipment in an emergency egress from the pad, for example. So we can use the same equipment to get everybody safely away from the pad as required or if needed.
Yeah, always thinking about those contingencies, how to very quickly, if there were an emergency, get everyone out, not just the astronauts, but also the closeout crew if an emergency was happening while they were still at the pad. And so those suits, flame retardant. Also, when we see them crawl into Orion, you will notice that they are on their knees quite a bit, so built-in knee pads. Really a thoughtful design for the purpose that they're serving today.
Yeah, they're functional, which is exactly what we want, but also they're pretty classy looking, so we did a good job with the design.
I was going to say, they actually look like, the outfits that car racers wear, right?
Yeah.
And then when I said that to the lead of the closeout crew, he's number one if we do see him, Taylor Hose, he said, well, actually, we are kind of like a pit crew, like they're very quickly moving through the operations so that not a lot of time, not more time is spent at the pad than is needed, because this is a fully fueled rocket, Nicole.
Right, yeah, we want to minimize the time that we have more humans up in the White Room, but also safely and efficiently get the astronauts ingressed into the capsule. And so that's their main job. That's so yeah, I like the pit crew analogy. Works great.
And so, Nicole, as we get ready to see them ingress, I know you'll be, again, an invaluable source as we talk through this part of the launch countdown, because you've been inside a mock-up of the Orion spacecraft. And I know that because you texted me a photo that you took, this selfie in the mock-up, and little did you know I was going to put it in this broadcast.
Yeah, this was actually a really wonderful opportunity. Last week, our flight control team at Johnson Space Center hosted an open house of the Orion mock-up there in the Space Vehicle mock-up facility. And so I got to spend some time in the capsule with some of the flight controllers who are actually sitting on console right now, and talk to them about everything inside the mock-up. So you can see I've got a bump cap on. It's like a small hard hat. There are a lot of, metal corners and things, and we are still squishy humans at the end of the day. And so they want you to be careful while you're moving around in there. But I got to see, how the crew will ingress. I got to look at the umbilical and the seat straps, and I got to see, the emergency equipment and the stowage and the toilet. I got to see it all. Got to talk about everything. It was pretty cool. It was a really great time. Michael and Bruce were great with me. They answered all of my questions.
Yeah, because it's really good to be able to give that perspective, because, and as you guys will see, yes, we do have cameras inside Orion, and we'll of course take you in, but it doesn't give you a true feeling or idea of how big the space is, how things are configured. Again, like when we see them go in, they're actually on their backs.
Yep.
So again, it's just hard to really get a sense of the inside there, but Nicole is going to really help walk us through that.
Yeah, you said they're on their backs, and you have to somehow get there, and so they're actually going to almost barrel roll onto their shoulder to get onto their backs, and their feet up on those leg rests that actually Andre's holding onto right there. You can see Andre number 2's inside getting everything ready for them. And actually those leg rests for the pilot and commander seat will come off once they get into orbit to create some more space for them.
And it looks like we're getting ready to ingress here. Yep, thumbs up from Reid. Everybody configured with their suits, and so in we go. They actually get inside by walking backwards. That's the easiest way to get in, right, Nicole?
Yeah, so he will step down right over the flywheel or the exercise equipment that they've got in there. We'll talk to that in a second. And then you actually step down right on top of the toilet area backwards. You can see him going now. Oh, and he's already turned around and walking in. You can see Dre's protecting his helmet and his visor there from all that metal.
Yeah.
It's a tight squeeze, but they've done this a lot, so Reid's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reid. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. And so you mentioned Dre. Why don't we talk a little bit about him? So that was NASA astronaut Andre Douglas. And he is actually one of the backup crew members for the Artemis II mission. He trained alongside the primary crew and will step in and if any of the 3 astronauts are unable to fly.
Yeah, Dre's actually a classmate of mine, so fellow fly.
Oh,
yeah, so we've worked very closely together. It's exciting to see him in this role.
Yeah, Virginia native, selected as an astronaut candidate in December 2021. He completed his training in March 2024 and was subsequently named as the Artemis II backup crew member just months later in July. Before joining NASA, Andre worked at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, where he specialized in spacecraft systems engineering. His work focused on the systems that help spacecraft know where they are and how to get where they need to go. So obviously critical for missions to the moon.
Yeah, he's a wicked smart guy. He's got like 15 degrees, I think, or something.
Oh, my.
So.
And so now here we are back inside Orion, where the closeout crew, each one with either Reid or Jeremy. So it looks like Andre is with Reid. And this is a camera shot behind Reid's head. So Reid, while Andre is buckling him in, it's a 5-point harness, Reid was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
Got to put away the pen. The pen could be foreign object debris or FOD, which is bad for NASA. We definitely want to make sure that we keep track of everything and we know where everything is, because the smallest thing could prevent us from launching or affect the equipment out there.
Yeah, and you'll actually see that most of their tools will be tethered as well, so nothing can fall through a crack or drop.
And so as soon as Jeremy and Reid are good to go in their seats and connected to their communication umbilicals, as Daryl had said before, we will start hearing the loops, the audio mission loops, specifically Orion to Earth 1, which is the communication loop that the crew communicate on to the different teams supporting launch today. And as we said when we were in suit up, after they do communication checks, again, suit leak checks to make sure that nothing went wrong between the suit up room and here, and also to specifically connect them to the Orion systems.
Yes, this will be an integrated test with Orion and the suits to make sure the entire system is working and ready for flight.
And so you'll notice Reid, and when Victor sits down, Reid and Victor are the only ones with the display panels in front of them. Jeremy and Christina will actually share a personal computer device, and that will be on Jeremy's leg, and that's how they'll continue to follow along with telemetry and data.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. This is one of the technology demos that we're doing, and so they're going to plug into the system, and it'll be a screen repeater on that, that device for them so that they can see what the pilot and commander are seeing.
OTC at MS2 is online for comm checks.
This is OTC. Repeat.
MS2 ready for comm checks.
The MS2 ready for comm checks. MS2, OTC, Orion to Earth 1, comm check.
OTC, it's MS2. Have you loud and clear on 1.
You're welcome, sir.
And so that was the Orion test conductor speaking with Jeremy Hansen, again, mission specialist 2 for this mission. So his communication check over, you heard him say 1, Orion to Earth 1, has been completed, a successful test. The rest of the crew here waiting in the white room. Again, as Nicole was saying, a little tight there for all of those folks. So Christina and Victor will wait until Reid and Jeremy are done getting buckled in.
Yeah, I think 4 astronauts and 4 suit techs would be a tight fit in that capsule.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Bill. He's number 3 there, that the suit technician there. He is kneeling where Christina will be in order to get Jeremy situated.
OTC ask, commander's ready for comm checks.
OTC copies, commander.
NTD, MEFCO 212, comm check.
NTD, have you loud and clear here as well.
I'll catch FTS on 194, thank you.
Commander, OTC, Orion to Earth 1.
OTC, CDR has you loud and clear.
Good comm, welcome, sir.
And there you have it, a successful comm check with Commander Reid Wiseman. And so...
And CDR, NTD on Orion to Earth 1 for comm check.
This is Gary Bush, I got you loud and clear, NTD.
And good to have you on board. Good luck today.
And so now these two closeout crew members will finish up what they're doing here. Again, Nicole, walk us through what is happening here. They're connecting umbilicals, is what we said.
Yeah, they're strapping them in, so they're getting their restraints connected. It's a 5-point harness with a quick release, and then they're connecting the umbilical, which has actually 4 different connections. So it's got the air in, air out, the water for cooling, and then the comm as well, the communication cable. So they're going to make sure that all of those connections are good to go, make sure the crew's receiving the cooling and the air, and then we heard the comm check as well. So they're just making sure the umbilical connection was good to go, getting them strapped in and ready, and then they will move on to Victor and Christina.
And so while we wait for that to happen, why don't we get another check of the launch countdown milestones with Daryl and the launch team?
All right, welcome back into the firing room 1 here, where some of the launch team is having some pizza that was brought by the administrator. That was nice of Administrator Jared Isaacman to bring that by for the launch team to enjoy. We're L-3 hours and 44 minutes and counting as you can see the crew ingressing into the spacecraft. There are a number of things that are happening on the timeline. Of course, the closeout crew, they liken themselves to like an F1 pit crew, working quickly, methodically, carefully, as they go through their procedures to get the astronauts ingressed. Overall, there's a little bit of timeline pressure, right? There's only a certain amount of time, as you see the astronauts going into Orion, only a certain amount of time that they can spend on their backs. They will be there for a few hours, right? So we're sitting at 2:40 p.m. Eastern time, and the window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern time and runs until 8:24 p.m. Eastern time. So 4 or 5 hours or more on their backs, and then they'll hopefully lift off for a launch. So, of course, the crew is mindful at the time. They don't want to slip into the window if they don't have to. And so they're keeping a tight lock on the margin, the amount of time that they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Koch. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed. Now, right now, the rocket's tanks, they're in what's called replenish mode. So another factor for this closeout crew is, and the crew themselves, this is a fully tanked, almost ready to go rocket. It's got all the propellant it needs to go to the moon. It's just a matter of getting the astronauts in, getting them configured, and getting all the systems, the high energy systems, bringing them all online in order to launch this rocket. As they sit there, there is propellant boil off that's happening. All tanks are at 100%, but the propellant, which is liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, those two propellants are minus 423 for hydrogen and minus 297 for the liquid oxygen. They are boiling right now. They've been boiling the entire time and they've been in the tank. And that is vented out, as you can see. When we look to a wider shot of the rocket, you can see the venting and the little wisp of clouds that are coming out from the top of the rocket in the middle part of the rocket. And that is because just like you boil water on your stove, those propellants are boiling. Of course, their boiling point is much lower than water, and so it doesn't take much for them to boil. But just as if you were to leave your pot of water on the stove and just leave it there, what would happen? Well, it would completely boil off, and all the water would be gone. Basically turned into water vapor inside your house. Well, it's the same case here. So we are continually replenishing the rocket with propellant, liquid hydrogen and oxygen, running from those propellant lines that you see there going into the rocket. So that continues to go well. Overall look from the launch team here, this has been a very smooth countdown so far. The cryo tanking went exceptionally well, and the launch team is really in a good mood right now. Cautiously optimistic, understanding that with a system this complex, you can have something unexpected happen. But to this point, the firing room is really encouraged by what they've seen so far, and are especially excited to see these astronauts getting inside the spacecraft. L-minus 3 hours and 40 minutes and counting until we open up that window for launch. For now, we'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
Thank you, Daryl. And, he mentioned that the crew decided to name Orion Integrity, and it was not something they came to easily. They really wanted to put in a lot of thought, and what they came down to is integrity is a value that NASA embodies, and also individually they felt like integrity is something that speaks powerfully to them.
Yeah, and I think the other part of integrity, it just represents the humility and the professionalism behind the entire team that built this rocket and got us here today. And so it's a fitting name for this capsule.
Yeah, like I said, I think the crew said it took them a little bit to decide on what they wanted, but I think they made the perfect choice.
I agree.
And so as the countdown to launch continues, we are reminded that this is an agency-wide effort to make today's launch attempt possible. We invited people across our NASA family to wish our crew a safe journey.
Go Team Artemis! Go Team Artemis!
3, 2, 1, blast off!
Have a great flight. Godspeed. We'll get you around the moon and home.
If I had a message for the crew, be safe, to have fun, to remember that we're all down here rooting for them.
I want to wish my friend and former student, Victor Glover, and the entire Artemis team best wishes and a successful flight.
Have fun. Take some really cool pictures. Can't wait to see you when you get back.
From the Earth to Sky team, connecting NASA science to public lands, go Artemis.
We will see you in the Pacific, and you can count on us being there.
Greetings from NASA Langley's historic gantry facility,
where Neil learned to land on the moon and Orion learned how to swim.
We are with you all the way to splashdown.
Let's go fly from the Orion Human Engineering team. Woo! Like a full moon, your future is bright. Have a safe journey from the multimedia team in Cleveland, Ohio.
We hope to see you guys back safely in San Diego, maybe singing some karaoke.
Yeah, right, maybe. He knows exactly what he wants to do. After he's like, yep, karaoke. I love that people submitted videos. This is something that we actually asked as part of the broadcast. We were like, you know what, I think it'll be really fun. And the overwhelming amount of people who wanted to record something for the crew was really heartwarming.
Yeah, this is the first time in over half a century that we're sending people back to the moon, and everybody is excited about it. Kindergarten to congressmen and all over the world, everyone is ready for today and excited to see this launch.
And so here we are again, still inside Orion with the closeout team, putting some final touches on, it looks like Victor's configuration there. Again, making sure that his harness is set and that he's connected to cooling, he's connected to communications, and he's connected to any other umbilicals that he needs to be connected to for Orion. Again, we are sharing so much information with you, and we hope you find it educational and fun. But we do know you guys still have some questions, so why don't we take another one now?
Tell us what the moon is like!
So cute. That wasn't a question. That was a demand. Nicole, you tell her what the moon is like.
Oh, man, that was so cute. Oh, man, the moon is really cool, right? So it's a lot of like gray and white and kind of shades of gray. It is something that doesn't have wind or rain or rivers or an atmosphere. And so we like to say Christina said it earlier, it's the witness plate to the universe. And, it has all these impact craters because it's not protected. Things hit it all the time. Mm-hmm. Meteoroids, asteroids, all sorts of things hit the moon and create these impact craters. That's part of what we want to go and look at and learn about on the moon. It can tell us a lot about the age of the universe and the age of the moon. It's 4.5 billion years old, and we can learn a lot from just looking at the regolith or the dirt that is on the moon.
Well, thank you for that question, and thank you for that answer. She was cuter, Nicole.
I agree.
And then earlier today, we wanted to ask you, what do you want to know about living in Orion? And we told you to pick between what the crew eats, how they sleep, how they fly the vehicle, and how free time is spent. And the winner, most of you wanted to know how to fly the vehicle. And we are going to be doing that.
Yes, we are. That's a great question, and actually part of what we're going to go do. So the rocket is fairly automated, right? There's a countdown, and the whole system knows when it needs to ignite the engines. But we are going to do some manual piloting throughout this mission. Once they launch and they separate from the ICPS, they're actually going to do a rendezvous and proximity operations demonstration. So what does that mean? They're going to take that portion of the rocket and they're going to try to fly closely to it. And so they will actually take manual control of the Orion spacecraft and try to get nice and close to the other portion of the rocket that had just separated. And so you can see actually a little bit in the view that you have right now. So for Reid, the left-hand person, his right hand, there's a kind of a joystick, if you will, on the right side, and then on the left side there's something similar. And so they've got translational and rotational hand controllers in order to command the rocket in different axes.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, Victor said it himself, like one thing that he's really looking forward to is piloting Orion manually. So we'll get to see that during our continuous coverage. Again, we are covering this entire mission. We started with tanking, and we will go all the way through splashdown, so you will see what Nicole was just talking about, that proximity ops demonstration, where the crew will pilot Orion manually. And so, speaking of their 10-day mission, why don't we take a closer look at the crew's home away from home for the next 10 days. Here's Megan Carter again from the KSC Visitor Complex.
All right, thanks, Megan. Yeah, it's getting real out there, so I am going to bring you back to the moon board so I can show you just a few things about the Orion. Obviously, it is going to be very compact, sitting up there on top of the SLS rocket. Very compact, like I mentioned, over 355,000 pieces. So let me show you a couple key components, starting with these three fairing panels right there. When the rocket blasts off, obviously it is going to get very fast. It's going to get hot and windy. And so we have these three fairing panels in place to help protect our astronauts. I am also going to take you into a little bit closer look and talk about the LAS, or the Launch Abort System. This is the one piece that is going to be in place to protect the astronauts should something happen to go wrong in the first few minutes of launch. They can actually hit those abort motors, and these can activate within milliseconds, basically faster than you can even blink, and that is going to pull the crew and the crew capsule away from any danger. Now, obviously, we hope that those are not needed, and if that is the case, then about 3.5 minutes into flight, the LAS and those fairing panels will actually activate and jettison away. They'll fall away from the rocket, because at that point, the crew can actually abort the spacecraft safely by themselves. Now, we've talked a lot about the crew capsule right here. This is where they are going to spend the duration of their flight. We're going to talk a lot more about that one in just a little bit, but for now, let me jump down here to the service module. This is the one, we're going to think of this as the powerhouse for the spacecraft. It's pretty much going to provide them with almost everything that they need for the entire mission. Temperature control, removing the carbon dioxide, providing them with oxygen, so much more. You can also do course corrections and things like that. So super quick breakdown, but as you can see, all of these components together are going to make the spacecraft one that is built not just to fly, but to protect, sustain, and bring those astronauts home. All right, lots more to come, but let's see where we are with the crew. Back over to you, Megan.
Hey, thanks so much, Megan. A lot of useful information there. And we did want to point out that you did hear over
and PLT, NTD on Orion Earth 1 for ComCheck.
NTD PLT, I have you loud and clear on OE1.
And I have you the same. Welcome aboard.
And so, again, we are now hearing mission audio loops, specifically the Orion to Earth 1 loop, the communication channel for the crew. Successful comm checks by both Victor and Christina.
CDR, OTC Orion to Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Configure ARS to shoot mode per EPROC 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config. Step 1.
10.1.1 crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config. Step 1. Going in work now.
And so see, now we are privy to some of the countdown procedures that the team is asking for the crew to do.
Yeah, so they're going to work through some of these procedures and finish the ingress portion, as you heard in that procedure. So this is where the crew is going to start building their nest, if you will, running some procedures, getting the capsule ready for humans to be on board.
And now look at the clock, 3 hours, 30 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and we are pretty good on time. We are as we are expecting in terms of when ingress will be wrapping up soon. And so now let's bring Gary Jordan, again, our commentator inside of Mission Control at Houston. Gary, let's check in with you about mission preparations.
Hey, Megan, thank you. Yes, we're following along here in Mission Control Houston.
OTC copies.
And we'll stand by for those comm checks. And again, we're waiting for those comm checks. We did confirm from our IVA officer here in Mission Control Houston that all 4 suits have plugged in umbilicals.
And CDR, NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, Reid, we're ready to proceed with the voice checks if you and everyone else is.
NTD, Integrity crew is ready for voice checks.
I copy that. And Integrity for the entire crew, comm check on Orion to Earth 1.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Good comm check by all. NTD moving to Orion to Earth 2.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Integrity Houston on Orion to Earth 1. Voice check for the entire crew.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Houston has all 4 crew loud and clear on OE1. Stand by for 2.
Your initial word was broken.
MS1.
MS2.
4 crew loud and clear on OE2. We'll use 1 for the default. Houston out.
And CDR, NTD?
CDR.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to clear a couple of those messages on your screen here. Just want to give you a heads up that you'll see that.
Copy all.
CDR, OTC, Orion to Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Perform crew suit leak checks per 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config steps 2 through 4. Annunciation of LCC O-ARS-001 will occur.
10.1.1 crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config steps 2 through 4 going in work now.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are following along as the 4 crew members of Artemis II work through their voice checks, then the umbilical connections and various pathways to get communications from all of the...
refresh on your screen.
CDR.
Yes, sir. We're going to look to do a quick refresh on your screen if you guys are okay with that.
Hey, firm, just let us know when we can continue in 10.1.1. We'll go hands off.
.1.1 referring to the procedures that they have through the various phases of ingress and some of the checkouts needed to prepare for today's launch. Here in Mission Control Houston, the IVA, or Intravehicular Activity Officer, will be confirming the leak check status and watching as the suits pressurize to once again confirm that the suits are in a good configuration ahead of launch. Of course, for the teams here in Houston, launch is just the beginning. The first flight day is jam-packed with activities. Shortly after main engine cutoff, Integrity will enter into a coast phase while still attached to the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS, and prepare to deploy the solar arrays. With power being generated, Integrity prepares...
Go ahead, MTD.
With that refresh, and you got to go to proceed with your 10.1.1.
Picking up 10.1.1, step 2.3 through 4.
Picking up the procedures, the crew again working through the various steps to prepare for launch, standing by for suit. This is Mission Control Houston. With visors closed, the pressurization tests can commence. We'll stand by for word of a good leak check on all 4 of the crew member suits for the Artemis II mission. Again, this is the very beginning of a very busy flight day for our 4 crew members. After launch, they have a series of burns to prepare for. The first major burn being the perigee raise maneuver that allows them to continue in low Earth orbit, and the next being the apogee raise burn that puts them in a high Earth orbit. This is an orbit that takes them around the Earth for nearly a day, 23.5 hours to be precise, and allows the teams, including the astronauts and the flight control teams, to check out critical systems ahead of committing to the next day's translunar injection. But before they even call it a day, Integrity will separate from the ICPS, and the crew will command. And the crew will command. The crew will command the Orion capsule to separate from the ICPS and turn around and approach the upper stage, but not dock. This is to test Orion's in-space maneuvering capabilities and provide further confidence in docking to another lunar space vehicle like the Human Landing System that will be part of the Artemis III mission ahead of future moon landings. These are just a few of the highlights of the very first of 10 flight days as we await for confirmation of good leak checks inside the capsule Integrity. And there's a lot more to this mission. A reminder that this is, of course, a test flight. The purpose here is to demonstrate procedures, systems, and life inside Orion on a mission around the moon for the first time. and give further confidence in the capabilities that are charting a return to the lunar surface. You may be able to see from this view the suits themselves inflating. This is, again, a pressure check, verifying that the suits are leak-free ahead of the ascent portion of today's flight. How you see the crew now with visors down will be the configuration of their ascent all the way through core stage separation, about a little more than 8 minutes after booster ignition. All right, here in Mission Control Houston, we are continuing to follow along, standing by for confirmation of good leak checks. In the meantime, there are no showstoppers here in Mission Control Houston. We continue to monitor the countdown to launch. Megan, we'll send it back to you over at the Space Coast.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. Yeah, as we wait for confirmation of a successful leak check for all 4 astronauts, why don't we go back to Daryl, again, who has been following along with the launch countdown as we inch closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window.
All right, thank you, Megan. And yes, getting some good communication. It's great to hear from the crew inside, even though it is as simple as a comm check. It's really good to hear their voices as they move through those various comm checks and then get ready for their suit leak checks. Fantastic views inside Orion that you're looking at now. Give you an update on the weather outside. We're still 80% go for our 2-hour launch window, which starts at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and closes at 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. That's the good news. The bad news is that we've got some rain showers that are starting to head in. Looks like it may miss the pad. Wouldn't matter if it rained on it or not, though. It's received some rain earlier today. Water isn't going to hurt anything out there at this point. But the rest of the area might be getting a little bit wet, which may include the hostess, so keep an eye out for that. As we're watching with the astronauts inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft, you'll be hearing more and more from them, especially Christina Koch, who is mission specialist number 1. She not only is going to be making history.
All crew, visors open, suit loop leak check complete.
OTC.
Okay, there you heard the suit leak check complete. They check those suits for leaks in astronaut crew quarters. They check them again inside the spacecraft. As you can see, the closeout crew, our astronaut support person moving around, turned off the camera, and so now we're looking from outside the Orion spacecraft, looking towards, oh no, let's see, get oriented here. Well, there we go. Back inside, we've got the view. But basically what I was saying about Christina Koch is that she will have the role of reading.
CM is ready for closeout, performing video sweep using drag-on camera.
OTC.
She will have the role of reading out a pressure reading that tells the team that
and CDR, NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, we're going to do another cleanup on those suit leak check messages that we got from since we're done with that now.
Integrity copies.
Thank you.
And that's communication going between Orion Commander Reid Wiseman and NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. As I was saying, Christina Koch will be reading measurements from the counterbalance assist arm. So you're going to hear her be asked by the NASA Test Director to read that. That CBA, counterbalance assist arm, it's mechanically latched by the closeout crew using tools, but there's a hydraulic assist. It's pneumatically opened and closed rather with a pressure assist that helps open it up. Not only that hatch, but also the last hatch. There's 2 hatches there that we'll see that will be closed, but this is in case of an emergency out there at the pad. If the crew for some reason needed to exit quickly, then they would exit the spacecraft by pulling that lever, which would open both hatches. Those hatches are heavy. The Orion hatch is hundreds of pounds.
ATC cameras 1 and 2 both set to record.
ATC copies.
And just an update on the launch countdown, continuing to monitor the team's communications here in Firing Room 1. Everything going really smoothly so far. We don't have any significant open constraints to launch at this time, so we continue counting down. And for now, we'll send it back to the host desk with Megan and Nicole.
Thank you so much, Daryl. And so we heard some of the communications over Orion to Earth 1, and it sounds like we are now moving into the hatch prep and closure phase. We will now start to see the closeout crew getting out of Orion soon so that they can start getting ready to, again, close up Orion, close the 2 hatches, and then get out of the pad.
Yeah, the closeout team will take the hatch seals off, and they'll inspect the seals, make sure everything's ready to go, and then do a few last-minute configurations before they close that hatch. And then, like Daryl talked about, then Christina will have a role in looking at the CBA there. So.
Yeah, you might have heard them say over the loops again that drag-on camera. So basically, it's a camera that they can move around, and you might have seen it in a couple of our shots already. But they will take that camera and literally go and inspect the seal that. There's 2 seals, actually, 2 seals that go around the entire area of the hatch just to make sure that everything looks good. And that camera feed is being directly shown to NASA teams who need to monitor that.
Yeah, they want to make sure there's not a single hair or piece of dust on those, make sure that there's no damage and everything's ready to go so that the seal, they will do a leak check on this hatch seal as well. Make sure it passes.
Yeah, and we'll know they're doing that because we will actually see one of the closeout crew members with a hand pump, and they will pressurize, again, just the seals, and they have to see if it will hold pressure for just a minute. And if it does, then they will go ahead to pressurize the entire Orion spacecraft. And then that, again, is to make sure that the spacecraft is holding the right amount of pressure. And that one's a lot longer. It'll take them like 8 minutes. Like it takes time to pressurize it, then they have to hold pressure, and then it takes time to depressurize it.
Right, and they want to measure the difference in pressures at the beginning and end of that and make sure that it holds the right amount of pressure so that when they get to the vacuum of space, obviously the capsule holds its pressure.
Yep. Okay. Well, again, as we continue to watch operations that are happening at the pad inside of Orion, why don't we go over to Banana Creek? It's one of our viewing locations here at Kennedy Space Center. They will have a spectacular view, and we actually have NASA's Leah Martin there chatting with a big group of people surrounded by a lot of folks on bleachers there.
Hey, Megan, yeah, tons of people out here today, thousands of people gathering at Banana Creek to enjoy NASA's next big mission and humanity's next great leap today. It's a gorgeous day, and I'm joined here actually by some people who are probably the only people on center who are a little bit more excited than me to see this rocket lift off. Where are you from and why are you here?
So we're from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. We're a group of 7 aerospace senior engineering students traveling here with Josh Dobbs, former quarterback of the University of Tennessee, with his extraordinary Dobbs Foundation.
Now, you were actually telling me a little bit earlier, you're here local, you're from Orlando. What's it like being an aerospace engineer and then having the opportunity to come back here to the Space Coast and see this mission lift off today?
It is absolutely amazing. I feel like the little 9-year-old girl inside me is so excited. Like, I'm from around here. I grew up watching launches in my backyard, and so this seems like such a full circle happy moment for me.
Now, you are an aerospace engineer looking hopefully to join the workforce in the future. How does it feel to be here and see firsthand what that work does?
It's just so cool to see what I've been working for the last 4 years and then 12 years before that just actually be physically happening in front of me. It's something I never dreamed of as a kid.
And I'm actually joined here by the astronaut himself, Mr. Josh Dobbs. Now, you have a history with NASA as well. You did an externship here. And how did that kind of play into your passion for aerospace and then the foundation that actually provided this opportunity for these students today?
100%. So I spent a month here around the Artemis I mission, which was a tremendous opportunity to learn about the space program and also what's next. And so to be back here for Artemis II, and unfortunately, Artemis I went in the middle of the season, so it's surreal to be here for Artemis II. And with my foundation, like, the goal is to be able to take advantage of the opportunities that I've had and pass them along to the future of the industry and give them the opportunity to see what all their hard work can accumulate into. So it's an honor to be here. We're really appreciative of all the engineers and all the hard work that's gone into this moment, and we're excited to watch history happen today.
Absolutely. And as a group, I think if you guys had one well wish for the team today, what would you say? I think we can all join together, maybe say go Artemis. Go Artemis.
That was a fun interview, and again, just so neat to see all the people who are here. I mean, still hours before liftoff. Not even hours before liftoff, but hours before a 2-hour launch window. So people just really committed to being here and seeing it in person.
Yeah, you can see the Banana Creek is already buzzing.
Yeah.
There behind Leah. You could hear the chatter in the background. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, you could tell that it's a lot louder than we noticed because we just have very good mics. But, you know, she's obviously yelling over a huge crowd there. So super fun, super exciting. And yes, I hope that we all get to see liftoff here shortly. Okay, so as we know, Victor, Reid, Christina, and Jeremy will have their hands full during their mission. So for some of their test flight objectives, let's go back to Megan Carter at the moon board.
All right, as we have seen from those camera views, their capsule is very compact, obviously. So let me show you a few cool things about this piece. The Orion capsule is going to only be about 16.8 feet in diameter and a whopping 10.5 in height. Think of it about the same cubic feet as 2 minivans. So obviously every piece of that capsule has been planned with purpose. And a really great example of that is going to be these seats that we have seen that live view of. Now, these seats are going to be out for launch, re-entry, and splashdown, but in between, they are stored in between to give them more room for daily activities and things like that. While they are on board, obviously they are going to have a lot of things to do. One of those is going to be to manually fly Orion, as we've discussed, but they also have several other objectives as well. And they are going to be doing lots of system checkouts, checking out the service module, making sure everything is working correctly. They're also, like I said, going to have a chance to manually fly. Now, this was taken during one of their training simulations, but as you can see here, they will have advanced flight displays, hand controllers, touchscreen interfaces, so much to work with and practice with as well. Now, while on board, they will also have the ability to eat those shelf-stable meals that are designed specifically for microgravity. I think I saw somewhere that one of their meals is going to be mac and cheese and brisket, so that makes the Southern in me very happy. All right, but they are going to have also some time to look at some things like power and propulsion. They will have 3 key propulsion systems that are going to help power Orion as well. And speaking of power, I want to bring you back to the service module real quick because I wanted to point out these 4 solar panels. These are going to take about 18 minutes to unfold like giant wings, and they're going to stretch 62 feet from end to end, and these are going to help power the service module and in turn provide what the crew needs for their journey. So as you can see, spacecraft is built specifically for what we need and to guide them and get them home safely. All right, back over to you, Megan.
Thank you so much, Megan. You know, it's taken thousands of people many years to get to us to where we are today. Let's meet some of the people of Artemis who've made this flight test possible.
I am the Artemis Launch Director.
I'm the Orion Crew Survival System Manager.
I'm the Artemis II Chief Training Officer.
I'm the SLS Launch Integration and Mission Operations Lead.
I am the Recovery Director.
And I'm Boeing's Core Stage IPT Leader at Kennedy Space Center.
And I am the Artemis II Entry Flight Director.
And I'm the Closeout Crew Lead for Artemis II.
Our job is to design the spacesuits that the crew will wear for the Artemis II mission. The team here at Johnson Space Center in the Orion Crew Survival Systems Lab does pretty much everything involved with processing the suits, designing the suits, qualifying the suits, testing them for the Orion mission.
The role of the Chief Training Officer is to manage both the planning and the development of how we are going to train our astronauts and run our simulations for our flight control team for the mission, and then go implement that plan.
Recovery team is responsible for 3 things. So recovery is what we call our nominal recovery situation, where we go recover the crew and the capsule at their designated landing site. Rescue is in case we do need to rescue the crew and they landed somewhere else that we did not plan. And then the retrieval is us getting the capsule if they did land somewhere where we did not expect them to.
My job on SLS is to manage the operations architecture on the SLS program. One of the specific things that we do is support launch operations. It means a lot to be a part of this Artemis team, to show the next generation in seeing what may come.
I am responsible for our core stage processing at Kennedy Space Center. My team is responsible for that core stage, and it's our responsibility to make sure that core stage is safe, built correctly, and there's going to be 4 of our astronauts, and it's going to get them to their ride around the moon.
I've been a flight director for over 10 years now. I worked on the Artemis I mission, and after that mission completed, I was assigned as the entry flight director for Artemis II. I can't wait to see the hatch open after splashdown. That's when we know that our mission will be complete and the crew will have safely returned to the moon and back to Earth.
Closeout Crew is responsible for getting the astronauts up to the white room, getting their helmets and gloves on, getting them into the vehicle safely, connecting all their umbilicals, making sure they're ready to go for launch, and then closing the crew module hatch. The reason we do this is to expand mankind's knowledge. If I can be a part of that, doing anything, I want to do that.
The launch director role really is to step back and kind of take that big picture view of launch. How are we doing on any NCs? How are we doing on our timelines, our procedures? Artemis II is a beginning. It's going to inspire a new generation. It's going to uncover science. It's going to serve as a pathway to places that we have never been before.
And to meet more people of Artemis, you can head to the link we're going to put up on your screen there. Just, again, really nice to see all the faces that have put in the work, the time, the hours, the dedication to get us to today.
Yeah, so many professionals that worked so hard on this mission.
And what was really fun to see is, you know, we interviewed Taylor Hose, closeout crew lead, as he said, and that's who we are now seeing inside of the White Room as they are getting ready to close out Orion and close one of 2 hatches. We have the side hatch of the crew module as well as the launch abort system hatch, correct?
Yeah, the astronauts are in the capsule. They're ready to go, and now the White Room is very busy as they're getting ready to close both of those hatches. That's a great shot right there where you can see them. Almost looks like they're doing that hatch seal inspection that we talked about.
And so, Nicole, as we continue to see them get ready to close that smaller hatch, again, the crew module side hatch, let's take some questions now.
Sounds good.
A lot has changed since Apollo, and I have a few questions about what's next. What part of the moon are we exploring through Artemis, and what are some of the key points that NASA needs to consider when planning missions like this?
Were you expecting to see Scarlett Johansson? I think that took you.
Yeah, I mean,
took you aback.
We've talked about this, but everybody has an interest in this mission. You know, it's humanity trying to explore and go back to the moon. And I love this question. You know, what part of the moon are we going to? You know, eventually we want to get to the polar regions, the South Pole specifically. We think that there are volatiles there, so water ice, something that can be harnessed as a resource as we create the permanent base on the moon and then try to get onto Mars. But getting to the moon is a tricky mission. You know, we're going further than we have in a long time, and you know, on the International Space Station we're 250 miles from the Earth, and so we're pretty close. We resupply that spacecraft pretty often with cargo missions, but the further and further you get away from Earth, the more you have to think about the lack of cargo, the comm delay. You know, there's a communication delay the further away you get, and so there are different and unique problems as we continue to explore further and further out into the solar system.
And there is so much to learn about the moon, so it's no surprise that yes, even though our goal is to have a moon base at the lunar South Pole, the lunar South Pole is not the main focus of this lunar flyby. So instead, the crew is going to be focused on observing the far side of the moon. So this is actually an animation of what teams expect the moon to look like if the crew launches today. So this is, of course, the side that faces the moon, and this is the far side of the moon, which when, again, the crew does their lunar flyby on flight day 6, we are expecting this will be their view. What an amazing view and an opportunity.
Yeah, you know, there's so much to learn from this particular mission, because obviously we're not landing with this mission, and so they actually potentially could see the South Pole and kind of scope out what our landing regions look like in the context of the entire moon. But also they're going to see parts of the lunar surface that have never been seen before by the human eye, and so they're going to take these detailed notes. They're going to record themselves talking about what they see. You know, we do a ton of geology training as astronauts, especially this Artemis II crew. They did a ton of geology training working with scientists to learn how to pick out the unique portions that we want to go study. You know, what is the context of the moon? What parts of the moon look interesting and look different? You know, the impact craters that we talked about earlier. So really trying to take all the pictures, take all the observations, write down, talk about their observations, and record as much data as we possibly can for the researchers back here on Earth.
Yeah, it's so important to, yes, we're all talking about what they hope to do during this 10-day mission, but you really do have to think about all the training that goes into this. I mean, you have 4 crew members who won't, you know, have the support the way that they've been having this. I mean, they'll be talking through communications, but you know what I mean? It's just them and the moon, right? So they need to be fully aware and equipped with everything that they'll need to do to be able to accomplish the objectives that we hope to accomplish during this mission.
Right, and their specific flyby around the moon, you know, the lighting will be different and the path will be different depending on when we launch. If we launch today, it would be different from tomorrow. And so, you know, they actually had to learn the geography of the moon so that they can orient themselves when they're on the backside of the moon, because they're not going to have communication. You know, they're going to have I think 45+ minute comm blackout while they're while they're on the far side of the moon, and so they themselves have to know what things look like on the moon, how to orient themselves, and how to get the data that we're looking for.
Yeah, really ambitious mission. Excited to be here at the start of it. All right, so another check of the clock, 2 hours, 57 minutes and counting to the opening of our 2-hour launch window for Artemis II. This pivotal test flight comes 250 years after America began its journey as a nation. As we celebrate that milestone, a special live performance now of our national anthem by singer Ann Wilson.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly
A beautiful rendition. Honestly, I'm a little emotional, a little speechless.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
Yeah. I mean, again, we are a nation of explorers, a nation of curious minds, and to see us again 250 years after our Declaration of Independence was signed to when we are trying to return to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years, really powerful.
Yeah, leading the way back to the moon. It's exciting.
Mm-hmm. And that's so important to us. You know, we do want to be the leaders in exploration, but we definitely know we can't do that alone. You know, we often hear NASA leadership say that, you know, this is not something one nation can do. This is something that is a collaboration of nations, and that's why we have European countries. We also have Canada, again, joining us on this ambitious test flight.
Yeah, of course, you know, it goes back to the old proverb, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And we want to go far. We want to get onto Mars eventually, and so we're going to get to the moon first, and you can't do that alone.
So thank you again, singer Ann Wilson, for that beautiful rendition, again reminding us of what it is we are trying to accomplish for all, by all. We are now back inside the White Room with the closeout crew. Again, backup astronaut Andre Douglas, number 2 there, just outside in the White Room, which is right outside Orion there, with the crew seated comfortably inside. As you can see, they've dimmed the lights a little bit. The crew has the opportunity to set the ambiance, if you will. They were given the opportunity to adjust the lighting as they see fit, again, just so that they can get comfortable. It's kind of like when we are on a plane and you get the opportunity to...
Sure, yeah, you don't want the bright lights in your eyes. Also, you want to be able to see the screens well, or see the, you know, the tablet on Jeremy's knee well, so they're going to adjust the lighting to what makes sense for the mission.
And we saw in that very quick shot there, our best camera view of the 2 hatches is actually that drag-on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around. So sometimes it's hard to show that. So there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch. And so, Nicole, can you just quickly, again, talk to people about the 2 hatches, again, crew module first, and then the launch abort system hatch?
Yeah, so the crew module hatch is the one they're working on right now. They just got closed. You can see he's torquing those bolts down. And that is the hatch that completes the Orion capsule. And then you have the launch abort system, which actually is kind of almost a shell that goes around the capsule and holds onto the capsule during launch. And it has its own separate engines that can pull the capsule away from the rocket safely in the case of an off-nominal data point. So it's actually looking at roll rates and attitude and thrust and all sorts of different data in order to make sure the launch is safe. And if it's not, then the launch abort system will pull the crew module away and get them into a splashdown zone safely.
And as we wait for the crew to complete closing that side hatch of the crew module, let's head over back to Banana Creek, where we have Leah Martin standing by with the person who designed this mission's zero gravity indicator, named RISE. It was 2nd grader Lucas Yee from California. Hey, Leah.
Hey, Megan. Yes, of the many special guests we have with us today, I think one of our most exciting guests is Lucas, who's joining us, like you said, all the way from California. He and his family actually worked this as a group project to design the zero gravity indicator. Lucas, can you tell us a little bit about your design?
Yeah.
So you named him RISE. Can you tell me why you picked that name?
It was very remote, representing the Artemis II launch and Earthrise. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
So were you really excited to find out that you won the competition and that your zero gravity indicator would be going to space?
Yeah.
So how does it feel? We're actually just across the river right now from Artemis. We can see it from where we're standing. How does it feel to know that design you created is actually currently on that rocket just a couple hours away from going to space?
Really, 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 really surprised and very happy.
Now, Mom, you were telling me on the way over here that it was kind of hitting you what was happening. Tell me a little bit about that.
It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. That Commander Wiseman said that it's for all and by all, that we couldn't have said it better. We're just very grateful to be here. Super, super excited.
And we're so excited to have you here too. Now, Oliver, this is your first launch too, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And how does it feel to be here just a little bit away from watching the first group of astronauts in your lifetime on their way to the moon?
It feels like very, very happy and surprised.
So if you had one word of encouragement or something to say to the crew who's sitting on that rocket right now, what would you say?
What?
Go Artemis.
Go Artemis.
Go Artemis. Thanks so much, Megan.
I would say have a nice trip.
Yeah. You would say have a nice trip.
I did hear that answer. I would say have a nice trip. You know, Leah, that was a hard question. You know, it's really hard to come up with a spot what to say to the crew who's about to make history today.
Yeah.
And so the Artemis II crew, again, ZGI, Zero Gravity Indicator. It's a plushie, a soft toy that is brought in to the spacecraft with astronauts so that it can be a visual indicator for when we have reached the weightlessness of space, right?
Yeah, you saw a little replica there that Lucas had, and then in some of the views in the cabin view, you could see it swinging and hanging earlier. So I think actually Jenny was the one who installed it into the capsule.
Oh, really?
Yesterday, yeah. So.
Oh, we have to unpack a lot here. We got to talk about Jenny, who we will get to here in a second. But then, yes, we will also go back into the capsule so that we can show you where the ZGI is now. But the ZGI was chosen by the crew after a contest where the crew asked for submissions. They got submissions from around the world to, again, design their ZGI that is going with them to the moon.
It's kind of like any other road trip. You need clothes, food, a map, your favorite toy. Really. Except this toy has a job to do up there because this is a zero-gravity indicator. While not a scientific instrument, this safe and soft object tells the strapped-in astronauts that they've reached weightlessness. For Artemis II, the crew wanted a one-of-a-kind ZGI, so we asked you to come up with it.
Thanks everyone for sending in your entries from around the world. Over 2,600 of you submitted.
And we loved seeing all of your contributions. It was a really difficult decision because each design had a unique quality that stood out to our crew.
In the end, we were able to narrow it down to a top 5 from Finland, Canada, Peru, and 2 from the United States, Kansas and California.
In the end, we went with one called Rise. It was a design inspired by the Earthrise photo taken on Apollo 8, which is very special to our crew.
With the winner chosen, next came the task of bringing it to life here in the Thermal Blanket Lab at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. This lab specializes in custom materials to protect sensitive spacecraft equipment and is perfect for creating a ZGI that meets the rigorous safety standards of NASA.
Because you have to be concerned with whether the thread's going to outgas or if it will hold up, if it's flame retardant.
This is the Rise ZGI doll. All I have left to do is to close the opening here and hand sew the hat on, make sure its stuffing is stuffed in there. And we have our pocket here for the SD card.
And on that tiny SD card will be millions of names submitted to virtually join the crew aboard Orion.
Got Rise. Not the real one, obviously, but this is a replica. I mean, so clever for Lucas and his family to design.
Yeah, I love that he replicated the famous picture that we all love of Earthrise, and then I love that the bill represents the space in between the moon and Earth. It's just such a cute and wonderful way to represent this mission.
Yeah, and again, Earthrise, very important to this crew. It harkens back to the picture that was taken by the Apollo 8 crew where they saw Earthrise, and so very appropriate since, again, now here we are going to see Earthrise again with this mission.
Yep.
So yeah, so this is little Rise here, and then you heard in that video that there is an SD card that is zipped inside with the real ZGI with the crew. So get this, more than 5 million people submitted their names as part of NASA's Send Your Name to Space campaign. And actually, Christina said that her niece and nephew's names are inside that SD card.
How cool is that? Her nieces and nephews are going to go with her.
Yeah. Love this. Love that people are engaging in such a cool way. And actually, if we take a look back inside of Orion, we can actually see the actual ZGI inside with the crew. As we said, the purpose of zero gravity indicator is to show when we've reached the weightlessness of space. Now, I know that it's probably dark in there because, as we said, the crew decided to just dim it a little bit for them. But here again, as we see Reid on your left, Victor on your right. Below Victor, or next to Victor, again, because they're on their back, it's a little weird. It's a little hard to explain their orientation. But between basically Victor and Christina is where Jenny Gibbons has placed the zero gravity indicator. And Jenny, who, again, Nicole just brought up, Jenny is one of the backup crew members. So we mentioned how Andre is the backup crew member for the NASA astronauts. Jenny is the backup crew member for Jeremy.
Yeah, Jenny's one of our Canadian astronauts, and yeah, so she's been also helping with preparations for today and helping get the White Room ready, get the capsule ready, and she's actually going to be a Capcom for Artemis II as well.
Yeah, she's from Calgary, Alberta, completed astronaut training in 2020. Mechanical engineer, combustion scientist, and actually before becoming an astronaut, she was an assistant professor. So again, another very well-accomplished person on the team. And I know the Artemis II crew has really enjoyed working alongside both Andre and Jenny.
Yeah, actually, Jenny was our EBQ mentor when I went through our ASCANner initial training, so she helped us with all of our spacewalk training, which was kind of cool as well.
Okay, and there we have Andre again, number 2, with the rest of the closeout crew team there. Why don't we get another check with Daryl and see how the launch countdown is going.
Still going quite smoothly here from Firing Room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center. Launch team working no major constraints to launch, which is great news. We did get an update on a weather balloon that the launch weather officer and his team released. This is an important weather balloon released at right around the 3-hour mark. And what it told us is that winds are around 10 to 11 knots in the upper parts of the atmosphere. That's important information for the launch abort system should the astronauts need the LAS. This would, of course, pull the Orion spacecraft off the top of the rocket in case there were an emergency, and then take them offshore to a water landing in the Atlantic Ocean. And so the winds are pushing onshore. And because they're pushing onshore, the launch weather officer is keeping a close eye on the strength of those winds, because if the Orion were to come off the top, and it's powered by 3 rocket motors, which can propel it or pull it especially fast off the top of the rocket, it would go up into the air thousands of feet and then splash down in the water. And if you've got wind pushing against it, you don't want that spacecraft to come back and land on land. So they're watching that very closely because of the onshore flow. That onshore flow is also what's giving us a little weather action down to the south of us along what's called the beach line, 528. We got a whole lot of people out there. We're getting ready to watch the Artemis II historic launch. Well, they just got a good soaking. Line of rain showers, I should say, passed through that area and soaked the place. So Certainly, rain is a possibility, spotty showers from time to time, but overall, the launch weather officer tells us that we are trending towards getting that stuff to all push to the west the closer we get to our launch window. A reminder, that window is from 6:24 p.m. to 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. We don't have a specific T0 at this moment. There's a lot that needs to be calculated before we get there. We also need to get through the rest of the countdown on time. As of right now, we are right on time. The launch countdown is going exactly as planned. That's not something that we saw certainly in Artemis I. There was a lot of flexing in the timeline during those 3 launch attempts back in 2022. But so far today, on our first launch attempt, we're really enjoying some really solid countdown work, some solid operations by the launch team so far. And to quote our friend Lucas, who created Earthrise, we all really like that. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thanks so much, Daryl. Yes, we really like that, and we really like Rise and Lucas. So thank you for that. That was really cute. Okay, so again, here we are in the big box here. We have our full view of the rocket, looking glorious on there with, again, some clouds, but still weather is good for launch today. And then we have the closeout team continuing to do work in the White Room. We got confirmation that they have successfully completed pressurizing the counterbalance pressurization. Basically, as Daryl explained it before, the side hatch for the crew module is very heavy. So in order to open it, there needs to be pressure applied to it, and that's what we just completed, right?
Right, that's exactly it. So the CBA, that counterbalance assembly that we're talking about, has to be pressurized. It's a pneumatic system to help. So in the case of an egress, Christina's the one that has to open that hatch. So once she gets it unlatched and unlocked, then that pneumatic system will help move the hatch. It weighs a lot, and so the average human cannot open that hatch by themselves. And so that's why we want to make sure that the system is pressurized, that it's not going to leak, and that it is ready to go in case they need to open the hatch.
So that is complete, and now what is happening are the seal leak checks. So that is in progress. Again, 2 seals go through the entirety of the hatch, and we will take the seals to pressure, hold it for about a minute, and just make sure that it is holding pressure. Again, we want to make sure that the crew has a safe, pressurized environment in any sort of situation while they're in Orion.
Yep, that's right. So we're going to take a look at it. We're going to take a look at the starting pressure, and then after a certain amount of time, we'll take a look at the ending pressure, and then there are certain tolerances that we will accept for flight.
2 hours, 37 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window today at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. After liftoff, it takes less than 10 minutes to reach Earth's orbit. Let's learn more about today's ascent profile with Gary in Mission Control.
Hey, Megan. We are monitoring here in Mission Control Houston. Flight controllers are looking at data from integrity in the Space Launch System during the countdown. We're looking at some of the events happening in the White Room now and just making sure that all criteria is met to commit to launch and ascent today. It's the team you see in this room that would be looking after ascent, which is a very dynamic phase of flight. And after solid rocket booster ignition of the Space Launch System, it's this team that takes over control of the mission. There are voices you'll hear upon ascent, calls being relayed between Stan Love, the Capcom you see here in this shot in Mission Control Houston, that's the voice from this room, and the Artemis II crew on a communications channel aptly named Orion to Earth. Here are the calls you may hear during this part of the mission. Capcom Stan Love, his first call after responding to the crew's successful roll pitch maneuver at 30 seconds is AMT high. This notes that should we lose just one of the main engines, an alternate mission in low Earth orbit can still be achieved. At 1 minute 25 seconds, you'll hear max Q on PDL. This notes that reaching the moment of maximum dynamic pressure on the spacecraft. This event happens to be in line with a communication switch to another ground station, the Ponce de Leon Inlet Inlet Tracking Annex located about 35 miles north of Kennedy. At 2 minutes 45 seconds, you'll hear SM primed, upper stage RCS ready. This means that the European Service Module propulsion system that's prepared for the next phase of aborts after the launch abort system jettisons, and the reaction control thrusters on the inner rim cryogenic propulsion stage that enable pointing and maneuvering are ready. At 3 minutes 50 seconds, you'll hear voice check on TDRS at the Kármán line. At this point, the launch abort system has jettisoned and revealed the Orion capsule underneath. This check verifies that the now exposed Orion antennas have a good signal over the tracking and data relay annex, tracking and data relay satellites, which is part of a geosynchronous satellite network and the same assets that are used aboard the International Space Station. This communication switch happens to be at the Kármán line, a widely recognized boundary about 62 miles, statute miles, or 100 kilometers above the Earth's surface, where the air is too thin for conventional aircraft to fly and marks the point where our astronauts leave Earth and enter space. At 5 minutes 16 seconds, you'll hear the call 3-engine press. This notes that if one of the 4 main engines on the SLS core stage were to fail, 3 engines can carry the crew to a nominal main engine cutoff and proceed with the expected mission timeline. This is an important call that gives more assurance of continuing today's moon mission. At 7 minutes, you'll hear expect nominal shutdown. You'll hear this call should the main engine performance be as expected up to this point. Shutdown plans can vary and may impact G-forces experienced by the crew or future burn plans, but a nominal shutdown is more indicative of continuing the mission on the expected timeline. At 7 minutes 30 seconds, you'll hear AOA open. This notes crossing into a new abort profile. At this point, an abort would use Orion engines to escape the core stage, and the altitude and velocity are enough to make it 1 lap around the Earth and aim for a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean instead of the Atlantic. And then, of course, shortly after 8 minutes, you'll hear nominal MECO. You won't hear MECO right away. Teams here wait until the core stage has separated and the trajectory is confirmed as expected before that call to the crew. Now, this ascent profile is approximate, as there may be calls that move a few seconds depending on the trajectory, and of course these are the calls and times for a nominal trajectory. Teams in this room have been training extensively to prepare for any and all scenarios, and they are confident and ready to take this crew into space today. In today's pre-brief, the flight director, Judd Freeling, expressed his confidence to the team, citing the hundreds of simulations to prepare for this very moment. These are the calls you'll hear during ascent less than 3 hours from now, but now we'll turn our attention to the countdown to launch and send it back to you, Megan, at the Space Coast.
Thanks so much, Gary. Now, one of today's 4 astronauts, of course, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Let's go now to Jasmine with her next guest.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're joining you live now from the Operations Support Building here at Kennedy, where crowds are starting to gather, and we're honored to have Lisa Campbell of the Canadian Space Agency joining us. Lisa, Jeremy Hansen is about to make history as the first Canadian to venture to the moon. What does that milestone mean for your agency?
Thanks so much, Jasmine. It's wonderful to be here. It's such a special moment, both for our astronaut colleague Jeremy Hansen, but also for Canada. We're here because of decades of public investment in space robotics, in space collaboration, and so for our country, we're very proud. He's so ready. He's been waiting for this his whole life, preparing, training, and he's a wonderful example of Canada.
Yeah, and that's a perfect way to capture Jeremy. He really has been prepping for this his whole life. This will be his first space flight. So what has it been like watching him become part of this Artemis II crew?
Well, as I mentioned to you, I've known Jeremy since 2020, and he's a colonel, a fighter pilot, a father, and he really is a very dedicated, passionate human being. So both for him to realize this goal of being an astronaut and flying, he also is hopeful that witnessing that will raise awareness about the value of a space program, of the benefits here on Earth, of exploring the universe and our place in it.
Wow, that's beautifully said. And really, this international collaboration has been going on for quite some time now. We've worked together in low Earth orbit and now going into deep space together. So why is it so important that we have these international partnerships?
It makes us stronger. We can go faster and further together. Canada is one of the original signatories of the Artemis Accords, and Canada and the United States have been partnered for more than 60 years in space.
Wow, that is phenomenal, Lisa. And this really is a team effort in many ways. We also have Jenny Gibbons.
Yes.
She'll be listening in on Capcom. What is her role going to be like?
So Dr. Jenny Gibbons has been training all along as the Canadian backup with the Prime crew. Last night, she was in the Orion capsule checking out all of the communications, making sure all of the systems test out and work perfectly. And then she will be among the first lunar Capcom, helping the astronauts navigate during their mission.
Wow, Lisa, that is so exciting. Any final words for the nation of Canada before today's mission?
Just, we are so proud, so excited, and we can't wait to welcome Jeremy home.
Fantastic. Lisa Campbell, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course. And with that, let's get back to NASA's Megan Cruz.
And right now,
Go ahead. Ma'am, TBA press has been completed. Did you see any drop in pressure?
And MS1, we saw just a little bit. It is just over 2,600 now.
Copy. Thank you, ma'am.
again, a call out to mission specialist Christina Koch. Again, it was her responsibility to monitor the pressure on the counterbalance system that will help open the side hatch. And she did report a drop in pressure, but it seems like it's within nominal limits.
Right. They might have had a small drop, but you know, we have a starting pressure and an ending pressure, and as long as the difference isn't too high, then we will take that, and the engineers know exactly what they're looking for in terms of that delta pressure.
And so again, that milestone on the checklist of things that have to happen before they launch today, that is complete. The crew, again, still inside comfortably as the closeout crew team work to close the side hatch. Again, a separate seal leak check, followed by a full cabin leak check, and then they will close the last abort system hatch.
Lots to do still in the White Room and marching down the countdown timeline well.
And so Bill, again, number 3 there, he is holding a silver flex hose. That hose is what will be connected to Orion in order to do that cabin leak check. So again, it does seem like we continue to march down through the milestones in this countdown. Hopefully lifting off today within our 2-hour launch window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Now, right now, people inside the Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex are learning about this mission. There are great exhibits there about the rocket and Orion, and of course, our Megan Carter with the moon board.
All right, Megan and Nicole, yeah, you mentioned that checklist before launch. That checklist is going to continue during the mission, as well as there are several vital objectives that we are hoping to accomplish with this mission. So we've talked about the rocket. We've talked a little bit about Orion. Obviously, during Artemis I, we had that test flight, and there were no humans on board. That is our one big difference for this one, and we are going to have that crew this time. So what are they going to be up to during this mission? Let me tell you just a little bit. Now, for Artemis I, like I mentioned, we were really focused on the SLS, making sure it had the power and capabilities that we needed. We were also checking out the Orion spacecraft in deep space environments, making sure that it was good to go. Now for Artemis II, we are going to be taking the testing for Orion to the next level by adding that human component. So those test objectives are going to start even before launch. Like you mentioned, they are out there making their way through that checklist. But these objectives are going to start now, and that includes safety. So one really great example of safety is going to be something called the egress baskets. They're out there in the spacecraft, obviously, and should a situation happen to come up, they are going to have something called the egress baskets they can get in, and those are going to zip line them essentially down to the ground within seconds to safety. Another great example of those safety procedures are going to be the LAS, or the launch abort system that I mentioned earlier. Just a reminder, that's the one that can pull the crew and capsule away from any danger within a few minutes of into the launch. Now, those are just a couple quick examples, but our recovery teams have been training extensively, quite a lot, to make sure that they are ready and prepared for any challenging situation that could possibly arise. All right. Several other objectives that we are going to be looking at are also going to be communication checkouts. That is going to be vital. I know we talked a little bit earlier about all the maneuvering that they're going to be able to do, but we want to make sure that they have full communication ability from space to ground so that we can fully support them here. We are also going to be checking out those life support systems. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the service module and what it is going to do for the crew, but we want to make sure that those life support systems are fully functioning, obviously, before we send them farther into deep space. That's going to be critical for them. So on top of being able to maneuver the spacecraft and check everything out, we are also going to be making sure that everything is fully functioning. So as you can see, big part of this mission is to make sure that the spacecraft, the hardware, and all the operations are working and that the data is going to make sense. And speaking of recovery, we are also going to have the opportunity at splashdown to recover that launch or that flight data, and we're going to be able to take that back, analyze it, and make sure there are if there are any enhancements we need or changes we need to make before our next missions, we'll be able to do so. So lots to do. They're going to stay very busy, obviously. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Megan.
2 hours, 25 minutes and counting, and the crowd, check it out, continues to grow at our Banana Creek viewing location. They will have a great view of launch, and we will go back now to Leah Martin, who's standing with her next guests.
Hey, Megan, yeah, we're surrounded by thousands of people, some here local from the Space Coast, but we actually have quite a few people who have traveled a pretty far distance to be with us today. I'm actually joined here by a group from the International Space Station Ambassadors Program who have come from all over the globe. Saku, you're here from Japan, you've come, Val, from Mexico, and then we have brother and sister Cosma and Jesco here who are visiting from Germany. You actually told me that you participated in the NASA.
The drama, the action, the excitement as we're coming on the air with this NBC News special coverage of the historic moon launch. T-minus 2 hours and 24 minutes until the Artemis II mission lifts off. You're looking live at it here from the Kennedy Space Center to send 4 astronauts farther into space than anyone's ever seen before. We got the big countdown clock. We're keeping our eye on this one, ticking down literally to 6:24 Eastern. That's when we think we're going to get the all systems go from NASA's mission control. But there's a late-breaking twist, folks. We've just heard from our weather team about some spotty showers in the area. Remember, this thing is not going to launch if there is precipitation, if there's drops falling from the sky. We're going to get more into that in just a second. But the crew, they are already on board. Look at them, making their way to the launch pad earlier. This is the mission that'll bring the first black astronaut, the first woman, the first Canadian to the moon. But this crew says they really don't think in terms of those kinds of superlatives. They're thinking about this as a way to bring the world together. And you are looking at some of the people who have a front row seat to this history there in Cape Canaveral. And for this huge moment for the country's space program, it is the next step to try to see another moon landing and eventually a Mars mission. There's a lot riding on this one. We've got it covered from every angle. Ryan Chandler posted up with the crowds on the beach. Al Roker's got the forecast. Emily Rice, space scientist, is with us too, along with Gotti Schwartz in L.A., of course, Tom Costello at the Kennedy Space Center. I want to get right to Al Roker here. Now, I want to explain to people, we're going to be dipping in and out of the NASA coverage here in about 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes. There's going to be a key moment where they're going to seal and lock some of the access panels. But we've got some developing news with this forecast here. Some showers are popping up, although not lightning, right?
Not at this moment, although there are some storms to our south, Hallie. But we also have the winds starting to pick up. As I look to my south, I can see actually some blue sky. Let's show you what's going on as far as weather launch criteria. Here's what would be the issue if they were going to scrub this because of weather. So the weather launch criteria: lightning, clouds, precipitation, temperature, wind, solar activity. Interestingly enough, they will not launch if they see for 30 minutes after lightning is observed within 12 miles. They won't launch through a cloud layer that's within 6 miles and has freezing temperatures, or through precipitation. Now, we don't have to worry about over 94 degrees. The wind gusts right now still strong, but nowhere near 33 miles per hour. No severe solar activity. So right now, 78 degrees, winds out of the southeast at 8 miles per hour. The wind gusts are at 13, again, still within the parameters. We just got this forecast in from the 45th Weather Squadron. Now, the 45th Weather Squadron, basically, they are the real-time forecasters. They are here at the Patrick Space Force Base near Cape Canaveral. They're responsible for that forecast. Their main concerns, some clouds, some showers. You can see those showers moving to the south. There is a little additional risk right now on from a 1 to 5 of solar activity. It's a 1. Now, if this was a 3 to a 5, they might consider scrubbing it because that solar activity, like a geomagnetic storm, could cause problems with the communications and with the instrumentation. But right now, fingers crossed, looks like weather's a go. An 80% chance, according to the 45th Weather Squadron, Allie.
So then, Al, the TLDR on this is that you think in the next couple of hours, these spotty showers are going to blow through and we should be okay, we think.
I do think so. And if they are, they should be far enough out of that radius that will be okay.
Al Roker, love to see you, my friend. Thank you for being with us. Tom, let me go to you on this because it's important to note here, they're aiming for 6:24 Eastern. That's what we just talked about here. But it could be 6:37. It could be 7:05. They have a little bit of wiggle room, which we don't always see in these kind of launches.
They have a 2-hour window, and just so you know, I've got NASA in one ear and you in the other, so I'm trying to listen to what NASA Mission Control is saying right now.
Well, I'm going to take a pause here real quick, Tom. And I'm sorry, I know I just tossed you. Let me dip into NASA because it's 4:04. It's 4:04 Eastern. We know that this is the moment when they are making a move here. They're sealing and locking what are basically the access panels here, right? The crew module service panels. Let's listen in for just a second as we're looking live here on this.
The history of our solar system and of our planet, but also about our place in the cosmos.
We are so proud of the Artemis team and so excited for what you will see and learn on behalf of all of humanity during your trip around the moon. As we push the boundaries...
Dipping in for a pre-recorded message on that one, Tom. So let me go back to you on this. You're making the point here. You're listening to NASA. They're keeping an eye on all of this, everything that Al is laying out, too, as it relates to weather.
Bottom line is they're pressurizing the cabin right now, the crew module. The crew is already in. They're already seated. They want to pressurize this, and then they will close the hatch. So we are right now getting very close to when they will close the hatch on Orion. Just a reminder, of course, Orion is that crew capsule sitting on top of the Artemis rocket stack. We've got 4 astronauts now inside. Commander Reid Wiseman is inside. Pilot Victor Glover is inside. Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and then Christina Koch, mission specialist. So those 4 are seated and ready to go. They'll close this hatch, and then they'll begin the preparations for the countdown. The countdown's already on, but in terms of actually launching. But to your point, they could launch as soon as 6:24 p.m., but they've got a 2-hour window. So the idea is they could launch an hour later if necessary, hour and a half later if necessary, as long as they're within that 2-hour window. And you may recall that during the missions when we were watching them go to the space station, they had a very tight window, right? Because they had to intercept the space station, which is orbiting. They don't have that tight of a window now because they're headed towards, first of all, an Earth orbit for a day, and then they go out for a 4-day mission onto the moon. So they got a little wiggle room. They're not on such a precise trajectory to intercept, for example, the space station.
So let me go through in the next 30 minutes, Tom, to walk people through kind of a viewer's playbook, if you will. We're on the air until this thing takes off. So you're going to watch it here on NBC News Now. You're going to watch it on NBC News on the broadcast channel. In about 30 minutes is when they're going to close, essentially, the hatch for the emergency escape system. And then in the next hour, we're going to get a final briefing, basically, from NASA officials. These are all key moments. These are all key points, Tom, for what will be, you know, the actual moment of liftoff, which will be dramatic, historic. The world is going to be watching this as these astronauts keep reminding us.
That's right. So, pardon me as I look down at my notes, and we've got a whole long textbook almost of notes on this mission. But at launch minus an hour and 10 minutes, you're going to have the launch director briefing, essentially getting the latest results of the imagery, if you will, on the thermal protection systems, close out the hatch, and then that closeout crew leaves the complex. So that'll be at about launch at minus 50 minutes and 40. L50 minus is what I mean to say there. And then finally, we're going to be looking at them doing the final countdown hold at about launch minus 40 minutes. So there are several holds built into this entire countdown. That's all normal, so they can do a final check, run all their systems diagnostics again, poll everybody. Everybody has to be on board. You may recall, if you've seen Apollo 13, if you've seen all the movies about Apollo 11, the guy who's in charge at Mission Control, the launch director, polls everybody. Are you go? Are you go?
That's
Are
right.
you go? Anybody can raise a red flag. They poll everybody and to make sure they're all on board. So far, they're all on board.
And listen, that's a critical part of this, Tom, because if anybody's not on board, they got to raise the red flag. If, in fact, there is a red flag that is warranted, the safety of these astronauts is paramount, as we know. Tom Costello, you are hanging out with us for the next many hours of your life, so thank you. I'm going to let you take a quick look at your notes there. And let me go to Gotti Schwartz. I want to get to Ryan Chandler after that, who's on the beach in Cape Canaveral. I'm just going to tell my team now. But Gotti, let's talk just briefly here as we're living in this moment. And again, they're working on the pressurization of the crew hatch, basically, the place where the astronauts are sitting. They're all geared up. They're going to go off, like later on tonight, they're going to be able to take off the space. You know, they're going to be able to start to do some of the testing that they need to do as Orion begins to get on its journey, which will take 4 days to get to the moon. In the next couple of hours, Gotti, what are the most critical points that you're watching here?
Obviously, the launch. The launch is going to be the most exciting part for all of us watching. The most clinchy part for those that are on that massive rocket. That thing is bigger than the Statue of Liberty. It's pushing 8 million, almost 9 million pounds of thrust, and it is going to launch from Earth, heading straight up to that zero gravity, as you just mentioned. And then they get that resort stay, that one-night stay as they circle Earth, and then they head to the moon. But yeah, launch is very, very exciting. I can't believe, I mean, again, we talk about this all the time, but the fact that we're looking at that massive tower, there are 4 tiny little, very fragile humans in the top part of that. And then that is going to be lit with all kinds of flames, so much thrust generated. It's going to sound like thunder, man-made thunder all throughout Cape Canaveral. Everyone is going to see these 4 tiny humans blasting off into space. And now we're going to see cameras everywhere. So very, very excited to see what happens over the next few hours. But just so fun to watch, Hallie.
It is incredible. It's a critical moment for a lot of reasons, especially because it's a step closer to yet another moon landing, the first one in decades, and then obviously the mission to Mars after that. Gotti, I know you're going to stand by for us too, but let me get to Ryan Chandler, who I mentioned previously. He's out on the beach because, Ryan, this is a huge moment for the world, for the U.S., for NASA, and for the people behind you who are going to get a hell of an afternoon.
That's putting it lightly, Hallie. Yeah, welcome to what feels like the biggest star party on Earth right now. Look at the scene here. Thousands of people cutting across states and countries and generations perched on this pier, looking forward to looking up in just a couple hours now. It's been so cool to speak with the people here because they really do come from all around the world. We've met people from Costa Rica, from London, from so many states across the country, and crucially, from all ages. We've met families coming with 3 generations, some who have hoped to see this for their entire lives, who've never seen a space launch before, and others, the grandparents for whom this conjures up some memories from the golden age of Apollo more than 50 years ago. Much has been said about how unifying of a moment this is, but you really feel it here, and it's so cool to see. I want you to listen to some of the conversations that we had with people here earlier.
How often does this happen? Not very often. So, you know, to be here and be in this place at this time is really quite miraculous.
And it's neat to see everyone all rallying around. Everyone wants to see it. So to be a part of that is special.
Some 400,000 people are expected to come all around the region to put their own eyes on this. This is just a slice of that, but we're about as close as you can get as a member of the public. So this is the best vantage point. These people all say they feel very lucky to witness this part of history here, Hallie.
Well, I would be remiss, Ryan. You got to, I don't know who your photog is. Can you swing around? What is the view? What is your view? What are you going to see? Swing it. Let us see it.
So let's spin around. This is what we're looking at, and we're about 12 miles away from where Tom and Al and everybody at NBC HQ is at the Kennedy Space Center. But
you'll see it.
Even
Go
with
right
that
up.
distance.
Yeah.
Right. I've been told that it doesn't matter how far you are. When you're this close, it is the type of blast that you feel with every bone of your body. You see it well before you hear it. These people knew the right place to come, and I can't wait to see this myself, Hallie.
I would take that beach day any day. Ryan Chandler, hang tight, Ryan. We're coming back to you. We want to check in as we get closer to launch. Thank you, my friend. It's incredible to see, too, as you look in Ryan's live shot there, the kids, the next generation of Americans, of people inspired by what this moment is. And somebody who knows that well is somebody who has been to space. He has also been where I am here in Washington. That's because he's a member of the United States Senate, Senator Mark Kelly, who is joining us now. Senator Kelly, thank you so much for being with us for our special coverage here of the Artemis mission. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you for having me on, Hallie.
I'm struck by, I don't know if you had a chance to see one of our colleagues out there at Cape Canaveral. All these people have come out to watch this moment. You've got millions of people tuning in throughout the country, around the world to watch this. And there's a lot of other stuff happening in the world. You've got a war against Iran that the president has put on in the Middle East. You've got gas prices soaring. You've got concerns over the cost of living. And yet there's this moment that the astronauts on board this mission, taking this mission, have said they hope this is a unifying moment to bring the world together. What's your argument as to why people should be invested in this launch?
Well, that's why we need this. And I think the astronauts on board, the 4, so 3 American astronauts, 1 Canadian, they're spot on. That this can be a unifying thing, not just for our country, in a time where we are very divided and there are so many challenges that we're facing overseas and here at home. A moment like this can be really, really important to getting our country back on track and understanding that we are really all in this together.
There's a real and I want to explain to people, too, Senator, you know this well, but just for folks watching at home, what we're looking at now, this is the launch crew. They are working on the outside of Orion, essentially, the outside of the crew hatch. Again, we talked about how this is the point where these engineers are going to be working to seal and lock up the access panels here. In about, looking at my clock, 20, 30 minutes or so, they're going to be able to secure the launch abort system. In other words, the emergency escape hatch, in essence. And as we're looking at this, Senator, we talk about the policy reason behind this, too. There is a space race. You wrote an op-ed for the Times on NASA last year, and you said if America abandons space to China, it's China that's going to get to write the rules of the road, and other countries will partner with China instead of us. They want to land on the moon by 2030, start building a base. What are the consequences, Senator, if China does pull ahead here?
Well, the consequences wouldn't be good. I mean, space is the high ground, not only, militarily, but I think in some regard to our economy. We have successfully built an economy in low Earth orbit. There is no reason why we cannot do the same thing on the surface of the moon. And that's NASA's goal. Right now, it's up to me and my other colleagues in the Senate to make sure NASA has the resources to do this. But we can't leave this to the Chinese to do this. They're incredibly ambitious. In every arena, they present a challenge to us, militarily, economically, scientifically. And I think if we remain focused on the things that matter and address the issues that we need to fix with, policy and politics and, the rest of this century can truly be an American century. And it's missions like this that highlight the importance of doing that.
But Senator, can Artemis keep up with China, considering what some see as a brain drain at NASA, some 4,800 workers who have left since the start of the second Trump term?
Hallie, you do not see the Chinese sending a rocket around the moon today, right? They're far from being able to do this. Now, who gets to the surface first? I'm not sure what's going to happen here. I think if we give NASA the resources, that we have the best scientists and engineers in the world, we clearly can accomplish our goals.
We should note, too, the update just coming in from our team, listening into NASA as we're taking a look at some of the video here. Everything is pressurized in the crew hatch as expected. So yet again, another green check mark as we're getting closer and closer to liftoff, Senator. You were on Reddit. You were chatting with some of the Redditors just yesterday, I think it was. And you talked about the timeline for a lunar landing, the options here that you expected to shift. We know they've looked at early 2028. Do you think that's feasible?
I think it's possible, but from my experience in doing this for 15 years, things tend to slip to the right. It's going to depend a lot on how much in the way of financial resources can we apply to these missions. The next 2 Artemis missions, which will hopefully happen next year or the year after, and then how much do we invest in building the landers and the entire system to get
people to the surface of the moon and back. You know, these are complicated things, and NASA needs the support from the Congress to do this.
You also talked about how you want to bring back the space shuttle, and I wonder about this. I know you'd be on this mission tomorrow if he gave you the phone call, Senator. But do you think really that NASA?
Allie, I was kidding.
Okay, I have to ask how tongue-in-cheek that was. You know, one of the things we saw on the beach there at Cape. Oh, go ahead, Senator. I was going to say one of the things we saw on the beach in Cape Canaveral.
I was going to say I love the space shuttle. I mean,
I know you do.
I love the space shuttle. It's the best spaceship ever built, like by far. And it could do so many things. It was time to retire it when we did back in 2011.
You and your brother, I know, grew up watching the Apollo missions. You look at the kids now on the beach at Cape Canaveral. What is your sense of how inspirational this moment may be for the next generation of kids who are watching this like you all those years ago?
Well, I think it's huge. I mean, when a kid, watches this, like I watched many of the Apollo missions when I was growing up, not Apollo 11, because my mom said I fell asleep on the floor. My brother remembers it, but we were in kindergarten and I was apparently tired. So I missed that one, but the later ones was a great inspiration for me. Got me interested in science and engineering, and I think this mission can do the same for an entirely new generation of kids.
Senator Kelly, I can tell you my kindergartner, thanks to the 6:30 Eastern time frame, will be awake for this one if it goes off as planned. Senator Kelly, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Appreciate you being with us. I know it's a big moment for so many folks, including former astronauts like yourself. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Hallie.
Sure thing. Let me bring in somebody else who knows NASA well, and that's astronaut Anne McClain. She is joining us now from the Kennedy Space Center. And Anne, talk us through some of this, because you know the members of this crew. You've got a lot of experience. You've got the Canadian member who's really not done this kind of long-term, multi-day space trip before, who's talked about how Jeremy Hansen there, all the way on the right, he said, I hope it's not annoying to the rest of the crew that I'm kind of getting my space legs under me when we're up there. Talk to me about these people who are your colleagues, your friends, you know them. What must this moment be like right now?
Well, we have a very small astronaut corps. Our professional astronaut corps is less than 50 astronauts. We all do life together. We spend a lot of time together. We train, we fly, we plan together. So watching these are four incredible human beings that are on this rocket. And they all have varying different backgrounds and experiences that they bring in. Reid Wiseman, the commander, he was the chief of the astronaut office. He's flown on the Soyuz. He's flown to the International Space Station. Victor Glover, Christina Koch, those are two of my classmates, the 8-ball class of 2013. And so I've worked with them for 12 years, flew aboard the International Space Station with Christina. And, Jeremy Hansen, I think he's underselling himself. It should be a very proud moment for Canada to see him on top of this rocket. And he is one of the finest human beings I've ever had the chance to work with. He specializes in making cohesive teams. And so I know he's going to bring a lot to this crew, and he's a big reason why this team is so tight.
Well, to your point, the humility is evident when you have any conversation or listen to any of the briefings from any of these four. Did you get a chance to have any conversations before they ended up in quarantine?
We talk all the time. I think we got our last text from one of these crewmates. I won't call out who, but it was as late as maybe midday today. So
nice.
We're a very tight group.
That's so cool.
And they're very excited for the mission, but I can tell you that they are very, very focused. There is a lot of responsibility on their shoulders, all four of them. Artemis II, it's not a victory lap. It's laying the foundation for the rest of the Artemis missions. It's a big test mission.
And I promise I won't make you read the group chat. I won't ask you to do that. But give me a sense. I mean, you talk about the focus, but the nerves, too. I mean, you listen to them talk. They're cool as cucumbers. But this is a hugely tense moment at the same time.
It is a tense moment for those of us that are not sitting in the seat. But what I can tell you is the reason that they are calm is because they are prepared. One of the first things that struck me when I was a new astronaut was watching crews on the day of launch, and the calmest people on the day of launch are the crews that gets on those rockets because they are so focused. They're not distracted. They have a task at hand. They are constantly in their mind going over their procedures, their emergency procedures, their plans, their backup plans, and they are the best that could be sitting on this rocket right now, and they're ready. That's where their calm demeanor comes from.
This is also a moment for their families, too. I mean, all of them have talked about their families being inspirational for them, supports for them if they've gone through, as you know, Anne, what can be a grueling process to get to this point, the pinnacle of being able to be on board a mission like this.
Yeah, we ask a lot from the families of the astronauts. Our astronauts travel all the time. They train all the time. And the families are the ones that really kind of make up for their absence and support them when things get hard. This job isn't easy day to day. There's a lot that goes into it. And I know the families of these four, they are incredible people. They are very supportive of their crew. And they are doing some heavy lifting today. It is tough to be the family member of an astronaut on launch day. And our hearts are with them, and we are with them to support them.
I was also struck, Anne, in hearing from them over the course of the last however many weeks, there are some real superlatives here. There are some real firsts that are happening. You look at, as you say, both of your classmates, as you say, both of the ones who you've gone up through the program with, are making history in their own right. They have really emphasized, though, that's not what this is about. Over and over again, we've heard from all four of these astronauts, and I wonder your perspective on this, that this is about much more than simply a first for women or for black astronauts or whatever the case may be, or for Canada. This is about the world. This is about bringing the world together.
Yeah, I think you said it exactly correct. This is for Team Human, and these are four incredible representations of Team Human. And, you know, the first that we do, we don't set out at NASA to make history or to have firsts. We accomplish those things on the way to exploring, on the way to doing great things, on pushing the boundaries of what human beings are capable of. And then every now and then you get a day like today where when you sit back and you reflect and you go, man, that was a step function in what we're able to do in our space program. As I mentioned, this crew is completely focused on the task at hand. And I think that their reflection on being the first in their place in history will come later. They're the types of people that are going to look back and tell you what they did. They're not going to be the ones that are going to sit here and tell you what they're going to go do.
I love that. Anne, thank you so much for being with us. I know you've got a busy afternoon ahead and a front row seat to all of the action there at Kennedy Space Center. Anne McLean, thank you very much for your time. It's such a pleasure to talk to you. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. I see the clock is still moving, so it's a great day at KSC.
There you go. Thank you. Thanks, Ann. Clock is still moving. I'm going to ask our team to pull it up. Time to launch here. We are closing in on almost 2 hours exactly. And the next key moment is going to come in just about 20 minutes. There it is. 1 hour and 59 minutes here. We are closing in on the next big moment in just about 20 minutes from now. That's when the escape hatch gets essentially battened down. We're going to have two briefings in about 40 minutes. We're going to have one specifically on the sort of thermal protection system, in other words, the rocket surface. We're going to have another briefing after that, the last one, the last leadership check on mission readiness. We're going to bring that to you live as well. As we do, I want to bring in our space scientist, Emily Rice, who's joining us. And I'm struck listening to Ann talk, an astronaut who knows this, an astronaut who talked about how locked in, basically, this crew is. They've got a lot of work to do. This ain't a joyride. They're going to have testing to do. They're going to have, various things to run, essentially, because this is all in prep for the next mission to the moon.
Yeah. They have a very packed schedule. This is a 10-day mission. They have 1 day of rest. I think day 7 they get to take off a little bit. But they are taking this capsule to the moon with humans in it for the first time. And so that has happened without humans with Artemis I. But there are a huge amount of systems in this capsule that have not been fully tested in space with people in there. And so everything from their spacesuits to their exercise, to their exercise equipment, to their food, to their water is going to be tested. The backup systems are going to be tested. And they're going to be piloting the spacecraft even for the first time themselves, which is really, really cool. One of the things that they're going to... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, please.
One of the things that they're going to do that I'm really excited about is one of the propulsion systems that will disconnect from the crew capsule, but then they're going to turn around and try to dock with it. Because eventually when they go to dock with the moon in future Artemis missions, this is not going to be a lander. The Orion capsule that they're in is going to be docking with other things. And so they're going to test that out with basically like a dummy thing before they even leave Earth orbit. And then after a day or so, they're going to do that burn in order to get them towards the moon. And so from the beginning, they've got a lot of work to do.
Well, I'm so glad you said that because, and I should note here too, the latest check from NASA, they are still working through that checklist on closing that module, that hatch basically. So that is expected. That is what we had known and thought was going to happen. And that is, of course, what is happening now. So I just want to keep people abreast of that situation. Again, 4:44 Eastern is going to be our next kind of listen in and check moment. But Emily, you talk about this action that's going to happen even in the hours 6, 7, 8 hours from now, before they get even out close to the moon, much less the far side of the moon here. There's a lot of work to be done just to get this to be a kind of livable space, checking the water, the toilets, getting everything arranged so they can live in this capsule for the next 10 days.
Yeah, yeah. They're actually going to spend more time orbiting the Earth than they are orbiting the moon, because they're not actually going to orbit the moon at all. So they're going to go out and back to the moon. They're going to do this kind of free fall back from the moon once they get around it. But they're going to have to check things out at first low Earth orbit and then high Earth orbit, which is something that we don't talk about a lot, because everything that we have now in space, the International Space Station, is at low Earth orbit. And so already at high Earth orbit is something that just we haven't tested humans at in a long, long time. And so having the system up there, getting it into an orbit where they can start to get, there we go, out to the moon and test all of their systems in that space is going to be really, really exciting to watch it happen. I've heard in the first day they don't actually get a full 8 hours of sleep. They have 2 4-hour blocks that they can sleep. They'll be woken up again. Eventually they're going to get a full 8 hours once they get on their way to the moon.
Yeah, 4.5 hours is their first, basically nap. I don't know if we can call that any kind of night's sleep, Emily. But as we're taking a look here, and this is the path, that kind of figure eight that they'll do around the moon before returning to Earth just about 10 days from now. I was struck, Emily, you talked about how if things work right, we won't even notice them. In other words, the bar for success is almost invisibility.
Yeah, there's a lot of systems on here. Like I said, the backup systems, the tertiary systems, they want to know that all of those things are working, because you don't want to get there, find out that you need them, and then find them not working. And so this is the mission where they're going to take that time to test out all of these things on orbit around the Earth before they even leave to the moon.
Dr. Emily Rice, we're so glad to have you with us. It is a big moment, and we're getting closer and closer to it. Emily, I know you'll be hanging out with us throughout the rest of the evening as well, because we're going to have all of those key moments right here on NBC News Now. So a reminder, on the left side of your screen there, you see Kennedy Space Center. That's it. This is where the action is going to happen. About 12 miles from that is Ryan Chandler. You saw him on the beach at Cape Canaveral with all those people who brought out the tents, the coolers, the beach chairs, because they want to watch history go down. And you will join us in watching history go down less than 2 hours from now when the Orion capsule, Artemis II mission, launches off. That is the go time. We will see if we get there, if there's any wiggle room. Again, we're keeping an eye on those spotty showers that have worked their way through. Keep in mind that these Artemis missions, right, the setup to the missions to the moon are going to matter big time to 2 of the world's richest men, both of whom are in a space race of their own. We're talking Elon Musk, of course, and Jeff Bezos. SpaceX, that's Musk. Blue Origin, that's Bezos. They're both contenders to play a big role in the next Artemis mission, Artemis III. NASA plans to use one or both commercial landers from the two companies. Right? If you look at the literature they've put out on that, could be both, could be just one. You see Bezos tweeting here, "Let's go," with a picture of the crew, as one of our reporters caught this picture of SpaceX's new huge facility to build its rockets that's right by Kennedy Space Center. Brian Chung is joining us now. This is a big moment for the U.S., for the world, and also for the billionaires' space race that they're trying to get a piece of, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, when we think about the space race in historical context, of course, it's been about the United States versus other countries that are trying to shoot off into the moon. Now, I want to point out that this space race, though, is entirely domestic. It's 2 companies, as you mentioned, Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin, as well as Elon Musk's SpaceX.
But in the interest of, Brian, in the interest of just keeping people abreast of what's happening, we've just gotten word of a potential issue with the checklist that these engineers are going through. So, Brian, I'm going to ask you to stand by. I want to go right to Tom Costello for this. Tom, what's going on? What's NASA saying?
Jesus.
Oh, I don't think we have Tom. We'll come back to Tom in just a second. He's going to wave us off because he's probably listening to NASA. But our team's telling us that there is something that they're looking into further. This may not be anything that delays the liftoff time, but obviously, given that we are so close, we want to keep a close eye and ear on what's happening. I think we've got Tom back. Let me check back in with our pal. Sorry to bust over to you, Tom, but I know we got some action.
No, it's all. Not at all. In fact, I would hang on as I'm listening to Mission Control.
Well,
they're
let's pull it up so
working a
everyone
system,
can listen.
an issue right now.
Let's pull it up.
Let's listen in.
But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. But we'll keep you updated on what happens in regards to, as far as my understanding goes, a pretty unique situation here with trying to bring resolution and kind of help out the situation that we're seeing at the range right now. And that's the latest here from the firing room. I'll send it back to Megan and Nicole out the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, very unique, but I think it speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work it?
Yeah, what a great...
All right,
let me bring back in Tom
explain
here. Go ahead,
as
yep.
best I can. Yeah, I'm sorry, Hallie. As best I can in layman's terms, and actually this may be a moment where we really are fortunate to have Steve Robinson with us. But if I could, Hallie, here's what's going on. They just said that they have an issue there working with the flight termination system, and they have to verify their systems. And the controller, the flight termination controller, is asking to go get a piece of heritage equipment, in other words, old equipment, from the shuttle days to be able to kind of compare and contrast where they are with their current system. And a reminder that they are essentially borrowing the solid rocket booster technology from the shuttle days, but they've also got some engines from the shuttle days. And if you don't mind, I'm standing right next to Steve.
I was just going to say,
Steve is an expert. You were on the shuttle. Steve, what does this mean to you? How are you reading between the lines here?
Well, it's brand new. I've known about it for about 20 seconds, so I will say that the safety termination system is something that every rocket that launches near humans has to have. It is a radioactivated system, and when they do the test, they have to make sure that there's continuity between the power, the data, and the radio receiving. And so if they have extra equipment they can bring in to bear to replace it out, swap it out, that is NASA ingenuity right there as it happens.
But that would suggest to me, tell me if I'm wrong, that we're not talking about a piece of hardware necessarily out on the pad. It could be something literally in the flight control center.
I'd have to hear more about it to say that.
Okay.
It depends on what they're talking about swapping out. They do have a 2-hour window here, you know. So we're now an hour and 49 minutes from the opening of a 2-hour window. So that gives us some wiggle room.
Hey,
I
Steve,
think what we heard is they're going to march forward. Mm-hmm.
No, this is great. Steve, I was just going to ask then, based on what you know about the flight termination system, is this, because they talked about they're going to continue working through the checklist, this doesn't pause everything else that they're doing, but is this fixable?
I don't think any of us knows enough about it. In fact, the people working on it may not know that yet either. So let's. It tends to be a fairly simple system, I will say, because it has to work, and it's not bound with many layers of complexity. So let's just see how they resolve this problem. I would have confidence that they can.
I'm going to ask our team if we should dip back into the NASA briefers, because it's important to listen to some of those updates. They're in a pre-recorded message at the moment, but I know we've got Tom, we've got Steve with us as well. Steve, pulling back big picture. These are as you noted, we're an hour and 48 minutes now from launch. This is a critical moment. We've spoken with one of the classmates, an astronaut, Anne McLean, who knows Victor, who knows Christina, who are on board, obviously, as well as the rest of the crew. They are incredibly focused at this moment. Walk us through what this last hour and a half must be like inside Orion.
There's a cadence to it. There's a cadence where you're listening to the launch control folks. Every single console is calling in with their information and the status of their system. There's a lot of interchange going on behind. The crew is paying very close attention to everybody, right down to listening to the tones of voices, because everybody by now knows each other well. They've been through these simulations, I mean, literally hundreds of times. So they're very ready. And let me tell you one more thing. If we need to delay the launch, the crew is going to be the last people to be terribly disappointed. They'll be a little disappointed, but they know that this is a brand new rocket that hasn't flown before. I twice have come back from the launch pad with my spacesuit still on.
And that's to your point. It is a 2-hour window, so there is a little bit of wiggle room involved for them to get something done on this flight termination system. They don't, at this point, seem concerned yet about launching inside that window. They are still troubleshooting that particular issue as we speak, Steve.
Well, I think there's a whole lot of work going on behind the scenes, and this is when NASA. It's just so great to work for NASA at times like this. And you know, for young folks, if you're listening right now, and you're wondering what would it be like to work with NASA, for NASA, as a contractor for NASA, this is what it's like. Identifying problems and solving them right away, and using your smartest brain you've ever had and working with some of the smartest people you've ever had. That's what is going on right now, and that's what it's like to work for this space program.
You've done a lot in space. You've done 4 shuttle missions, 3 spacewalks. You know what this is like. bring us inside that capsule. It's the focus. I have to think there's some level of nerves, right? Are you thinking about your family, or are you just fully contemplating the task at hand?
The latter. My feeling was always, you got the hugs, you got the handshakes out of the way, you got your picture taken a million times. You finally turn around to the rocket, and your focus is on the rocket. I know my family said, wow, the day of launch, it seemed like you left yesterday. So,
isn't that so
yeah, it's absolute focus. This is what you're born to do.
Yeah. Dr. Steve Robinson, former NASA astronaut. We're so glad to have you with us. Thank you, Steve. If you can hang tight for just a minute longer, I don't know if you can. I know we want to get a sense of this issue that they're dealing with, and we'd love to have your expertise here. But while we figure out what's happening there, and while NASA takes a look at that, let me bring back in Gadi Schwartz. And again, Gadi, I want to be clear here. There doesn't seem to be a level of intense alarm, at least not at this moment, based on what we're hearing from NASA.
Right. Right. And I hope you still have him on the line, because I'm going to ask some pretty blunt questions here. The flight termination system, as I understand it, that is one of those systems that we hope we never use. It's a fancy way of saying, basically, if things go wrong and this thing is flying over a populated area, it needs to terminate the flight. And again, I'd love a NASA astronaut to jump in if I'm wrong here, but I got a little model, right? Because I always have my SLS model here. But this thing goes up, and something goes wrong, and let's say the Orion capsule ejects, which is another system that is incredible. But let's say that the Orion capsule safely ejects, and this thing is, I don't know, somewhere over Florida or somewhere over a populated area. They got to blow this thing up. They got to terminate the flight, which means blow this up into smithereens that are small enough so it doesn't cause damage to the people still here on Earth if things go wrong. Now, to hear them say, maybe there's a heritage part that we could swap out, the system, as I understand it, and again, anybody from NASA, please feel free to weigh in, but the system, as I understand it, it's got a bunch of different parts. Obviously, it's got the explosive ordnance that is placed throughout this spacecraft that would allow it to terminate that flight and blow up into safe little pieces. But then it's also got things like an antenna. It's also got things like a redundant battery. It's also got things like the arming switches and those types of things that maybe they can swap out from one of the legacy programs. But when we say that flight termination system, I believe that's what we're talking about. It sounds fancy and scientific, but I think it is what would destroy this spacecraft if something went wrong and the humans aboard were able to eject safely. And then I do want to bring up, again, these are systems that we will hopefully never, ever, ever see happen. But the SLS has that launch abort system. And it's actually, when you look at this thing, if we can zoom in right here, see this little tippity top part right here? This little antenna, it's not like a radio antenna. What this is a whole rocket setup. So the Orion capsule sits right here in the middle, and it's at the top of obviously the rocket. But if something were to go wrong with the SLS, what would happen is that there would be these little rockets that fire up, and this system pulls the Orion away from the rocket, and all of the very flammable fuel that's in the SLS pulls it away by firing these rockets, so the Orion goes safely off. It's like an ejection seat. And then this goes off and explodes safely over somewhere, maybe the ocean, hypothetically there. But again, two different systems that we're talking about right now. And when we talk flight termination system, we might want to bring in Tom or one of those NASA astronauts to just double check.
Steve Robinson's
been listening. That's what I think they're talking about.
Let me stand by with your prop, because I want to come back on something else on this, too, to help people explain, to help people understand what's going to happen over the course of the next 8 hours. But, Steve, I know you were listening to Gadi sort of explain all of that. Anything that you want to add?
He's right. A flight termination system terminates the flight.
Right.
And the wonderful thing about this Artemis system is, unlike the space shuttle, it has a way to get away from a rocket that is in serious trouble.
Yeah.
We did not have that option in the space shuttle. So what he said about the launch abort system, the LAS, which is the rocket sitting on top of the capsule, If that fires, it can outrun the big core rocket of the Artemis, and it does that in 2 seconds. It will be going about 400 miles an hour faster than the main rocket. So it will save the crew, and then the idea is to ditch the rest of the rocket into the ocean so it never hits land.
But then, Steve,
Hey,
can I
Hallie.
ask you this? Well, let me just jump in with a question here, because in about a minute and a half from now, they were supposed to be working on the securing of the hatch closure for the launch abort system. It sounds like what you're saying, though, is that because of this flight termination issue, they can't actually do that, or can they? Help me understand that. Can they check that box yet or no?
I don't know for sure. It depends on how the sequence works, and there's a little bit of a mechanical overlap. You know, there's 2 hatches. There's one in the launch abort system on the outside fairing, and then there's the hatch in the capsule itself. So the latter goes first and the former goes second.
Okay, that's helpful. Tom, I know you're trying to jump in, and then Gotti, I'll get to you.
Listen, I mean, Gotti and Steve have done a great job laying this out. I think it's important to know what they're not saying. They got a bad piece of equipment. They're saying they just want to verify something that they are getting, right? Some read that they have on the system. And to do that, they want to check with a piece of equipment that quite literally is in the building behind me. It's in the vehicle assembly building, and the launch control center is right next door. Now, we'll see how quick and easy that is. Do they have to literally pick up a piece of hardware and bring it over and plug it in? Or do they just verify a setting on that piece of hardware and everybody is satisfied? I think that's the big unanswerable, at least at the moment. And so far, they're not stopping the countdown, right? We're a minute 40 to liftoff at this moment. And as we've said, they've got launch pauses built in automatically. And then in addition, you got the 2-hour window. So 6:24, as we've said, it's not a hard and fast time. It's the beginning of that 2-hour window.
That's a good point. So we're watching basically two tracks here of things that could potentially put a wrinkle in that 2-hour window. One of them is this flight termination system issue we've been talking about. The other is the weather. And let me, and I know Al Roker is scrambling back to a camera for us because we have a weather update for you. We know there have been some spotty showers rolling through. Just to remind you, if there is precipitation, if something is dropping out of the sky, rain in this case, they are not going to launch. However, as Tom has pointed out and taken pains to do so repeatedly, they've got 120 minutes to mess with here, right? So 6:24 Eastern, that's the time that we've all got circled on our TikToks here, but that doesn't mean that that's when this thing is taking off. So there's that piece of it as well. Al's going to come back for more on that, but Gotti, I know you've been dying to get in on the conversation, and I want to go to you because you were right. I mean, the way you explained that termination system is totally it.
Yeah, there's the engineering speech, and I think like the NASA engineering speak is. It's good luck. We should stick to that because when you're talking about, explosions and blowing things up, things get a little nerve-wracking. But that system, as well as the launch abort system, it plays such an important role in the future of NASA and the direction that they're going in. He was just talking about how they didn't have that with the shuttle program in the same way that the launch abort system, in the same way that they have it with the SLS. What you're looking at the SLS right there, it is very similar to what we've seen with the Soyuz rocket, to what we saw during the Apollo missions. It's that stack, that teeny tiny little needle on the top that would be the life-saving pull the capsule out of harm's way device. I do have another prop, though. You want to see what we've got here?
I do, but can I give you a beat to get it ready? Because I got to get to Al Roker, Gotti, because we want to talk about the situation that's happening at Kennedy. Love you and your props, my friend. Al, you may have fewer props, but perhaps the more critical update for us here about what's going on with these showers. I mean, layman's eye, you know me, I'm not a meteorologist. Looks nice behind you. What's going on?
Yeah, well, that makes two of us. I'm not a meteorologist either, but that's okay. But I play one on TV. Okay, so here's the deal. Right now, if we go to the maps, we can show you our temperature is 76 degrees. We've got winds out of the southeast at 8 miles per hour, but the wind gusts are at about 16 miles per hour. Now, to be a problem for the launch, it would need wind gusts of over 30 miles per hour. So we're well within that. Now, here's the deal. We're gonna zoom out a little bit, put the satellite in play. Now, according to the 45th Weather Squadron, only a 20% chance of a weather delay. There is a little solar activity, but that's about a 1. Now, we're going to widen out here and show you back to the east, we don't really have much going on. So I think as far as those showers, they're dying down. We got plenty of blue sky, as you mentioned, and even though we've had the wind gusts, they haven't been as sustained as we saw within the last 45 minutes or so. So I think at least as far as weather's concerned, things are just getting better and better, Hallie.
Well, that's good news. Can you explain, too, Al, when you talk about solar activity, sounds like that is not a factor at the moment. You said it's level 1. What does that actually mean? Like a bit of a solar flare kind of thing?
Yeah, if we had a solar flare, an aurora borealis, something like that, something, a geomagnetic storm that could interrupt communications, activity like that, any sort of, directional information, all of that could be affected, but we would have to be above a 3 or a 4 for that to be any kind of a risk. At a 1, it's pretty minimal.
Which is good news for those who want to see this thing take off, as I'm sure you do. Al, we're 90 minutes from the window opening. How are you feeling? You got a hell of a seat, friend.
You know what? I'm really excited, Hallie. Here's the deal. Listen, I was 15 years old when Neil Armstrong stepped onto the moon. I was sitting there with my family. We were watching our Sears and Roebuck black and white television, all the Rokers sitting around, and never imagined that I would be down here to 52 years later to take a look at something like this. It's very exciting. And to be alongside my compatriot Tom Costello, who knows just about as much about space as anybody who hasn't gone up, it really is very, very special. So, and I'm just thrilled to be part of this. And right now, the sun is getting brighter and brighter, Hallie. So we're very excited. I was watching the NASA feed a little earlier, and the Artemis astronauts actually got, for the first time, because they renovated the White Room where they get all ready, they were the first ones to autograph that wall, as is the tradition. And it's pretty cool seeing those orange jumpsuits. By the way, that orange, it's international orange. It's an actual official color. It's the first time they're using those suits, and they got the blue accents. They look almost like Marvel superheroes, I got to tell you.
It's like something out of a movie, Al, as they are making their mark literally and figuratively on history.
Look at that.
Al Roker, we're so glad to have you, friend. Thank you, and thanks for keeping an eye on those showers blowing through, too. Really critical stuff here. We're going to sneak in a very quick break, 1 hour and 34 minutes now until that launch window opens. Do not go anywhere. We got another update coming up in just about 20 minutes or so from NASA. We're going to bring that to you as we are tracking everything related to Artemis II. Stay with us. We'll be right back. are back with this NBC News Now special coverage of Artemis II, that historic mission to the moon, set to send humans farther into space than anyone has gone before. We are just about now 90 minutes away from launch, or at least the launch window opening. You are taking a look now. This is a live look. We'll bring it up here outside the capsule, outside Orion, where those 4 astronauts are already on board. You've got engineers now working through a checklist. We've had 2 things we've been watching over the course of the last hour or so. Number 1, some spotty showers that started to roll through. Remember, this thing is not going to leave the launch pad if it is raining, if it is too windy. You heard from Al Roker just a minute ago. It looks like that has abated, so hopefully all things go for weather. There is also separately a flight termination system issue that they are looking at right now. NASA has made very clear that they are working through their checklist anyway. They are continuing to move through all the things they need to move through. I will tell you that in about 20-25 minutes or so, we expect to get a briefing, an update from NASA officials about what's going on, at least as it relates to the rocket. We are also keeping an eye on what's happening both inside and outside. They're removing pieces right now of the crew's module hatch. They're working to close the last hatch. So that is what you're looking at here. Again, the astronauts are already inside. They're already on board. This is a look now at the outside with those engineers doing this work, with now an hour and 30 minutes until the launch window opens. You know who's watching this? Everyone. People around the world, people across America, and people who are posted up at Cape Canaveral. They have a front row seat. They're going to watch it themselves down there near the Kennedy Space Center. I want to bring in Larissa Abreu from our NBC Miami station. She is joining us now. She's actually in Titusville, Florida. But you've got, can I say I'm jealous, Larissa? You got a great view.
Yes, I have the lucky assignment on this April Fool's Day. We're tracking relatively quiet conditions at the moment, but all around me, people have gathered since earlier this morning. I'm talking dark and early, Hallie. People have trickled in, and now the park is packed. Lots of energy here, and we hope everything goes off without a hitch.
No kidding. And we should note here, too, and I'll have our team bring up a little shot of the park where you are, because we are looking at what's called the White Room. This is just essentially where the closing team is. It's what you heard Al reference. The crew signed their names on the wall just previously. Why was it important, Larissa, when you talk to people, for them to be out here in person to watch this? Why did they make the trip and bring the chairs and lug the family out to Titusville?
That's a simple answer. This is historic, and people want to be a part of history. So many people I've spoken to say this is a generational thing. I spoke to a dear family. They're a couple rows behind me, and the dad brought his son when he was just a boy, and now that son has brought his 4 little sons, and he's there with his dad, with his wife, with his mom. And this is one of the stories that you continue to hear. There's people with their parents, people with their kids. There's folks here with their grandkids, and they just want to be a part of this moment in history.
Larissa Abreu, we're so glad to have you from our NBC Miami station. Thank you very much for being with us. You are looking live now at Kennedy Space Center. We are back here in Washington, where the president is as well. But in between a trip to the Supreme Court and getting ready for this big primetime address on Iran tonight, he is also posting about the Artemis mission, saying that the U.S. is winning in space, on Earth, everywhere in between, including now beyond the stars. The president says nobody comes close. We'll bring in Ryan Nobles here as we keep an eye. I'm going to ask our team to keep these live pictures up. This is a fascinating look here. I mean, this is it, Ryan. You're seeing now inside the capsule. You see the crew on board. You saw the engineers working just outside to make sure everything is closed up and ready to go. We're a few minutes away now from the next briefing. We're going to get 2 more before that launch window opens. And Ryan, despite the president posting about this, as presumably any president would do, in the eyes of many, including these astronauts, this is a moment that transcends politics.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hallie. And in the past, these type of big moments in American history that involve the space program have always been a unifying moment for Americans. And it has been a long time since we've had this type of launch with the amount of effort and work and financial resources that have been poured into it that the United States could all participate in such a meaningful way. It's in many ways the latest version of the space race. And while it is apolitical. There is a wider diplomatic and a global impact that this launch could potentially have that could have impacts and ramifications around the world. This is just the beginning of what the Trump administration hopes is an effort to both literally and figuratively plant a U.S. flag on the surface of Mars. If this mission goes according to the way that they're hoping, it is the next stage of this is actually sending and putting physical astronaut boots on the ground on the moon for the first time in more than 5 decades, and then the potential of a lunar colony, something that's being talked about.
Yeah.
And the White House said in a statement earlier today, they said that during President Trump's first term, the Artemis program was formally established to return humanity to the moon. President Trump is excited about the next phase with this historic upcoming Artemis II launch. The effort will strengthen American leadership in space, usher in scientific discoveries, and serve as the proving ground for missions to Mars. And it certainly is a change in U.S. policy, that we have not seen in quite some time, Hallie.
Ryan Nobles, thank you very much. We're taking a live look here. This is so interesting. So let me tell you what you're looking at here. These are the astronauts. In the upper left-hand corner, that is Christina Koch. She's the mission specialist, the first woman assigned to a NASA lunar mission. Below her is Jeremy Hansen. He's the Canadian here, a fighter jet pilot by background. He's going to be the first Canadian to do a lunar mission. You've got on the other side, the feet that you're seeing. That's the commander, Reid Wiseman. He's a longtime Navy vet. He's a dad, an engineer. He's from Baltimore, a ton of experience. He is leading this mission. And then you've got the pilot, Victor Glover. He's been an astronaut since 2013. He's heard Ann McClain talk about. He was a former pilot of the Crew 1 Dragon spacecraft. He's been stationed all over the country. He is going to be the first black astronaut now on a NASA lunar mission. Really incredible stuff here as you see the crew live in that capsule. Tom Costello is joining us here. And Tom, you've had many conversations. I know, listen to many briefings with these four, and they are ready for this moment.
They are ready. I've interviewed them all, and I've said on TV, you want to feel like an underachiever, hang out with a bunch of astronauts. I mean, these people are all incredibly smart. They are incredibly well-educated. They've got incredible resumes, and they're nice on top of all of that. I mean, they bring confidence, and they are kind and nice and smart. Let me just tell you that at the moment, Hallie, the vibe we're getting as we work our sources is positive. The vibe is this thing may still well be on track to launch. So I wouldn't be too concerned at the moment, but we're watching it very closely. Let me just also explain to you, we talked about the fact that they wanted to have somebody go back into the vehicle assembly building, that's the big building behind me, to pull out a piece of shuttle equipment. They are borrowing heavily from the shuttle for this mission, right? The solid rocket boosters on the side are right out of the shuttle program, and the engines, the RS-25 engines, are right out of the shuttle program. So there is technology that is interfaced now into the new, as a part of, the Space Launch System, the Artemis rocket stack. And so when you talk about it, kind of moving forward and progressing from Apollo to Artemis, the twin Greek god of Apollo, there's a lot of Artemis that is just like her twin, and they're borrowing from it, and they learn from it, and they move on. So it's not that surprising that they would go back and say, let's just double-check something we have that we used with the shuttle program.
Tom Costello. Tom, thank you very much. I'm going to ask you to stand by because you are taking a live look now as we hit the top of the hour. It is now 5 o'clock Eastern, T-minus 1 hour and 23 minutes until the launch window opens. And the earliest we could see this Artemis II mission take off and see that Orion capsule blast into space. It's going to be very dramatic. We're going to have coverage of every second of it right here on NBC News. We've been tracking a couple of things. So remember, we are watching the weather so far. Good vibes from Al Roker on that. We are tracking the flight termination system issue that Tom just laid out. And as you heard Tom say, sounds like good vibes from NASA so far on that, although we're watching it. We're watching for more information. This is a live look now at what they call the White Room. You saw the astronauts sign this earlier. They became the first to put their names on the wall because it's a new room. These are the engineers doing all those checks. So they're working their way through all the various things that have to be done now that the astronauts are inside the capsule. They are making sure that the latch system works. They are making sure that the hatch is sealed up, et cetera. In about 13 minutes, looking at the clock, we expect to get a briefing on essentially the rocket's surface. So that is a briefing from some members of NASA. And then leadership will brief this hour, right, coming up in maybe the next 40 minutes or so, the final one, getting ready for launch for this mission. We've got our teams across all of it here. And the significant moment in American space history, remember, this is potentially going to be the farthest any human has gone into space. The first time that human eyes will see the far side of the moon. An incredible moment that also sets up the next Artemis missions to the moon and potentially a Mars excursion after that. We're talking a years-long timeline here, but it is the next step. We've got Ryan Chandler with the crowds on the beach in Cape Canaveral. We've got former astronaut Steve Robinson, who is here. Casey Dreyer, Chief of Space Policy at the Planetary Society, is with us. Gotti Schwartz is in L.A., but Tom Costello is at Kennedy Space Center. And Tom, the stakes here are high. The anticipation may be higher.
Oh, I think that's 100% true. I think, listen, no offense to anybody who's been on any sort of a mission over the last 25, 30 years, including my good friend Steve, who's been on several shuttle missions. But I think you have to go back to Apollo to capture the kind of excitement that we are seeing just building here for this, because people want to go back to the moon. Okay, should we spend the money? Should we, is this a national priority? That's pretty much been decided, right? The country's decided it wants to go to the moon. Bipartisan support in Congress. Congress has allocated the money. They want to go to the moon. By the way, the world wants to go to the moon. I mean, if you talk about the international excitement and other countries are part of this NASA program, not just Canada, but we've got heavy influence, of course, from the Europeans and the Japanese. This is kind of a global priority to go back to the moon. And as you know, China wants to put their own humans, on the moon, same place we'd like to put ours, and create a moon base. So that creates kind of a geostrategic political play here as well. But NASA and the Western world wants to put astronauts on the moon, build a moon base, and then from there, hopefully tapping the ice that's in the South Pole to then be able to use that for your fuel to go on potentially to Mars. Although there's a whole new dynamic about going nuclear to go to Mars, which is a fascinating conversation in and of itself. And using a nuclear reactor on the moon, by the way, to power a moon base. So this is not, in my case, my parents' or grandparents' case for flying to the moon. This is a whole new generation, and the Artemis generation really is a page-turner.
Tom Costello. Tom, I know you're hanging out with us as we're watching all of this. Let me pull up those live pictures full. You see them on the left side of the screen. I'll ask our team to do that because these are the 4 astronauts on board. And as we watch this, I want to bring in Steve Robinson because, Steve, we've been tracking this flight termination system potential issue. Again, the engineers are continuing to work through their checklist as NASA figures out what's going on with that whole system. What are the astronauts doing at this point? Do they have their own checklist of sorts that they are going through, or at this point is it all in the hands of the engineers outside?
The astronauts absolutely have their own checklist. They're following actually their own checklist and the checklist that folks in launch control are following too. The astronauts in a flight program are the integrators of all of the information. There's the flight directors and mission control in Houston. There's the launch control team here and all of the support folks. And who integrates all of that information? It's really the astronauts and the flight director. So that's what they're doing. They're populating their minds with the information that they need to start this mission successfully.
Steve, Jeremy Hansen, it looks to be writing some notes. What is he? I'm assuming he's not putting in his first journal entry. What is he notating here? Do we know?
I'm sure he's writing down numbers that are reference numbers that he'll watch to see if they change. My job on the space shuttle was the flight engineer. And, basically it was like that. Your job is to watch to see if anything changes that shouldn't have changed. And what does that mean? What are you going to do about it? And then what's the next worst thing that could happen? That's the kind of things that are going through your mind the whole time.
Can I make a layman's observation here? It's kind of wild. It's kind of cool to see in the most high-tech capsule piece of space technology possible. He's not on an iPad, I don't think. I think that's just a regular notebook.
You know what's so great about this? These are humans. We are humans. We have everything in common with these people. And, I think that's what's so motivating about this is because we look at these, it seems like these amazing, talented, accomplished people who are doing something that they're very fortunate to do, but they're us. We are doing that with them, and they know it. And that's the way they feel about it. Believe me, everyone who flies in space brings the human race along with them, their families along with them. And you know what? I'll give you a perspective. I'm an educator now. I'm a professor at University of California in Davis, and I see daily the motivation in the students that the space program provides. They are pushing themselves, drawing themselves to do things they couldn't have done otherwise if there wasn't a space program.
Steve, in about 6 or 7 minutes or so from now, we are going to be getting the launch director brief. So we're going to be hearing from the launch director on what they're calling rocket and thermal protection system scan results. In other words, they're going to be assessing images of the surface of the rocket, right, to make sure there's no damages, there's no, nicks and dings kind of thing?
Yes, exactly. You know, we learned in the shuttle program that being very, very cautious and careful and precise about the external state of the rocket was very important for safety. And so a lot of systems were developed with cameras, especially infrared cameras, to look at any heat changes. And so that's what we'll be hearing about. It'll be very almost like having a doctor's report on the rocket.
I should note, too, Steve, that we are being told that NASA says they are not tracking any significant issues at mission control. That's big. No significant issues at mission control. What does that tell you?
No. Can you see the smile on my face? That means much better chance. You know, we've got an hour and 15 minutes. You know, those of us in the space program have been looking forward to this day for well longer than you've been alive. And so this is a huge day for us. So any time that we can say no significant problems in the way is very good news.
Let's take a quick listen into the stream here from NASA because they're saying the pressure is holding inside the capsule, which is more good news. Let's listen in for a sec.
Termination system that the team was tracking.
All right. Thank you very much, Megan. And we're getting an update now from the launch team as we speak. All right, stand by 1 second.
The anticipation building here. As you heard, we're about to get an update now from launch about all of this. Let's listen.
Sorry about that. We were just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range. And the good news is the range is go. So we reported that they were working to verify their equipment regarding the FTS system. And they asked for a little of that verification work to be done by one of the FTS engineers here in the firing room. He went out to the VAB to get some legacy hardware to help out with it. But in the end, this is a fix that the range had come up with to get clearance, to clear the range rather, and to as well work the FTS system. And so now they are go. Again, the range is go. That is no longer a constraint. And so you combine that with the fact that the rocket and the ground systems here also working, no constraints, clear board here is great news. So again, the range is green, and we're continuing to work through the countdown. We got a weather update that came in to the launch director from Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger. He reported out that there's still a little bit of feisty weather activity that's happening up in the Titusville area. That's the city neighboring the Kennedy Space Center. Those showers had passed over Kennedy, and then now they're currently over in Titusville, currently still within that mile kind of constraint of flight through precipitation rule. But we're still far enough from the window that it looks like it won't be an issue. And in fact, we're seeing some good sunlight now breaking through onto the launch pad. As you can see, it's actually shining on the other side of the rocket here. But to the west, we're starting to see some of that clearing that was forecast. And so the launch weather officer held his forecast for 80% go for flight during our launch window tonight, which, as a reminder, is 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
update from NASA there.
And we're also hearing that the last hatch closure, as you can see in the bottom corner of your screen, they're starting to work on that. That's the launch abort system hatch. There are two hatches, the crew hatch and the launch abort system hatch, and the closeout crew that you see right there, right on time with their work as they go to shut. And you can see it in motion right now, that launch abort system hatch. That's the latest from the firing room. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Great news all
Some
around.
big updates there, some positive updates there for the spectators who have gathered, for the astronauts, of course, on board, getting ready for this Artemis II mission. And you heard the big headline there. You heard it live coming in from NASA, that flight termination issue we've been talking about, that question mark of an issue that popped up just about 45 minutes ago, that has been fixed. That means it is a green light. That means go for now. It does not appear that weather is going to be a factor, at least not at this point. So right now they are on track when that launch window opens in 1 hour and 11 minutes from now. Let me bring in Tom Costello here. Tom, you heard them talking about this fix. They were able to get, it sounds like, this what they call legacy part, this older part, swap it in potentially. Did we hear that right?
Yeah, that's right. Or at least they were able to use that legacy part, in other words, something from the shuttle era, to verify that the data, the information they had was accurate. And as I mentioned to you about 10 minutes ago, we were getting tea leaf readings from the people we talked to suggesting they thought that this was going to go, and it looks like they are going to go. So that's all great news, right? And then the weather is turning out to be fantastic. I will just tell you, as we talked about how they have pieces of...
Let's watch this latch closing. This is the closeout team closing this final...
This is the moment.
Yep. Final hatch, I should say. Let's watch this.
They will not reopen that until they splash down in the Pacific.
Wow.
So this is it, right? You lock them in now for the next 10 days. Woo. And again, 4 astronauts inside the spaceship, which is about 33% bigger, more room than the old Apollo 11, Apollo 12, capsule. So it's going to be tight. And as Jeremy Hansen always jokes, at 6'2", the Canadians got a little more than they paid for in terms of space inside Orion. But this is it. They're closing up the hatch, and now we're waiting for this final. Now we're within an hour and 10 minutes until the scheduled launch window begins. Again, 6:24, not hard and fast, but the launch window at 6:24.
And Tom, in just about 25 minutes or so from now, you're going to see this closeout crew. They're working in this area. They're working in what's called the White Room now. They've shut that final hatch. They're going to do the last briefing here, and then they're going to leave, right? And everything is going to be essentially controlled via technology, remote controlled, essentially.
That's right. You get everybody off the pad for safety purposes, obviously, right? And so, and as you know, we've covered launches in the past where suddenly in the last 10 minutes they scrub. Well, there's nobody on the pad anymore. There's nobody on the launch tower other than the crew. And so you then got to bring everybody back to get them out. So, yeah, they clear the pad, they get all those crews out of the way, and they begin that entire process down to the last minute or so. And the launch control center, if you will, is literally over my shoulder right next to the vehicle assembly building. So the people who are controlling this launch are here. And then once they're off the ground, they transfer over to Houston Mission Control. But this right here on the ground, this is where they are in charge of this launch. And we've talked before about Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She is the first woman ever to be the launch director. Brilliant, as they all are. And I talked to her, I said, are you at all concerned that you might see a repeat of some of the issues that popped up with the Artemis rocket back in February or March? And, oh, by the way, with the other issues that popped up on Artemis I, you may recall they had several months of delays and scrubs, and then we had a hurricane or two come through. Right. She said, we really think that we have completely dissected those issues, addressed those issues, fixed those issues. And what did Gene Kranz say in Apollo 13? Work the problem, people. And they have done that, and they think they have a rocket that's ready to go.
An hour, 7 minutes now from when that launch window opens, the soonest that we could see liftoff here, Tom. And it feels like the couple of minutes before that and then maybe the 20 minutes immediately after launch are going to be unbelievably critical here.
I'm sorry, was that for me or was that for Al? Pardon me, I thought you said Al.
No, he
That's
said
for
Tom.
you, huh?
Oh, okay. I always
I'm
get us
happy to hear Al
confused.
thinks
I don't
about
know
that
how I
too.
do that. No,
We're the same brothers from different mothers.
You know, I did get mistaken for Al once in a hotel. No joke. That's another
That's
story.
right.
I did. I walked in and the lady said, "I know you, Al Roker."
That was my wife.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Repeat the question. I thought you were tossing Al.
Tom, let me pause here for 1 sec, because they're saying right now, NASA, the latest update is that everything is sitting just right on the pad. That's what they've said. Everything is sitting just right. This is what they want to see. This is just about 5:17 Eastern time, the best case scenario for them.
Yeah. Listen, this couldn't be better. This is going like clockwork.
Okay.
And not only are they on the record saying that, and everything that you hear from NASA TV and the NASA comms, off the record, they've been saying that to us all week.
Okay.
They really feel good, right? They're not nervous. They feel confident about this. And not just the PR people, I mean the engineers. So I think we're in a good place.
Let me go to Al now. Al, setting aside the camaraderie that I know you and Tom Costello feel, you also heard that update from the briefing there. They also are feeling good about the weather system now. They're tracking it. They called it feisty, this sort of feisty system that was moving through. They don't seem to be overly concerned about it, and neither do you.
Yeah, you look, I mean, we've got this is, Florida, Central Florida, and you get these little microbursts coming through. But right now, things are looking pretty good. I want to take, if you could take a shot of the pad right now, there are 3 towers around the SLS. They're 600 feet. They're basically giant lightning rods to take any lightning strike, attract it, and then drive it into the ground. Also on those towers are weather instruments constantly monitoring real time what that weather is. So right now, listen, they don't have to worry about lightning. That is off to the west. Our current temperatures, as we go to our weather radar, you'll see it's 76 degrees. We've got a southeasterly wind at about 9 miles per hour, wind gusts at about 16 miles per hour. So that's not bad. Currently, we've got a little bit of an onshore breeze developing. Chance of weather delay, as you heard from the 45th Weather Squadron, only 20%, so which is great news. So there is a bit of a sea breeze coming in at about 20 miles per hour, pushing showers toward the inland. But as you look on the wide view right now, Hallie, you can see there's nothing developing. So that's not to say something couldn't sneak in, but right now we're feeling pretty good about this.
Okay, Al Roker watching all of it. We are waiting that technical briefing that we're supposed to get possibly any minute now. We're going to have a more fulsome final briefing coming up in, I want to say, less than 30, 40 minutes or so. It's going to happen this hour. It is 5:19 Eastern. We are closing in on just about an hour until that launch window opens. And Gadi Schwartz, who is joining us as well, another of our, as we call them so belovedly, space geeks around here at NBC News. The closeout crew is getting ready to leave, Gadi. So this is to the point that we were chatting about a little earlier. They have closed the final hatch. They have done their final checks. They will physically leave the pad shortly here. That is what we are preparing for.
Yeah, and all while those astronauts are they're sitting basically on their back. So we just showed that shot from them sitting inside of the capsule. And you got to remember, that's 2-3 hours that they're sitting there, basically just looking up, their feet kind of in the air, waiting to be blasted off into space. And one of the things that we were talking about, we don't know exactly what the heritage equipment that they wanted to check or they wanted to pull in is. But when you saw that shot of them closing that second hatch, you just see how complex all of these systems are. And so many of these systems, they're really about astronaut safety. And that is where NASA has really gone so far above and beyond what they had during the Apollo missions with the SLS. But you see them right there. They're in that white room. They just closed the hatch. Let me bring this out because, why not? This is the SLS right here. So what they're working on, they're on the outside of the SLS, the top part. This is the launch abort system. And when you hear launch abort system, like, why are you talking about a launch abort system as part of the tippity top? Well, what you're seeing right there behind those NASA technicians, that shell, that's not actually the capsule. The capsule sits inside of there. It has another hatch that they have to climb into. So they climbed into 2 different hatches. And this is almost like a protective shell that sits above there with a bunch of rockets on the the top. So if something goes wrong, this thing will basically pull the astronauts away to safety. Now, once they get above Earth's atmosphere, they're not going to need this top part anymore, this thing that looks like an antenna but is actually a bunch of rockets. So that will also fall off, and then all of a sudden, you'll see the little capsule. I don't have an Orion capsule yet. I've ordered it, so I just have like this Nespresso pod. But this is basically what they are sitting in, right? And then there's going to be some solar panels that unfurl. They're able to go up. Hallie, I do want to talk about this system, though, because it is so different than some of the competing systems that we've seen. This SLS abort system is crucial. And the reason why they are using this guy instead of Starship or any of the other spaceships that you keep hearing about right now is because it is so safe and it is so proven to be safe for astronauts. It has this ejection seat, if you will, built in. Crew Dragon, though, is SpaceX's Crew Dragon. They have tried to do something a little bit different. Instead of putting the system on top of their spacecraft, they've put those Draco engines alongside them. So if something goes wrong, these can basically bring the spacecraft down safely. That is something very, very different. But I will say, this thing, this Starship that I'm holding right here, this is what is being talked about as possibly the future of getting out to the moon. This does not have one of those launch abort systems that peel off. This is basically likened to a plane where they want to make it so safe they don't have to worry about it. But if this comes into the picture, they're still going to be using the SLS for the time being to launch it up and then load the astronauts onto this. So that's chapter 2, chapter 3 down the road. But very exciting times, and yet one of the reasons why you're seeing the SLS used over any of the other spacecraft.
Got it, Schwartz. It's so interesting. Let's talk about the ICPS in just a little bit here, because I want to get into that conversation too. But we are just 12 seconds away now from 1 hour, T-minus 1 hour, until the launch window opens for this Artemis II mission. 1 hour away. It is 5:24 Eastern, 6:24 Eastern, as soon as we could see that liftoff. Again, it's a 2-hour window, so they do have some wiggle room if they need it. But at this point, what we've heard from NASA in the last couple of minutes is that right now, it's looking like a go. They have green lights, green check marks as they are working through their list. Now, what you're seeing on the left side of your screen here, these are live pictures coming in. You saw the crew, as Gotti mentioned, those 4 astronauts, 3 Americans, 1 Canadian, in place, prepared to lift off, prepared for this launch. Outside that capsule, you see in this white room here what's called the closeout crew. So they're going through all of the last-minute preparations here at Kennedy Space Center, where crowds have gathered. This is a key moment. This is a critical moment for American space travel. It's a key moment for so many people around the world, and it's a key moment for those in space. Guess who's watching this too? Guess who's watching the stream? Astronauts on the International Space Station. We're just getting a look at that. Some video coming in of astronauts on the ISS who are watching their compatriots, if you will, their fellow space travelers getting ready for this historic mission. Because again, it is expected to send humans farther into space than any human has gone before. We haven't seen something like this in decades. As far as astronauts, humans getting to the moon, they will see the far side of the moon. They're going to go around the moon. That's not something that a human's ever seen. We've seen it through photography, telescopes, etc., but not the human eye. It is a dramatic moment, and there are so many who have gathered to see it there outside the Kennedy Space Center. I want to bring in Ryan Chandler, who's on the beach with, I don't know, Ryan, hundreds of your best friends getting ready for this to go down in maybe an hour from now.
Try about 400,000 people all across the region, but the people here really got the best seat in the house. We're about as close as the public can get to the launch, somewhere over there across the bay here. And just so you understand how good this sun feels, about 2 hours ago, we were drenched. We had to take shelter to keep our camera safe because it was raining so hard. This park was really turning into a mud pit, but now people are having a really good time. I've had a lot worse days at work, Hallie. I want to introduce you to some of the new friends that we made here from all across the country. This group here comes from Canada, from New Hampshire, and from Wisconsin, right? Yep. This is my friend Dan, Hallie.
Good to see you.
Dan, 1 hour out from launch now. How are we feeling?
The anticipation is really something. It really is. It's such a sense of pride. It really, truly is.
What makes you so proud?
Well, when you sit back and you think about everything that has to happen for this to occur, all the engineering and with the astronauts and everything else, and all those parts have to come together, it's a prideful moment for the United States. It really is. And it was great to have a Canadian on board, too. Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's something that brings you together with people from all across the world and the country here.
It really does. It's going to be spectacular. The last one, back in '72, I was young back then and watched that, and to be able to see this has been on our bucket list, and to be able to see this is wonderful.
A full circle moment.
Absolutely. Yep.
You summed it up as best I could, Hallie. That is the sentiment here for so many across generations. Such a special moment that we're about to watch play out.
No kidding. Ryan Chandler live for us there right outside the Kennedy Space Center, right there at Cape Canaveral. We mentioned those on the ISS who are watching this. I'll play a little bit of that video for you here now because, again, this is a moment that so many people have been engaged in. Look at this. They've got the laptop open. They've got the live stream up, just like we've got the live stream up. You've got the live stream up. We're all watching this. Some applause, some cheers for their colleagues there. Let me bring in Steve Robinson, who's been in this position before, Steve, or at least a similar position. I want to bring back up the live pictures here because, Steve, you have been closed in by the closeout crew before. You've been locked in and sealed up in a capsule by a crew like this. What's that like?
I think the closeout crew are the heroes of the moment for the astronauts, and I'll tell you why. They're not only the last people you see on Earth before you go fly into space, but they are the people who are checking out the inside of the spacecraft and doing that final pre-flight check that you can't do. You're strapped in, you can't see that well, you get all this stuff on you, you have a lot of other things to think about. These guys know exactly what everything should look like, how the configuration should be, right down to the routing of the wires. So when they say you're good to go, you are good to go. And they are really, really heroes of the day.
And they are really marking one of the last big milestones before liftoff here, right? I mean, when they leave the pad, that means things are ready. It's going to take something to get this off track.
Right. You know, when you arrive at the pad in the van there, like we saw them do a couple hours ago, it's almost spooky because there's nobody there except the closeout crew and the driver of the van. All of the other times you've been there, which is many times, you know, for training and preparation, it's a beehive, people crawling all over the place. Now the rocket is full of propellant, not a safe place to be, and there you are. And so the closeout crew is taking that risk for you. And when they say you're ready to go, they shake your hand, pat you on the shoulder, and they close the hatch.
Steve, do they prepare you for that psychologically as astronauts to pull up to see this sort of empty launch pad in a way that they haven't seen it before? I have to imagine the visualization process is critical to this training.
It really is. You're down, you know, you're only this tall compared to the rocket. And you're standing at the base of it, and it's kind of hissing and squeaking a little bit because of all that cryogenic propellant. Cryogenic means it's liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. That's how cold it is. And so there's steam coming out. It seems like a living, breathing monster. Before it seemed like a big building, and now it feels alive. And you think, well, I want to go into space in something that wants to get out of here, just like me. And so it's a really special moment to stand at the base of that rocket and go, okay, here we go.
Hey, Steve, can I jump in real quick? Why are they tethered? When we look at the closeout crew, we are seeing another feed of them being why are they tethered?
Well, you can see what they're looking at there is the outside of the launch abort system hatch. There's two hatches, like we heard. There's the internal Orion hatch and then LAS hatch. In between where they're standing and that hatch is about 300 feet of nothing.
Wow.
So, you know, it's kind of like when you get on a commercial airplane, there's that little gap that you should never look at, right? And that's what that tether is there for.
Steve, it's like a jet bridge. When you're getting onto the plane, you're going from the jet bridge onto the plane itself. You don't want to fall through this crack.
Exactly. It's a lot higher. And, you know, I mean, what have we said today? It's all about safety. You know, there it is.
You know what? Let's listen in for a second. It seems like there's an issue with a battery that has come up. I'm being told by the team. Let me pull up the NASA stream just briefly here. Steve, can you hang tight for a second? Let me dip into this. This is just happening in the last.
Hallie?
Go ahead, Tom.
Hallie, we've got something happening right now. They're talking about a battery temperature that's out of range. So we are listening to this live.
Pull it up. Let's pull it up.
Stand by. Let's listen in.
Is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the two batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself. So again, looking into it, troubleshooting and researching as we speak. With regards to the weather, we did get some good news there. Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger reporting to the launch director that the weather chances have now improved for the window. We are up to 90% go, which is great news. Again, 90% go. That is up from the 80% that we started when we had the first weather forecast come out officially 3 days ago. And so that is great. And for anybody who's here in the launch area knows that is certainly viewable. They can see that by just looking up. So we're getting some good clearing as forecast. And then just a reminder for those people who are watching the launch from the nearby area that if you're watching on an internet-enabled device, just remember that there may be a little bit of a delay. Can't tell you how much of a delay, but since it's on an internet device, sometimes this broadcast might be a little behind what you're actually seeing. So just keep that in mind as you are watching. Don't wait to the last second to run outside if you're inside your RV or your camper or your house. That's the latest here from the firing room. Of course, we'll keep track of that last battery issue. I'll send it back now to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
Okay, so Tom Costello, Steve Robinson back with us. Al Roker, too. You heard the weather for launch is now a 90% go. That's better than what we heard previously. But there's this battery thing going on. And, Tom, it sounds like they don't know if it's the battery itself, if it's a sensor problem, but they've got to get that worked out, right?
Yeah, and let me just kind of, listen, Steve can do this even, far better than I can. But I've covered NASA now for 22 years. I've covered rocket launches for 22 years. And almost every one of them has something come up. And, they're usually minor issues here and there that they work through, but they're very transparent in saying, we're working this issue, we're working that issue. Doesn't mean it's necessarily a showstopper. Right. It means that they are working the issue in typical NASA, good form. Candidly, SpaceX has had a lot fewer of these issues for the last few years or so. Those things seem to go up without any issues whatsoever. But this is a brand new vehicle, I would remind everybody, right? Artemis is brand new, pieces coming from the shuttle, of course, but brand new vehicle. The Orion spaceship, brand new vehicle. No humans have ever flown on this ship or on this rocket stack before. We've had one, we had a big test mission a year ago with Artemis I. So the question's going to be, okay, how many of these issues just come up and need to be resolved, and they're happy with the resolution? As Jared Isaacman, the chief of NASA, said to me yesterday, you can work as hard as you possibly can to bring your risk profile down to zero. But that is almost impossible when you're talking about sending humans into space. Yeah. So you're always going to have issues you're working, and then you've got to decide how much of an issue is this and whether it is a showstopper or it's just like driving your car. You may have a light come on, it's not a huge deal, we can deal with that. Or I'm out of oil and I got to stop right now. So, this is the way NASA works. They work the problem.
So, Steve, can you jump in here? Because help us understand this from a timeline perspective here. Because you heard NASA officials talk about how they are continuing to work through the checklist as well. In about 10 minutes, we're going to hit a built-in hold, a built-in 30-minute hold. Can that hold happen as they are working on this battery issue, or do things need to be all clear before that hold can begin?
Well, we'll have to see. We don't know if the battery is too cold or too hot. Batteries are usually too hot, but then again, the whole rocket is filled with liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen that is very cold. And again, the first thing you think about is a sensor issue. So what they're going to do is look at other sensors that are near that area and look at what has happened over the last few hours and see if there's a anomalous pattern in that. And this is you heard them say, they called it the LAS. That is the launch abort system. So there's two batteries, which would be redundant batteries in that system. And Tom said it best. This is all about safety. When you have precious cargo like humans in there, even the small things you're gonna stop and look at. I don't know if this one is small or not, but it's not small enough to stop the countdown. We have 2 hours and 47 minutes until the close of the window, and so I'm going to be pretty optimistic that they can resolve this battery issue in that amount of time.
And I should note here, you're looking at Commander Reid Wiseman on the left, pilot Victor Glover on the right, as we're getting this sort of bird's eye view now of the astronauts here. Steve, I'm going to ask you to stand by for a second because I want to get to Al Roker, because we did get some good news out of this. They're obviously examining whatever's going on with this battery temperature thing. But Al, weather, we started our special coverage here 90 minutes ago talking about some of these showers rolling through. NASA's feeling good. They've now said 90% go when it comes to the weather situation.
We really kind of felt this all along, Hallie, that this was going to be something that would improve. We knew there were going to be showers around lunchtime. There were going to be thunderstorms pushing through. But now they've moved through, and we've got the temperature's about 77 degrees. We got a southeasterly wind at 8 miles per hour, wind gusts of about 14 miles per hour. But as you can see on the radar, those showers are moving away faster and faster. They're just pushing their way off. And that's really good news. So we watch this as it continues to improve. You can see very few clouds in the area. The winds are dying down a bit. It's, in fact, downright balmy out here right now. So, again, weather not going to be the issue. As the 45th Weather Squadron said, they have a 90% go.
Al, I'm going to interrupt you.
Yeah,
they
go.
just cleared the issue.
All right.
The battery issue has been
breaking news
cleared.
here.
They're moving forward.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And that's why we have Tom Costello.
I've got NASA in my other ear. I got 2 ears. That's all I got is 2 ears. But that's what I got.
Well, Tom, tell us more. What'd they say? It's all good? Like it's all fixed? It wasn't a thing? What happened?
Stand by.
Well, we
Let
can
me
listen in here,
stand
too.
by. Go ahead and dip in.
Messages
Yep.
flashed on their displays. Just wanted to say that they didn't have to worry about that. We're going to clear that. And that also just reassuring the crew, again, that they are tracking and working the issue with the launch abort system battery.
Yeah.
All right. And then first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as mission specialist on the Artemis II mission.
I got to tell you, that was a little confusing, the last sentence,
I
Hallie.
agree. Yeah.
That last sentence was confusing because they said they cleared it, and then I don't know if she misspoke or if she was...
An update to the update.
What did you say, Steve?
I didn't know if it was an update to the update there.
Yeah.
We'll find out soon.
So TBD
well, we've
on
been
that.
led to believe through our conversations that, they feel pretty good still. So I'm not quite sure if that last radio transmission of the last sentence there was a little misleading or if she was talking about another issue, to be honest.
And I got to tell people, too, we've been dipping in and out of this stream, so we're getting some critical information from NASA here. They're also doing some various pre-recorded videos. They're talking about some sort of more, what we would call in the news business, like feature-y topics, et cetera.
And they may have been, yeah. The trouble is, I'm sorry, Hallie, to interrupt. I don't mean to do that, but they've been working 2 issues. So they've been working the launch abort system you've been talking about, of course, with Gotti, and then they've got the separate battery issue. So did we get our wires crossed? It's possible. Was there some overtalk there on the radio comms? I'm just not clear at this point, but that's where we are.
Yeah, our team's going to go back and listen to it in the control room. They're back pulling that up again now as we are taking a look at the video that, again, pre-recorded that NASA's showing there on the stream. You're also seeing now this is live inside Orion at these astronauts getting ready for this key moment. It is a big deal for them. It is a big deal for their families. It's a big deal for the people who know them, like Drew Foystel, former acting chief astronaut, who knows the crew assigned to the mission. These are friends of his, people he used to work with. Drew, thank you so much for joining our special coverage here on NBC.
Hey, Haley, nice to meet you or see you here. And we're just excited to be here at the launch. And you guys are talking about a lot of stuff going on. And that's not unusual for any spacecraft launch.
You're talking exactly about what I wanted to ask you about. These things that come up, this flight termination system thing, this battery issue. That's par for the course?
That's pretty normal, and the crew's probably expecting that. Remember, they've been training for like 3 years, and while they sit in the capsule training in the simulators, this stuff's happening all the time. So we obviously want to check out the real issues that are going on, but for the crew and their mental state, This is par for the course. This is normal. They would expect this, and they would just be working through the process to make sure they understood what was going on, and we're continuing to be ready for the flight. If the ground teams are ready to go, mission control is checking out systems, and they're happy, then the crew's happy as well.
And the crew is working through their own kind of checklist, even if just mentally at this point, right? To try to stay focused, stay locked in, and get ready for launch.
Absolutely. I mean, they are going through step by step. I mean, and for how close we are to launch now, they're definitely stepping through all the checklists for the systems, making sure everything's online, making sure that they're in lockstep with mission control as well. So, yeah, this is preparation and go time for them for sure.
You know, I know some of the folks who are inside this capsule right now. What's the vibe check you got from them before they went into quarantine? Have you been texting?
You know, we see texts from them. We exchanged notes. We've, had some meals with a few of them before launch. It's amazing to see them. I was watching them in the suit up room today and looking at their faces. And I, to myself, thought, I know that look. I know exactly how they're feeling. I know they're ready to go. But yeah, these are close friends of mine. I've worked and trained with them for a couple of decades now, and I'm really excited to see all of these folks on the flight getting ready to go see the moon again for the first time in over 50 years.
What's so remarkable, and by the way, I should note another milestone here. It looks like the closeout crew, we're told, is getting ready to leave the pad. So this is a significant thing. It means the only humans left in the area are those 4 astronauts on board. Right. And several of them, Drew, as you know, they are making history in their own right. The first black astronaut to be on a lunar mission, the first woman, the first Canadian astronaut. And yet, over and over again, we've heard from this crew, this is not about them. This is about unity. This is about a moment that the world is watching.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a great crew. We couldn't have put together a greater assembly of people to represent the world as we go off to the moon. And the idea, as it was stated by NASA and the administration, was basically to send humans back to the moon and really send humans this time to stay and create that opportunity for us to have long duration, extended stay. So Artemis II is going to be the first flyby around the moon, and then we're going to follow on with the other Artemis missions as landers and suits become available. But the idea is we're going to create an infrastructure on the surface, and we're not going to do that as a single nation. We're going to have multiple nations involved, multiple representation. Canada's on this flight. We're really proud about that. Jeremy's a great close friend. We know his family and friends are watching, and it's true of all the crews. So we're really excited about seeing them on this and watching the world launch to the moon again. This is really exciting.
It's a huge moment. It's a huge moment for these astronauts. And as you point out, their families, so many people thinking about them. As you know, their nerves have got to be flaring at this moment, too. Drew Foysel, we're so glad to have you. Yeah. Thank you so much for your perspective and for your expertise on this. We appreciate it. Let me go back to Tom Costello now, because, Tom, as we are noting here, the closeout crew is leaving the launch pad. We are getting closer.
Right. Absolutely. 39 minutes now until they go into this launch window. Let's just remind the audience what you're going to see if, in fact, they do light the fire. This thing is going to explode off the rocket pad, right? They're going to accelerate to 17,000 miles per hour. We haven't seen this powerful of a rocket with humans on board leave the Kennedy Space Center ever. This is that much more powerful than even the Saturn V during the Apollo days. This is going to be just an enormous amount of energy, and then it puts them into a high Earth orbit. They're going to orbit for about 24 hours, check out all their systems, and then they really light the fire. They accelerate to 24,000 miles per hour. We're talking Mach 33 as they head towards the moon. They are going to do a big loop around the moon, as you heard. They're going to go take a closer look to the far side of the moon, documenting parts of it that human eyes have not seen, because the Apollo astronauts didn't see it all.
Right.
And then they will use the Earth's gravitational pull in a slingshot maneuver to come on back towards Earth, hopefully splashing down off the Pacific coast in 10 days. This is test driving the biggest, newest, greatest rocket in human history, with 4 people on board, and they really do represent, I got to say, having talked to all of them, I think Al would concur, they represent the best of us.
They absolutely do. And if I could also add, Hallie, that what this does is shows us that we can still do great things. We can still do big things that bring people together. That in this next 2-hour window, we are all Americans. and we've got
And
everybody
Canadians.
and Canadians and humans. Thank you, Steve. So this represents so much more than just the technical achievement that this is going to notch.
Yep.
Al Roker, Tom Costello, we're so glad to have you both with us. You're going to be sticking with us, I know, as we get into our NBC News special report, as we are closer and closer, within 37 minutes now of this launch window opening. Our thanks to Tom and Al. They're not going anywhere. Neither are we. We're sticking with you through all of this. You're looking on the left side of your screen there, Kennedy Space Center. That's it, right? That's your wide shot. But then look on the right bottom corner of your screen. That's a live look at the astronauts inside the Orion capsule. Just an incredible moment. You heard Drew Feustel, who knows them, who knows what this is like, talk about what's going through their minds. And what we've heard over and over again from some of their colleagues, their classmates, their friends, they are locked in. It is pure focus at this moment. If there were nerves, they are working through what's after that, right? They are ready for this moment. This is what they have trained for years. And now they are set to embark on this historic mission around the moon. It's just incredible when you think about it, when you look at that. It looks as though things are moving forward related to the checklist. We expect this 30-minute hold to happen. That's typical. That's like built-in time, essentially. I want to bring in some other folks here to join us as well. I think Gotti Schwartz is still with us as well. Casey Dreyer is also joining us. Casey, let me go to you here because as Tom has laid out, as Al has laid out, this is not a joyride. There is real science to be done here. This is laying the groundwork for the Artemis missions to come, and that's a huge priority for the Americans, for the space race, and for the world.
Absolutely. This is the first time that we'll see people leave Earth orbit in more than half a century. And, while they'll do some science, they'll take some pictures of the back of the moon. They're doing tissue science and comparing samples left on Earth and themselves to compare the cell degradation from radiation. Fundamentally, it's about checking out the system. They want to come back in one piece. Their safety is the paramount issue here. And that's really what's being tested, right? That there's so many little pieces and so many millions of little things that could go wrong, right? This is a controlled explosion pointing down. There's a lot more ways this could go wrong than right. And so getting this right the first time really opens up the door going forward to all the subsequent missions that are being planned ahead of this.
And that work begins almost immediately. There's going to be a moment, it's going to be about 20, 30 minutes where it's very intense, I would say high drama. I think a lot of tension as this rocket lifts off here at Kennedy Space Center. They're going to eventually get into, above the Earth's atmosphere there. And within a matter of hours, right, Casey, they begin to start getting the capsule ready. They begin to start doing the testing. They're not getting much sleep tonight, about 4.5 hours. That is all extremely prescribed by the NASA officials back on the ground.
And good luck making them sleep. This is what astronauts live for, is the opportunity to ride a capsule like this. Absolutely, for the first time. This will go down in the history books. It's not every day you get to launch to test out a new spacecraft, kick the tires in space, so to speak. And they're going to be kept very, very busy for the next 10 days. This is why they're astronauts. This is why we all get so excited. They really do and they aspire to be the best of us and reflect our ideals back to ourselves as not just, as they said, not just Americans, but Canadians and all of humanity.
Casey, we're also looking ahead, obviously, to day 5. If this lifts off as expected and we have the clock up here, less than an hour from now, 6:24 Eastern, as we're getting close to just about a half an hour away from that, 34 minutes and 13 seconds. On the 5th day is when they will basically be entering the lunar gravitational pull, right? They will be pulled by the moon more than the Earth, and that is when this swing around the far side of the moon is going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to look spectacular, too. They're going to have HD video for all of us to ride along with them. We have all this infrastructure that's been built up over the last 50 years to receive and have this high-speed rate of telecommunications, right, beyond the moon. We don't have GPS there. We don't have really communication satellites. But we've been having the technology now to be able to share that with everybody compared to the kind of grainy photos and videos of Apollo. They will have a view that no other human being has ever seen, which isn't just the back of the moon, the far side of the moon, but the far side of the moon and the Earth as a globe together. That will be absolutely spectacular. It'll be the first 4 pairs of eyeballs ever to see that in millions of years of human history, and we get to share that with them. This is why it's historic. It also reminds us, again, like when we do things in space, I think that really engages the broader public and the broader world as, this is the best of us. And to do these types of things doesn't happen by accident. This is the product of millions of hours, billions of dollars of effort on behalf of people around the world.
And to your point, Casey, while these 4 astronauts we've been looking at in Orion, in the capsule, are having the eyes of the world on them, it's a massive team effort. There are so many people involved to get them to this point. Casey Dreyer, we're so glad to have you with us. Thank you very much for being here for our NBC News special coverage. Gadi, I'll get to you because Casey makes a point, and we're taking a live look here. So again, we think getting close to that 30-minute hold. We know it's at this point you can see 32 minutes until that launch window opens. Remember, they've got a 2-hour window here, Gadi, and there were some questions around this battery issue that they had been looking at. Do we have, and if the answer is no, that's fine. Do we have any clarity on that?
Yeah. The answer is right now they're talking about cryofill, and it's funny because as soon as you come to one of us, any of your other reporters are putting in their earphones to listen to the NASA stream right now. But the last that they're talking about is cryofill.
If they're giving an update, we can listen in, Gadi. Hang on a second. Let me ask our team here. If it's not a pre-recorded video, let's dip in first.
It sounded like, yeah, I think
it's a pre-recorded video, Gadi.
Yeah, the good news is the vibes, as you have described them, are pretty chill. We don't hear a lot of the nervousness or the, something is amiss in the tone of their voice. And so we heard that battery issue a little bit earlier. We heard another issue. And you got to remember, I mean, this is a massive 27-story rocket with so many components, more components than you can list. Like, I was looking it up. I was trying to find out how many pieces make up the SLS. NASA, with all of their engineers, does not have a total count for the public. The most I could find was the Space Shuttle program. They had 2.5 million parts. And that's probably pretty comparable to what we're seeing here. So again, this is a system that humans have put together out of millions and millions of parts to create these controlled explosions as humans sit on top of them and then, get propelled by 8 million pounds of thrust, basically riding this explosion up into space. So those astronauts that are sitting there, many have been in a similar situation before. In these launch windows, they know that there are going to be these little systems that are flagged, that come up, and then eventually, usually are given a green light. But again, the weather right now, up to 90%. And right now, they are continuing on that cryofill stage, which is when they're putting the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen into those fuel tanks. Now, Hallie, this is where I'm so excited about talking about the moon.
Well, let me just say, too, Gadi, I love your Let me just make sure people know. We are 30 minutes out. We are 30 minutes until the launch, half an hour until this launch window opens for what will be potentially this historic mission to the moon for Artemis II. As you know, Gadi, we haven't done this since the early 70s. It's a huge moment for humanity, for America, and for Canadians.
And so many people are like, well, why the moon? It has to do with cryofill, okay? Liquid oxygen and a liquid hydrogen. That's what they're filling the tanks up with right now. And that is jet fuel. Well, why are we going to the moon? One of the big reasons is because we want to put a base on the lunar South Pole. What do they have there? Ice. And what is ice made out of? Water. And what is water? H2O, hydrogen and oxygen. That is the stuff of jet fuel. So that is a big reason. Hopefully the moon's going to be a gas station pretty soon.
Gadi, love you. Appreciate that. I want you to stand by, but I want to go to Aaron Gilchrist, who's actually there. He is live down near the Kennedy Space Center. I don't expect you to talk about the liquid propulsion state situation, gas station on the moon here. This is a huge moment, though. We showed the astronauts on the International Space Station who are watching their fellow astronauts getting ready to launch here in less than 30 minutes. We've got this question on this battery issue they were looking at, Aaron, but it is a packed house where you are.
You're absolutely right. I mean, this is the moment where the excitement starts to come to a crescendo, right? Everybody is anticipating that this launch window is going to open and that we're going to see a launch tonight. And there is a ton of excitement building. I'll tell you, the Trekkie in me is trying to contain himself right now because suddenly the science fiction that I love becomes science reality when we get to see this rocket launch. So I just want to give you a lay of the land of where we are right now. This is the vehicle assembly building right behind me here. That's where they put the rocket together along with the spacecraft. And you can see the entire Artemis II assembly, the entire stack off in the distance. Maybe you can see it a little bit. That's about 4 miles away from where we're standing right now. And so when this rocket takes off, we are going to see a spectacular sight. We talked about the explosion that you're going to see, right? We also talk about the boom that you're going to hear. And I've been told, I haven't seen a rocket launch from here before, but I've been told that every alarm on the cars in this parking lot will go off once the rocket takes off here and that sonic boom comes down. And we anticipate that it will be a spectacular sight. The big countdown clock that we've been watching is right over here, 27 minutes, 33 seconds now. This is where all the press is assembled, and you may not be able to see it well here, but there are camera crews from all over the world that have lined up as close as they can get to the water here that leads over to the launch pad. There are cameras up here where we are too. Everybody wants to be able to capture that moment. I've been told that I shouldn't try to do it with my phone. Don't look at it through my phone. I just need to watch this rocket launch with my own two eyes, and it'll be an amazing sight we anticipate here tonight. Allie.
Go old school in this high-tech moment, Aaron. Just you, the rocket, space flight for humanity. Thanks, pal. Hey, let me ask you to stand by, but I want to dip into this NASA stream because the NASA administrator, Reid Wiseman, is giving a live briefing. Let's listen in for a minute.
I mean, the velocities that that spacecraft is going to re-enter at, it's going to be new territory for us. We want to get our arms around that completely. So I would say the performance of SLS plus Orion is everything on this one. We want to make sure we do it in as a safe way as we possibly can, understanding what we are undertaking right here. Bring our crew back, learn as much we can from the vehicle, set up for Artemis 3 in 2027.
Right. And Administrator, we've actually had a pretty young audience today here, some kids running around the balcony. How do you hope Artemis 2 inspires that next generation?
You know, I talk about this all the time. Like, one of our overarching KPIs that we should always be tracking is the number of people living and working in space. Well, you know what's another strong number 2 on that one? It's the number of kids that are dressing up as astronauts for Halloween so that they grow up, that they're inspired to want to join in this grand endeavor, whether they come work with us here at NASA or they join in industry, but they're helping humankind venture out farther, pursue all the secrets of the universe.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of kids dressed as astronauts this year. And finally, Jared, you've really made it a personal mission to get to know the people behind the work at NASA. Do you have any final thoughts, any final words before today's history-making launch?
Yeah, well, one, I want to express a lot of appreciation. I'll tell you what, the 4 astronauts on top of Artemis II know this. It takes an army to pull a mission together like this, right? Across all 10 of our centers, all of our commercial partners, the international partners.
Reid Wiseman, they're answering some questions from the team on the ground as we are now less than 30 minutes, 25 minutes to be exact, until the potential liftoff of Artemis II. Again, that's when the launch window opens. We've got Aaron Gilchrist, who's back with us alongside Gotti Shores. We've got about a minute left before the rest of our team picks up our special coverage. Aaron, what's the thing you are most excited to see? And you can't say the liftoff itself, besides that.
And I'm reminded by my producer, Juliet, that I actually have seen a launch before. This one is going to be so different, though. I'm struck by the fact that anybody under 55 years old has not been able to see a launch to the moon. So this is going to be just a spectacular moment in history to witness with our own eyes, whether we're here in Florida or if you're watching on television. This is going to be something that so many of us have never seen before.
Gotti, you got 10 seconds. Go.
Look, we are all about to become the Artemis generation. What humans are about to do, going to the moon and beyond and becoming interplanetary, is about to happen. No more Gen Z, no more Gen Alpha, no more boomers. We're all Artemis, and it's about to happen now.
Gotti, Aaron, thank you. Thank you all for watching. We've got much more of our NBC News special coverage picking up right now. Stay with us.
This is an NBC News special report. Artemis II, Journey to the Moon. Here is Tom Yamas.
And good evening. We are coming to you live tonight from the Kennedy Space Center right here in Florida for the historic launch of the Artemis II mission. The final countdown is on. Just minutes from now, we'll see 4 astronauts lift off on a journey around the moon. It is the first time NASA has sent humans into deep space since 1972, and this crew will lay eyes on parts of the moon's far side that no human has seen with their own eyes. Today's journey setting the stage for NASA's return to the moon, a goal slated for sometime in 2028. On board the spacecraft, Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Tonight's highly anticipated launch has been months in the making. NASA has cameras capturing every angle inside the capsule, and what you're looking at now showing the Space Launch System, the SLS. You're going to hear that phrase a lot today. It is the most powerful booster in the world, 32 stories tall. We're about 5 minutes right now from a critical moment when the launch director polls the team to ensure they are a, quote, go for launch. We're going to bring you every single moment live as it happens. And joining us here at the Kennedy Space Center tonight to watch this historic moment unfold, today co-host Al Roker, NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello, and we're so honored to have former NASA astronaut Steve Robinson. Steve, I'm going to start with you here. You have been in this moment, maybe not like this mission, but you have been there ready to lift off. What's going through the astronauts' heads right now?
Well, they're very glad after years and years of preparation. The total astronaut training in this crew amounts to 60 years of these 4 people. They are ready to go. They're looking forward to it, and the thrust is going to be amazing.
Yeah. Tom Costello, they have been together for 3 years training for this moment. This is a moment that we have not seen since the 70s, more than 50 years. And this really is the first critical step in what could be the new space race, and maybe it starts right now.
I think that's right. I think what you talk to the NASA administrators, you talk to the astronauts, they say this is the new Artemis generation. We had the Apollo generation, and Artemis, by the way, is the twin Greek god of Apollo, and they are literally taking it to the next step, taking a page from Apollo and moving on. And these astronauts, I've interviewed them all. I know that we've all met them before. They are impressive. They are smart. They are nice. And they are really up to this job. They've been training together for 3 years. They are very tight.
And Tom, remind our viewers, they have named their capsule a special name. What is the name and what is the meaning behind it?
Integrity. And you may say, well, why would you name a capsule Integrity? And I asked, Commander Reid Wiseman that question. He said, because we believe it is critical to who we are and what our mission is. And he said, we are always telling each other we've got to remain in integrity. And they say, if I screw up, if I have a moment where I'm a little selfish or self-centered, I have to say, wait, I'm out of integrity. I need to bring it back. And so that is what they have called their Orion space capsule, Integrity.
At last check, we were a 90% go from mission control for a liftoff. Al Roker is joining us. We were speaking about the gods here with Tom Costello. I'm thinking about the weather gods, and,
yes.
and Al, it could not be better, right?
They are smiling right now, Tom. In fact, as you look there at the SLS, there are 3 600-foot towers. Those are lightning attractors, lightning rods, basically. They also have weather instruments on them. They're monitoring them closely, but the weather is not a problem. Right now, 76 degrees, southeasterly winds at 9 miles per hour, 14 mile per hour wind gust, well within the parameters of launch. Right now, we got a sea breeze of maybe up to 20 miles per hour, pushing the showers inland. But as you can see, most of them are well to the west. And so the clouds clearing for the East Coast. It's going to be just a spectacular night of viewing as far as the weather is concerned.
Tom, when we talk about engineering, innovation, ambition, it all comes together in the SLS. Explain to our viewers why this is so different, why it's so special, as we can see it to the left of us right here.
Yeah, and they are clearly borrowing pieces of the shuttle program and Apollo. This is the biggest, most powerful rocket, most powerful, I should say, that NASA's ever put together, right? And so they are borrowing that core, you saw that core rocket, right? That looks like a piece of the shuttle. That's kind of the same concept, liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. The boosters on the side, those 2 white boosters, those are like sticks of dynamite. You target that thing and they're going to go.
And Steve, this is a 10-day mission. They're going to take off here. This first day, obviously, very critical as we get closer and closer to that check. If they are a go, again, that's going to happen around 6:07. We're going to bring that to you live. But these first critical minutes are so important as they try to leave the Earth's orbit, try to make sure everything works up until the 3 hours later where that capsule essentially comes off.
You're looking at a crew that has years of experience as military test pilots. They couldn't have chosen better because this is a test mission in so many ways. But it's a test of both the humans and the spacecraft.
Tom, we have breaking news, if I could.
Yeah,
They have now cleared the battery issue. You may recall they were working 2 issues a few moments ago. They've now cleared both of them, which suggests, and the weather, as you said, is good, which suggests they're going forward.
So far, there are no roadblocks. As it seems right now, we still have a few minutes, about 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes before this happens. But right now, we're a 90% for a go. We look at this massive rocket, right, Steve? And it is huge. And Tom has described this to us, 32 stories tall and all that. But where these actual astronauts are going to be are only about the size of 2 minivans. And they're going to be together for 10 days. How do they do this?
Well, they've been training together for years. Believe me, you get to know your crew better probably than your own family. They've seen you at your best and they have seen you at your worst, and you can still work together and complement each other's talents.
Al, the famous book, the famous movie, The Right Stuff, you had a chance to sit with these astronauts and talk to them. This is an incredible group, and a lot of firsts, too, for NASA and for America.
That's right. First Canadian, first woman, first African-American going to around the moon, which is going to be spectacular. But each one of them, if you bring that up, they said that's not the important thing. The important thing is they are going up together. They're going up to prepare for Artemis II, and the integrity, again, to their capsule name, is their driving mission. But they also said that this is important to them because they want people to look at this as we can still do great big things. And that's so important.
Yeah, and just like President Kennedy essentially gave an instruction manual, if you will, to the country on what we could do if we put our minds to it, the Artemis mission hopes to do even more than that, right? Circle the moon, land on the moon, build a lunar colony, and then essentially one day, Tom Costello, you can explain this because this gets very complicated, and it's very far away, one day go to Mars from the moon.
Yeah, that's right. The idea here is that you cannot get to Mars with simply by coming from Earth. The breaking out of the Earth's gravitational pull is too hard. You've got to go to the moon, use a moon base, and then eventually go to Mars. But listen, this is not going to happen overnight. I mean, if you talk to anybody, any of the engineers who are in the depth of this, they will tell you this is probably decades away. And they're now talking about going to Mars using a nuclear engine. Not necessarily the rocket fuel that is currently loaded up, but a nuclear engine. That's a new generation of technology. So don't expect that we're talking about this happening, in the next 10 years or so. But they are talking about building this lunar base, making it a habitat for science, and then building that out and eventually using that to move on to Mars.
And Steve, as we wait, and I'm going to talk to our control room here, it's the 6:07 mark. Have they already asked the team yet if they are a go? I want to make sure that has happened. It was supposed to happen around this mark. It still hasn't happened. We get a rundown, right, from NASA. They give it to us minute by minute, almost second by second. But sometimes it's a little off, right? They have to make sure everything's in place. And it might say 6:07 on paper, but the rundown is written in pencil.
They're called built-in holds, exactly for that. Nobody's done this before. So we think we know how long it's going to take, but there's that wiggle room. And then again, the launch window is 2 hours long.
The mission commander, the pilot, talk to us about the roles that they hold in this mission here.
The commander is the leader of the team and the person who is going to make the hard decisions if there are any to make, and there will be, on this mission. This mission will be full of surprises. All missions are, and especially first missions. Reid Wiseman is exactly the right person to make those big decisions, and he always brings in other people's opinions. They will work as a team under his leadership. And Vic Glover gets to actually act as a test pilot in a vehicle that nobody has ever flown before.
Yeah.
What could be more in line with exactly who that man is?
Pretty incredible. Reid Wiseman, youth sports, Tom Costello. There's a thing called the hype dad. He's the dad who comes together and gets everyone pumped up about it. He is essentially the hype dad on this mission. When he comes out in interviews, he's just so excited, and he wants to get the country excited about this.
He is, listen, I think he is a very impressive man. I mean, his resume is very impressive. He clearly has leadership capabilities. From a personal perspective, he lost his wife to cancer. He is a single father to 2 daughters, and they told the story today that when he went to them and said he'd been selected as the commander for this mission, he was worried that they may not want him to go. Instead, they said, you've got to go. And the next morning, he woke up, and they had made him moon cupcakes, forcing his trip to the moon.
Incredible. And then Jeremy Hansen, the Canadian, the biggest human inside the capsule. And he's got a sense of humor. He says, I'm the only Canadian, and I've never been to space. So if this doesn't work out, they're going to blame Canada. So he's got a sense of humor going into there. But what an incredible opportunity, right, to join America and to go up into space in this mission.
Absolutely. And they are bonded by this brotherhood, sisterhood, of everybody. And we're hearing the mission control talking right now.
Guys, we're going to listen for a second. I want to see if they're going to ask the crew if they're ready. All right, it sounds like we're not there yet. Again, we're waiting for the moment the launch director is going to pull the team to say they are a go. Steve, sort of peel back the curtain for us. Why is that part so important? There's so much technology on this. They're constantly talking. Why do you need that verbal confirmation?
The technology, most of it is couched in software that is new. We need human brains, human intellect, and the human ability to both predict what's going to happen next, even if we've never seen it before, and then be ready for it by the time you get there. That's what humans do way better than software.
Yeah. Tom, so many of these launches we've done lately have felt like it's been private space travel, private space exploration, SpaceX, Blue Origin, and yet we're here for NASA. This is a huge moment for NASA.
It's a big moment for NASA because the SLS is essentially the next generation of Apollo, right? You went from the Saturn V into this rocket, but make no mistake about it. NASA knows they cannot get to the moon without the private sector. So now this sets up a big superpower competition, if you will, between Elon Musk, SpaceX, and Jeff Bezos with Blue Origin. NASA doesn't yet have the spaceship to get down to the lunar surface. So now it's told these two, you compete. You guys come up with the best ship, and you better do it fast because we need you in 2 years. So they are really working hard. Here at the Kennedy Space Center, you've got the architecture, huge assembly facilities for both SpaceX and Blue Origin. Can I tell you, I'm listening right now, ground systems, and so far the launch teams are all going forward with this.
Okay, have we crossed that threshold where they've given the official go?
They're about to hold them now.
Okay, let's listen in.
A chance to review the findings, and they do not have any constraints from either a CIS or more manager perspective.
Okay, copy all. And Launch Director, NTD, you copy?
Yes, sir. I copy. That's good news.
OTC, CCL 212.
OTC.
ARS primary loop isolation valve configurations complete.
Copy.
Steve, if you can, kind of walk us through, and we'll do the sort of the golf voice as we're waiting for them to hit the putt. But obviously, in this case, the stakes are so much higher.
TLS copies.
The back and forth that we're hearing now. Talk to us. We'll translate for us.
Personnel, we got a little bit more work to do before we pick up the clock, and we're about a little over a minute from getting to T-minus 10 minutes. But we've canceled the resume time there, and then we'll pick it up after we get through all of our work and anything else that we need to do to get to the remainder of count. So we'll continue working that to get to our T0 today. So when
Sounds
we get
like we checked in at the right time.
About 50 seconds from now, we'll extend that hold.
Okay, we're going to have a little bit of an extended hold. All the different checks and reconfigurations are taking a little bit longer than they had expected. But really, that would have been the shortest time. That's why these built-in holds are there.
Yeah.
So this is absolutely normal. There's actually no problems that they've mentioned. So it just means that they're going to stretch out that hold time a little bit. So we're probably not going to launch in 10 minutes and 30 seconds. It'll be a couple minutes more.
Yeah, Tom, you've done so many of these launches. These things happen. Again, as Steve pointed out, nothing serious. It's just, again, the rundown's written in pencil. You get these holds. Maybe you hit them, maybe you don't. Nothing like this has ever been done before. And again, we can't stress to our viewers enough, humans have never been on this rocket.
That's
This
right.
is the first.
That's right. And so you've got 4 lives that are depending on this to work well. And everybody in the launch facility, the launch control center, to do their jobs and to be looking for any issues whatsoever. Listen, it's a 2-hour window. It opens at 6:24. They don't have to go at 6:24. They can take any time during that. However, there are 16 minutes of windows in the launch window that they cannot launch because they've got issues. For example, it may be orbiting space junk, right? It may be a conflict of some type. So even though they've got a 2-hour window, there are little blips within that 2-hour window that they can't go. So this is really down to the millisecond of planning.
Yeah, Al, before we're going to take a station break and talk to our stations, I'm feeling the wind. The wind was a little bit of a concern, but it's okay so far, right?
It's really all right. It's all good. And again, the precipitation, anything of any concern, has moved far enough west. It's not a problem. So all in all, it's pretty good. And the other thing, to Tom's point, this is all a shakeout cruise.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing all this kind of testing.
All right, Al, thanks for that. I want to pause for a moment to let some stations join our coverage.
T-10 hold, and that's a normal hold, I believe. Yep.
Welcome to our viewers just joining us. We are moments away from the historic launch of the Artemis II that you see right there. 4 NASA astronauts about to lift off on a journey around the moon. With more for this launch, Tom Costello joins me along with Al Roker and former astronaut Steve Robinson. Tom, get us up to speed there. I know you were just talking to your producer here, Jay Blackman. Yeah. We have a hold, a 10-minute hold here. That's why the countdown is not going down anymore.
Yeah, that's right. And pardon me, I've got NASA in one ear. I'm trying to monitor their conversations. This is not unusual. Stand by.
Hertz measurements correct, so we would have had to lose it for...
So a lot of this is just normal process, and they built in holds into their countdown. That's normal to run diagnostics, to double check all of the telemetry, to make sure that there's nothing that they're working that should hold them up. This is, we should make the point, unlike the space station when they had to launch and then they have to rendezvous with the station, they're trying to hit a moving target with the station, right? Yeah. There's no moving target here, and that's why the window is wider. They've got to go into an orbit around Earth, a high out orbit, then they got to fire the rocket and head towards the moon at about Mach 33. 24,000 miles per hour. So they've got a little wiggle room here, and they just want to make sure that they don't get rushed into a scenario.
And Steve, the astronauts obviously trained for this. They know these delays are going to happen. They have to be so ready to go for this moment, but at the same time, they have to remain calm. And people say on launch day, the astronauts are the most calm out there.
Oh, I've been there. I've waited for things to happen. I've climbed back out of the seat and got back in the bus and drove back and waited another 3 weeks. I had one mission that we had 17 launch dates. So, but believe me, going to the moon requires patience and integrity. And these people are, and I don't just mean the crew, I mean everybody here that we're listening to on the loops and all the people who are responsible to make this rocket. That's really what they mean by integrity, having the patience to do it correctly and safely.
Yeah, and you want to get it right because, like you said, you got to be safe, Tom. And this has been delayed, right? I mean, the first time they came in, they thought, you're listening in? Let's listen in here.
I think we should listen in right now.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead
clean
and just verify everybody has everything else complete. Launch director, and if we do, we'll be ready to pick up the poll at that time, unless there's something else that you're aware of.
No, sir. Let's verify all our work is complete, and I would like one last check of our constraints list.
All right, let's see.
That's Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She's the launch director.
She's making history.
She is the first woman to hold that job.
Yeah, OTC, this is CBSC. That 400 step 290 is complete. Copy.
Okay, so OTC, you're complete with all of your work?
That's affirmed.
All right, copy that. STC?
STC is complete.
And GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here.
Clear board.
And launch director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll.
It's her call now.
Go.
All right, sir, I am go for the poll.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
GC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO's go.
Safety console.
The safety console is go.
LPE.
LPE's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston flight.
Houston flight is go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
And CDR.
Crew is go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reid. And launch director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the launch director performing the final poll for launch, verifying no constraints, and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMT's go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. And NTD Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Gear risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going in work.
Copy. CVSE NTD, start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy and work.
Thank you. RSR NTD.
RSR.
All right, perform the booster ignition SNA arm rotation. Enable at this time, please.
RSR in work.
So we witnessed quite a moment there, Steve. I want you to kind of walk us through what we've been hearing. It just speaks to the dozens of teams that are working on this. Everyone has to say it's a go. Everything was clear. Right before they started, you said, wow, because they said the board was cleared. What did that mean?
There are no launch commit criteria that they're working, or that it's all clear. So there are no problems that would keep us from launching, is what they said. And couldn't you hear a little bit of the excitement and emotion in each of those voices as they went through the leaders of this whole pyramid?
When we heard inside of Integrity, which is the name of the capsule, it was interesting. It was the Canadian astronaut who I think said it best, Al. Yeah. He said, we're doing this for humanity, and we all kind of said, wow.
It really literally sent shivers, I think, down everybody's spine, goosebumps, because that, in the end of the day, is what, because to your point, Tom, you mentioned it's taken hundreds of thousands of people all around the world who have put their hands, literally, on that SLS.
Charlie Blackwell Thompson, Tom, she knows the magnitude of this moment. We heard it in her voice, and she had some inspiring words for that crew before they lift off.
I've talked to her several times, and she said that she, as a little girl, watched Apollo landing on the moon. They rolled that black and white TV into her classroom, and that was the moment that she went home and told her family, I want to do that someday. And she was a little girl. And the reaction was, okay, sweetie, that may not be a job for you. She's been determined since she was a little girl, and she's running the show right now.
About to make history. Steve, talk to our viewers. Explain the countdown again. Still hasn't started yet. We're still in that 10-minute mark. What's going on right now?
They're kind of shifting over to getting the rocket actually ready to go. So there's
arming, pressurizing, doing the whole checklist.
Exactly. Inside the cockpit now, you heard the visors down. So the helmets come down. They do an air purge with pure oxygen. So now they're breathing pure oxygen.
Yeah. I don't know if we have Ryan Chandler. If we do, I'd love to go to him because I know he's with a lot of space fans out there on the beach watching this. It was interesting as we were listening to this and as they were giving the poll and everyone was saying to go, we could hear cheers sporadically around where we are here at the Kennedy Space Center, and I think people were hearing maybe a beat earlier than we were. Ryan's live for us now. Ryan, what's the mood like where you are?
Tom, you're so right. I mean, it is a hot Florida evening, and I got full body chills when I heard those speeches come there. This is the best seat in the house on this beautiful afternoon. Hundreds of thousands of people flocking to the region just to see this with their own eyes. We've met people from all across the world, from Brazil, Costa Rica, London, Canada, all coming here just to see this. You really get a sense, talking to so many people, that this is a slice of humanity that cuts through generations. We met people who have never seen this before, who have hoped for this day for their entire lives, and others, the family they came with, who remember the golden days of Apollo, and this brings them right back to that full circle moment. You really feel standing here in anticipation that we are about to witness history, and all these people are in good spirits as we await the final seconds, Tom.
Yeah, it's a very good point, Ryan. Thank you. I want to bring in Gadi Schwartz now. Gadi was so instrumental in explaining one of the concerns they had earlier today, maybe a couple of hours ago, when there was something. Oh, there's a big moment now. It looks like the countdown clock is about to resume. I'm being told by our control room, and there it is. We're less than 10 minutes away from taking off. You can hear cheers all around the Kennedy Space Center. This is incredible. Gadi, I do want to go back to you because they're about to do something very important, which is arm the flight termination system. And earlier in the day, that had caused a little bit of problems. Explain to our viewers exactly what that is and why that's so important. Again, no problems as of late.
Yeah, it's so important, and yet something that we will not be needing here. So I've got my little model here. This is the SLS, right? And so the flight termination system, basically, not only are we putting humans on the top of this 30-some story rocket and then having a controlled explosion on the bottom, there are also strategically placed bombs throughout this rocket ship that basically are there just in case things go wrong, and the capsule has to eject. It's pulled off by this system up at the top, and the astronauts would be safely pulled away, and then the parachutes would deploy, and then this thing would need to blow up in the sky to basically come down in small enough pieces so that no one here on Earth gets hurt. But that's just some of those systems that you don't even think about when you see that majestic stack sitting there on the launch pad ready to go. But Tom, I just got to say, I mean, we got 8 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. Up until now, so many of us have gone outside and we've looked up at the moon, that moon that we all share here on Earth, and we've thought in awe, wow, humans have gone up there. And then we think, wait, why have we not gone back there? Like, what's going on? Today, that may end. Today, when we look up at the moon, we may see that beautiful shape and think, we are going there. And that might change forever. This might be a thing. This might be a defining moment for humanity. Establishing an ongoing presence on the moon opens up the solar system for us. And it's just incredible to see. We've got 7 minutes, 53 seconds to go.
Gotti, I'm going to Gotti, you're putting it so poetically, but I'm going to interrupt you for a second. We're moving the arm now, as you can see, one of the first major steps here as we're so close. If your kids are outside, if you're trying to tell them they have to go take a bath, now is not the time. 6:35 is the new time we have for liftoff. It's going to happen, as you see in that countdown, in less than 8 minutes, 7 minutes and about 30 seconds right now. You're going to witness history in this country. It's going to be quite the moment, and Gotti was making that point as well. And Tom, so many are going to be watching our coverage, and they're going to be asking, why has it taken more than 50 years after we put an American on the moon?
Well, there are a lot of reasons to that. I mean, the short answer is America decided we'd spend enough. We went there, been there, done that, and then we wanted to spend money on domestic programs. And then, oh, by the way, why don't we build out the shuttle program and really try to own low Earth orbit and do science in low Earth orbit? But as we've said, this is the biggest, most powerful rocket NASA has ever built. And when you see this thing light, let me give you the stats here, because this is awe-inspiring. Yeah. It will be 8.8 million pounds of thrust when this thing goes up, 3.5 million pounds of thrust in each of the booster rockets there. And these core engines are equipped with, they've been upgraded to produce 418,000 pounds of thrust. What does that mean? It means it's going to send it at 17,000 miles per hour into a very high orbit around the Earth. They'll spend a day there, and then they really light the fire, and they kick into Mach 33, 24,000 miles, headed all the way to the moon.
And Al, I think in about 6 days from now, if I'm correct, I think it's April 6th, maybe 5 days from now, they're going to look out their window, and they're going to see the moon. It's going to be the size of a basketball.
I know. And it's kind of, it's really mind-boggling when you think about it. And the fact that they are going to be the first humans to put eyes on certain parts of the dark side of that moon. And you know, to your point, Tom, about why we haven't done it, you know, listen, a lot of people think, oh, all this money being spent. Well, the fact of the matter is our lives right now, technologically, are due to advances that were made during the space program, from GPS to the way the materials that power our cars, all those things. And who knows what we're going to develop at the technology as Artemis continues to move further.
I think even to the device that has fed so many journalists, the microwave, as well. Just
the weather satellites. And the weather satellites. Thank you,
Tang. Steve, as we close in on 5 minutes here, there are a couple key things that are still needing to happen, right? Where they have to burn off the hydrogen igniters. I mean, still some major sort of technical issues. This is very important these next 5 minutes.
Well, one thing they're doing right now is pressurizing the core stage tanks, and that means is the fuel will be able to actually flow to the rocket engines. That's essential. But you're also looking for leaks. You're looking for temperature excursions. The turbo pumps that press the propellants, you've got a fuel and an oxidizer into the engines, have to work perfectly.
And then Tom, I want you to walk us through what we're going to see right at liftoff. We know it's going to be incredible when it lifts off the ground.
Yeah.
From there, at some point, those two massive rockets, right, attached to it, the SLS, are going to break off.
That's right. The boosters separate at 2 minutes and 8 seconds into the rocket lifting off. A key phrase to listen for to the viewers out there, it's called max Q. That means the maximum dynamic pressure on this rocket structure. That's at about 1 minute and 10 seconds into flight. Then again, at about 2:08, the rocket boosters separate out. And then at about 8 minutes and 6 seconds, the core stage and the main engine cutoff occurs. That's a critical moment. I always keep holding my breath until we actually have that core stage, main engine cutoff, because that's when you know that they should be safe in space.
From the rundown that we have here, right, the RS-25 engine startup.
Yeah.
That right there, Steve, what is that going to feel like? What's that going to sound like? Will the astronauts themselves know we're ready to take off in a few minutes?
Those
few
four
seconds, I should
RS,
say.
yes, if those RS-425s will start about 6 seconds before you leave the ground, and you can feel that rumble come right up through the rocket. Now you're covered with so much stuff, you don't hear it quite so much, but you definitely feel it. And when the solid rocket boosters light, you are flung off the ground. It's not soft.
Steve, I want you to listen for a second and tell us what we're hearing here.
Helium purge, Steve, just occurred.
Okay. So helium is used to push some of the propellant into the plumbing.
GLS is go for purge sequence.
And so that's a normal.
At what point does if you're a person of faith and you're an astronaut, at what point does the praying start? Is it right before liftoff, or I know this team has been praying for 3 years together.
It's when you tell your family that you're going to fly in space.
From that moment on.
That's when, that's when everything gets serious. Let me be clear about something. These people are not worried. These people are not anxious. They're not stressed. They dealt with the magnitude of this event and the risk that goes with it long ago. And so right now they're focused on the mission. They're glad to be there. It is their life dream coming true. It would be anybody's in this business.
But you mentioned the families, though, Steve, and that should not get lost. I'm looking over at the NASA building. I see friends and family right now looking from the top of the NASA building right there on the balcony. These families have to be holding their breath. I know they are.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I was on the mission after Columbia.
In fact, I think that's what Christina Koch said for our families.
Yeah.
And Drew Feustel said the same thing. It's hard on the families. So if you want to look for heroes in this business, don't look to the astronauts. Look at their families. Those are the heroes.
Jeremy Hansen had to have, he said, a very adult conversation with his teenagers about the very distinct possibility he wouldn't come back.
Yeah.
And that they had to go on without him. Obviously, everybody has done everything they can to ensure that they do come back, but they've had to have those conversations with family members, including their teenage kids.
We're about 90 seconds from launch. We're gonna give over the airwaves, if you will, voluntarily to NASA, because we want to listen as soon as they start speaking again. Right now, let's listen in.
It's really good news.
One minute.
GLS is go for ALS.
$25. 20. 15. 10.
GLS is go for core stage engine start.
Integrity, good roll pitch. Roger, roll pitch. Integrity, AMT high. AMT high. Integrity through max Q on Ponce on. Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce on. Have you the same? Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready. Copy all, Stan.
If you are joining our special coverage right now of NBC News of the Artemis II launch, you have just witnessed history with all of us and all of America that is watching. Guys, what an incredible moment. At first, you see that ball of fire. Yes. It takes a second, then you hear it, and then lift off. Feel it. And you feel it. And guys, a reason to look up right now, just a reason to look up, and cheers from everyone here at the Kennedy Space Center. And incredible, but something very important just happened. We saw the two rockets, right? They detached, Tom, and we're waiting on another critical moment in just a few minutes.
That's right. So keep your eyes on that clock right now. I'm looking over my shoulder with 3:13 into flight. We're going to wait for 8:06. That's going to be when the core stage, we have main engine cutoff. And as I said earlier, I always hold my breath until we have that, but they are off to a great start while we are cheering here on the ground, and literally the building is shaking. In typical NASA speak, they're understated. All systems nominal. That means it's all great.
Yeah. Business as usual. The skies over Florida, the skies then over Georgia and beyond. Seeing Artemis and this Integrity capsule enter space. Steve, at this point right now, what are the astronauts doing inside the capsule? Holding on?
You expect me to have words right now?
You've been to space. You've been to space.
And that's why.
And it still gets you.
Oh, of course it does. Yeah. Anybody who's been to space would find that to be just a beautiful example of human audaciousness. So the crew is enjoying themselves right now. They're watching their systems. They're feeling the pressure. It's very rough on the solid rocket boosters until they come off, and now it's a smooth, accelerating ride.
Al, it was incredible, right? Clear blue skies, and you could just see it.
Yeah, I mean,
lift off from Earth and just shake us.
But the flame, it's one of those things that television, no matter what you watch, and our crews are terrific and the technology, but to see that flame in person, it's brighter than anything I've ever looked at with my naked eye.
Yeah. Tom, you had seen obviously this takeoff before. This is the first time with humans, though. Can you tell just from your human eye the power of it? I mean, did it look different? Does it sound any different?
I would say it feels different. Yeah. Because the truth is the Saturn V rocket, I wasn't here for that, but that's actually taller, but this is more powerful. Yeah. And it shook the building here. Good comms, that's critical. They reported all good comms. You don't want to be going up into space with bad comms.
Yeah.
The other important note here is that Reid Wiseman told Houston it was a great view.
Oh, you love to hear that. And speaking of views, Tom, what are we looking at right now? Do we know some of these angles that NASA's providing here? What is this here? Is this the back of the SLS? Do we know?
So we are going to be getting multiple camera views. They're taking a page from SpaceX, which puts a camera on everything.
Right.
So NASA is now putting a camera on everything, and we are going to get the views, and I can't quite tell what that is, but we're going to be getting views from literally watching main engine cutoff. Again, that's going to happen at, where are we at? 5:36. We got 4 good engines right now. At 8:06 in, we'll have main engine cutoff, and then you will eventually, we expect, see the separation. Eventually, that's going to be the next main issue that we watch for very closely. Core stage separation at about 8:18.
So we're about 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes, Steve, from that. How complicated is that process? Because I don't want to say that that's the whole king caboodle here, because we just saw an incredible thing happen, but it's so critical.
It is very critical. It's so critical that they've made it as simple as possible to have as few failure modes as you could have.
The other interesting point here, Tom, is that they're not physically doing anything other than just sitting back and watching. This is all automated, controlled from the ground. They have a joystick or a command stick, if you will. They can talk about the thrust and the roll, but for the most part, they don't need to. This is all automated.
And this is
a nominal shutdown.
We have right now showing our viewers here a visualization of what was going on there. And I'm going to ask the control room. That's the visualization of what the separation would look like. I think this is inside NASA as well.
You're looking out of the launch control room right there.
As they were looking right a little bit after takeoff, and actually this might be right now. We're seeing the kind of the same image over our heads as well. As we wait for this critical moment in about less than 2 minutes, which is the separation. And from that moment, Tom, that's when sort of the real business, again, what we just saw was incredible, but the real business into space starts and the journey around the Earth, because it's not directly to the moon, it's around the Earth and then around the moon.
That's right. And so they're going to spend, as I said, 24 hours in a high apogee, if you will, a high orbit around the Earth. Essentially, they want to create a huge elliptical loop, if I'm using the right term. Steve is going to correct me. That's going to put them in a huge loop around the moon. And then that allows them to go further.
Integrity, AOA open.
It allows them to go farther than any humans ever. So this is all about configuring for that move, and so far so good. So again, 8:06, we're going to see the core stage separate from the engine, and then we'll watch as Orion, once it's in orbit, they're going to deploy their solar arrays. That gives them power that they need.
And then, Tom, the rockets, as they break off, they fall into the Atlantic.
Yep.
We know. Oh, yeah, we fall into the Atlantic. Yep. And then this other piece, the other piece that just is going to separate now. Yeah. That also falls straight into the Atlantic. Okay.
In some ways, this is harkening back to the old days of Apollo, right? So, you know, SpaceX reuses some of their pieces.
Which is incredible technology, and it was a game changer. Yeah.
Amazing. But that's not what this is about. They're going to be dropping, they have dropped their SRBs, and then they're going to be also eventually dropping that course.
And it's right here. If we can watch this live right here.
Here we go.
Walk us through what's happening. Actually, let's listen in.
Separated.
Nominal main engine cutoff, so the 4Rs-25s have done their job. Now we've got stage separation from the core. That looks smooth as can be, just beautiful. And how wonderful to actually see that on video.
Yeah, and
in
again,
real time.
Since we're outside the NASA building, we hear the cheers about a second before we actually see them. They're a little bit ahead of us, but again, cheers for what we just witnessed there. It was a very quick shot, but you could see, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Steve, is it the capsule that is coming off, or what exactly is coming out?
The capsule and the service module.
Okay.
And leaving the core stage, the big that had all the fuel tanks in it.
And then part of the reason to circle the Earth before they head on their way to the moon is to make sure that the capsule is working, that everything is, that they can navigate, that they can drive this, that everything is working in perfect order.
Yeah, it's like going camping in your backyard before you go to Everest.
Just making sure everything works there. Tom, NASA's providing these visualizations, which this is not obviously what's happening right now, but these are ideas of what's happening, so we can sort of understand this is what it's going to look like right now.
Yeah, listen, I think that we are watching the latest cutting-edge technology at play. I mean, this is truly America at the cutting edge here, and I think it's important and relevant to take a moment and say, wow, we should be collectively, not as Americans, not as North Americans, but just as humans, proud of the achievement here. The humans have been able to do this, and we're about to go even further than ever before. It's exactly what they'd hoped for, setting the stage to eventually put humans on the moon.
And Al, in your interviews, I know when you spoke to the crew, they thought their ultimate goal was that this would be a moment of unity for the world.
Exactly, because and they said that over and over. Yeah. This is not about them. This is about what we can do, how we can stretch those outer limits, what we can discover as we get ready to make that landing on the moon.
And they're so humble. I think in one of the interviews that you or Tom did, they said they would be happy if the next interview is with the next Artemis crew, and they want this just to keep going.
They almost want to be forgotten. They want to make their mark, get the job done, and then they want the spotlight on the next crew because they're going to go even further. You know, do you remember Apollo 10?
Yeah.
Most of us don't. We remember Apollo 11, right? Yes. But Apollo 10 set the stage for Apollo 11.
Ryan Chandler is with space fans out there witnessing this moment in history. Ryan, what was it like to watch from your vantage point there on the beach?
And for PWD setup, just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
Can you hear Ryan?
Well, Ryan is speechless.
No, I can't hear program
right now. Ryan, I don't know if Ryan can hear us.
4601.
The astronauts can hear
I think
NASA,
they're dialing me.
We're still okay. We're gonna try to get Ryan. It's live TV,
they're dialing
folks, and they're dialing back. We need a launch commander, I think, but we're good to go.
But you know, I think the other thing that's interesting, Tom, is that they are testing new things, including a brand new toilet. Which is very important. You know,
and I heard it's very cramped, from what I understand.
But you know, the toilet. Everybody kind of jokes at that. But you know, would you want to go to the moon without a working toilet? It's a brand new technology. They want to make sure that works. They got a new water system they want to work. Brand new telemetry, brand new comms, a brand new deep space comms network. So there's an awful lot to test drive here before they send humans to the surface.
Jeremy Hansen, the Canadian who's on board this mission, said it's his first time in space. He hopes not to annoy his fellow astronauts because he's never really floated before. And he says, I'm sure he's so big it's going to get kind of annoying at first, but they'll get used to it. How hard is it once you're there and you're weightless?
Oh, you're very annoying. Oh, yeah. I bumped into everybody. But I have a special note of pride about Jeremy because I come from a Canadian family too. So.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Well, and what, if you can, I mean, what is it like this moment like for Canada?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? There have been very few Canadian astronauts. Every one of them is super special. I've known most of them. And Jeremy's an amazing guy. And can you imagine this being your first mission ever? Wow. Just what a wonderful guy, and he's representing an entire country. That section of humanity is very, very proud of him, and I am too.
And timing is everything in life, and what a great time for Canada and the U.S. to come together in a mission like this, and at a moment like this when the world is watching. I think we do have Ryan Chandler now. Systems are a go, from what I understand. Ryan, talk to us about what the space watchers out there are saying.
Tom, that was one of the most incredible things that I've ever seen, but the most interesting thing to me was not even looking at the rocket. It was looking this way at people's faces and seeing that raw reaction. So many people here, this is the first time they'd ever seen that in their life. It's seeing the mom embrace her kid and say, look, anything is possible. It's people looking up and realizing what this means, not just for the United States, but for the world and for humanity. Tom, if I may, I know we have a great team of experts that we've been talking to all day. I found one of my own on the ground here. This is Mr. Adrian. Thanks for helping us out. What did you think when you looked up to the stars and saw that launch today?
It was so incredible. It's like my first time seeing this, waiting for such a long time.
And you know a lot about this mission. What does this mean? What were you looking for when this launch happened?
Like, something really important is it's so brave of the astronauts that wanted to go there. Like, they never denied it. They just went like this, and they just said, we just go.
And you want to be one of them one day.
Let's go.
All right, we'll see you on Mars. Adrian, thank you so much, sir. Tom, I mean, that really makes the day.
Go, Ryan.
Yeah, little Adrian there, and so many little Adrians all around this country will never forget this moment. Tom, you were just sending me a note here. You're getting text messages from friends in Canada as well who are watching this and just in awe.
And they're watching. I told them, watch NBC News. Don't watch the Canadian Broadcasting Company. So to Joe, my good friend, to Jacinta, my good friend, to others, they have been watching, and they are so proud of this moment. So proud to see Canada step forward. But in typical Canada nice fashion, Jeremy is the most unassuming, nice, easygoing guy, and they're proud of that, that he represents the best of them.
You know, it's incredible because at this time we have multiple wars that are happening across the world right now. We hope this is a moment that the world can get around. That's what the astronauts wanted. You wonder if something like this, and obviously we're in the moment right now, and we'll see what happens tomorrow, and we live in a different era than the 60s and 70s, as you guys know. But the big question is, can the world and can the U.S. get around this moonshot? And will it motivate and maybe lead to more space travel and maybe more investments into space?
Well, I think what's going the thing about when Neil Armstrong stepped on the moon, I was 15. I was watching with my family around a Sears Roebuck television, and it brought everybody together, and it ignited a can-do spirit that we can do these things. And I think with this crew, whether you're a Canadian, whether you're a person of color, whether you're a woman, whether you're anybody, you see some of yourself in this group, and that's going to spur that interest, that desire to move forward.
Yeah, Tom, as we watch and all of the moments that happened earlier when this thing took off, Artemis II is so incredible. An important moment's going to happen in about 3 hours, right? 3 hours from now, we have sort of a critical point in this entire mission when all eyes will be on what happens, and Orion, the capsule, something happens there. Explain to our viewers.
The Orion separates, and then it is truly on its own. And that's the point where we start seeing the proximity operations demonstrating their capability in that spaceship. This is the most advanced, one of the most advanced spaceships ever built. Right? I don't want to speak for what SpaceX has got going. They've had an incredibly successful pattern already. But you're talking about the most advanced spaceship that has never had humans in it before. It had a great, successful, unmanned, uncrewed mission, test flight. Right. But just to be clear, that return was a problem. You may recall.
And the 5,000 degrees.
That's right.
It was a heat shield issue.
Yeah, they had more burning and charring on the heat shield on reentry than they're comfortable with. That really caused them to go back and do a big, in places, redesign and really question whether this is the right design for this ship. And everybody is still very much holding their breath and hoping and praying that heat shield holds on reentry. And for the most part, NASA is absolutely confident that it will. Now, there's some high-profile previous astronauts who are concerned about it. They've raised that concern. We've had that on NBC Nightly News. But the majority of the engineers at NASA and the NASA leaderships believe that it will be safe and the crew will be safe on reentry.
All right, Steve, as we wait for that moment 3 hours from now, talk to us about inside the Orion capsule right now. Are the astronauts talking amongst themselves? Are they talking back to mission control? What's happening?
They're busy. They're really busy. They're a brand new thing. They're looking at all the systems, make sure is that pressure right? Is that temperature right? Do we expect that valve to open? Then make our preparations for the separation from the ICPS and actually drive the Orion with the European service module around, flip it around, and actually do simulated dockings. Only a few hours after launch. That's an amazing thing to ask the crew to do, and I know they're excited.
And I know on this first day and this first night, they have to stay up for a long time, right? They almost, I think, at some point have to take a quick nap just to stay up longer because of what's happening and the importance of everything. Everyone has to be alert and awake.
How could you sleep?
How could you?
After that. So, but I think they'll be pretty fatigued, and if things have gone so well, they'll actually be able to sleep okay.
Yeah, we saw a quick shot of inside NASA, and it we have to talk about those teams there because we talk about the astronauts and their families and their friends, but I mean those teams from NASA as well working on this to every aspect, from the arithmetic to the building to everything to thinking about what's the next goal.
I worked in mission control for about 15 years and worked with lots and lots of missions, both ISS and lots of shuttle missions. And I saw how dedicated and smart these people are. But it's not just the individual people. It's the way they're linked together into kind of a super brain. And that's what's happening in mission control.
It looks like we're close to or either getting to the point where the Orion solar arrays deploy. Steve, what exactly does that mean in layman's terms?
Well, we know what solar panels do, right? And that's exactly what's essential for this this vehicle. So the capsule is that little gumdrop thing, and then there's a cylinder below it, and that cylinder is the service module. It provides power and also water and oxygen, nitrogen for the capsule itself. And that power is going to come from the sun, so we need those solar arrays.
So an important and a critical part of what's happening right now, the solar arrays deploying, and we think, Tom, that's just happened or it's about to happen.
Right this very minute. Let's listen open.
Yep, let's listen in.
Give us just 1 minute. And Stan, you can read it. Ike is ready to copy.
Roger. TDRS handover east to west expected 1 second earlier at 5:1 minutes 26 seconds.
Okay, bottom line is we're at that point right now when the solar arrays are deploying, assuming that goes as planned, nominally, as NASA likes to say.
All right, Stan, we copy 1 second earlier for 5126 TDRS east to west. And
we will then be waiting. The next big marker on this is going to be at 49 minutes into the mission.
Yeah.
40, sorry, I've got trying to listen to them and at the same time. 49 minutes into the mission, then, that is when we will see Orion in a safe orbit.
But so far, Tom, just to put a point on this, so far everything has been great. It's been good. Systems are a go. We've witnessed a historic launch.
Couldn't ask for a better day, better mission. It's been perfect.
All right, Tom, we thank you. That's going to conclude this NBC News special report for the launch of the Artemis II mission. We'll have much more coverage ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and online at NBCNews.com. I'm Tom Yamas from the Kennedy Space Center. We thank you so much for watching.
EMT high.
And we are continuing our breaking news coverage of the Artemis II launch right here on NBC News Now. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Right now, we are just minutes into that historic launch with 4 astronauts lifting off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida just moments ago in the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched, the most powerful rocket humans have ever climbed on top of and ridden into the stars. The Artemis crew is going to spend 10 days in space where they're going to get to lay their eyes on parts of the moon's far side that humanity has never seen before. It is the first time that NASA has sent humans this deep into space since 1972, almost 250,000 miles away. And this mission is setting the stage for NASA's return to the moon, that history-defining goal now slated for 2028. Now, NASA's cameras have been capturing so many angles of this mission, including inside the capsule, and yet right now we are waiting for some of those feeds to reestablish connection. Let's listen into Mission Control for the latest here.
Integrity, thank you. We see the same.
And what you're seeing right now, this is an animation. This is a visualization of what the capsule looks like. We are awaiting the moment in which solar panels are deployed alongside that capsule that will help it in its journey to the moon. But again, we're not seeing the video. We're not seeing live video images just yet. We saw some during the launch. We're hoping for that video to be reestablished with Mission Control there. But I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist, who is at the Kennedy Space Center. Aaron, you are so lucky, and I am so jealous of your vantage point here. You got to tell me, how did the launch go there?
It was the most spectacular sensory overload that I think I've ever experienced, Gotti. It was just amazing to witness this moment in history. And I'll tell you, so we have a little building here at Kennedy Space Center, right? We are right across the street from the vehicle assembly building, so about 4 miles away from the launch pad, where we were able to see from the rooftop here the rocket launch. And so, like, you see the fire start to build underneath the rocket before you start to see that smoke, and then the launch, and then our whole building started shaking. You could feel on the roof as that shaking was happening, and then just to watch this rocket from a distance, it seems, almost slow, although we know it's not. It's moving at thousands of miles an hour into the sky and then into orbit, and it really was just a spectacular sight to see. And knowing that this is like the wow moment, right? This is the thing that people watch because it is such an incredible thought to have this rocket sort of explode in the way that one would in this moment of getting into the sky, and then to know what's ahead of us, right? We've got 10 days on this mission where you have these 4 incredible human beings who are going to travel farther away from the Earth than anyone has before to do a test flight, but to also run these experiments and to see the moon from the far side with their own eyes, which no other human being has done. And so it's spectacular in that sense. We did pull out it's a Lego model that one of our technical managers here built of the rocket, just to kind of give you an idea of what's happened so far, right? You understand that these rocket boosters separated very early on, and then we saw the core stage, this orange part, separate as well. And so now what's in space is just the top part of this here. The abort system is already sort of come off and separated as well. So you just have the crew that's inside the crew capsule here, Orion, as we've been calling it. And we know that we were expecting the solar arrays to deploy. They're going to be important, obviously, to this mission. They're just like the solar panels that you would have on the roof of your house. They're collecting energy, power for this capsule to continue its mission around the moon. It's going to be a little while before we get to that point, right? We know they're going to orbit the Earth a few times here before, and they want to check out all the systems. They want to check out their spacesuits,
Aaron,
that sort of thing,
sorry to interrupt
before
there, but
they start that 3-day trip to the moon.
Yeah, Aaron, let's listen in real quick because I think we're getting an update from NASA here.
There's also a discussion with Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reid Wiseman about the alignment of the MET clocks on the Orion spacecraft and the ICPS. Commander Reid Wiseman confirmed the clocks are in sync, no issues. They're going to investigate it on the ground. We're proceeding with today's mission. 26 minutes of mission elapsed time and counting.
And as we understand it right now, those solar arrays are being deployed or in the process of being deployed right now. I do want to bring in Colonel Ron Garan. He's a former NASA astronaut, retired Air Force colonel. He knows a little something about getting on top of this explosion, pushing 8 million pounds of thrust or something along those lines, and then riding off into the heavens. Put us inside of one of those capsules. I know that you've gone up on space shuttles, you've gone up on Soyuz. Like, what is it like sitting on that much thrust, heading up into space?
Well, as you can imagine, it's thrilling. I know, Steve, you had him on a little while ago, and he was explaining, and it's just exhilarating to feel. Because I remember the first time I launched into space, you feel the acceleration, you feel the force in your chest. And I'm a fighter pilot, and so I've felt that acceleration before, but it had never lasted that long. So somewhere in the back of your mind, you realize we are going really, really fast, and they are.
Really, really fast and really, really far, too. And once you settle in, I mean, at what point do you get used to, I guess, you know, Earth's atmosphere, you're pulling 4 or 5 Gs, maybe more going up, but at what point do you start to feel weightless? And then at what point do things get normal? Do they get normal at all? Because they've got 10 days ahead here.
Yeah, well, the weightless comes instantly. So when the main engine shut off, and it happened at 8:06, I think, on this launch, you go from feeling like an elephant and sitting on your chest. You're being pushed back into your seat from the force of acceleration to being weightless instantly, and that is an incredible feeling. And it's an incredible feeling of relief because you know you've made it and you're in space now, and so that's exhilarating.
And Colonel, if I may, let's pull up the because I'm trying to listen with both ears here, but let's pull up the NASA feed, and you'll listen with me. I think you'll be able to hear it too.
We did hear confirmation that
like
the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition has been confirmed per the pad, which means it was the predicted time prior to liftoff.
Integrity for GNC, we're taking channel 1 to unfiltered and to BFS.
And so we're hearing the communication back and forth right now with Mission Control. You know, a lot of people, it's the 21st century here. A lot of people are going to be watching this and they're going to be like, wait a minute, animation, no, I signed up for like a full HD, like I want to see all of the images and give me the full feed. And yet the truth of the matter is space is very hard. What are we seeing here right now? And is everything going according to plan?
Yeah, I believe, as far as I can tell, everything's going according to plan. It seems like there was some timing mismatch between the upper stage, the ICPS, and the Orion capsule. It didn't seem like that was causing too much concern, but there's a big maneuver coming up to raise the perigee. The perigee is the part of the orbit that's the closest to the Earth. And so when they get to the apogee, which is the farthest away from the Earth, they're going to do a maneuver to raise that perigee to put them in minutes. That's what's coming up here in about
time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver.
In about 20 minutes. And that apogee, I mean, that is really what sets the table for the slingshot, right?
Wings.
Exactly. Exactly. So you raise the perigee at the apogee. I know it's a little counterintuitive, but that's what they're doing, or about to do.
And when it comes to the physics of what they are trying to do, I mean, this is something that we've done, obviously, with Artemis I. We've never done it with humans on board. But what do those speeds feel like? Is it just peaceful as you can imagine up in space, or do you feel the maneuvering of the craft?
You feel the maneuvering, you feel the burns. When we fire the engines, you feel that as just a gentle force. It's not the force of launch that I described before. It's just a gentle force. But the speed you don't feel at all because there's no wind resistance. There's nothing to compare it to. But you notice that you're moving away from the Earth pretty fast. You know, visually you could see that speed.
And what are the chances that anybody's going to get sleep anytime soon? I mean, they're heading into tonight, or I guess daytime permanently, right?
Well, they have a very, very busy day ahead of them. They've already had a long day. But there's a lot they have to do, and then they have a huge burn tomorrow, which is going to set them on their course to the moon. So they have to be ready for that. But I think they're going to have to find some time, time to catnap or whatever to just get some rest. But they're going to be very busy, and they are.
Hopefully they get some shut-eye. You know, I do have to ask this because my mind almost blew, and I know that you're probably of the same mind, but I have heard over the last couple of days people being like, yeah, but why go to the moon? Like, why are we going up there? I've got my reasons and obviously go on a diatribe, but does anybody say that around you? Have you heard that, and what is your response?
Well, no, I hear that, of course. And the answer is that there's a tremendous benefit for all of humanity for us to extend human presence to the moon permanently, to have a permanent human presence on the moon. And that's the plan. You know, Apollo was to explore the moon and to set that precedent. But this mission is the first step of many steps that will lead to a permanent human presence on the moon, an extension of human existence beyond the Earth, to basically make the moon the Earth's 8th continent. There's resources there. There's many, many benefits to the Earth by doing that. But I think one of the biggest things is, and you've heard this over and over about this mission, is the unity that it shows. You know, this is the first time we've been to the moon in 54 years. And when we went the first time, it was a unifying event. All of humanity came together to witness this amazing accomplishment, and we're doing it all over again. And hopefully we have that same effect again.
Yeah, I really hope so. The Earth's 8th continent, that is so wonderfully put. And yet, as I understand it, I mean, you know, there are geopolitics here on Earth, unfortunately, with us humans who don't know exactly how to see eye to eye yet. But one of the things that's being talked about, obviously, is this lunar base that we are planning on putting on the south pole of the moon, where we will hopefully be able to tap into the, I think we've got some video here. It looks like we've got some video from moments ago. And there is our beautiful planet down below. I think this was from launch. I may be mistaken here, but back to the lunar bases. It's the United States has plans for a lunar base, as well as China, and as well as Russia in cooperation with China, and they'll all be maybe sharing the same general vicinity there on the bottom of the moon. How do you see all of that playing out over the next 10 to 15 years?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to it. I have a hopeful view. I mean, I hope that we have many different nations going to the moon and all cooperating for the benefit of all humanity. But as you said, geopolitics, exist in space as well. Whatever geopolitics we have on the Earth, we launch that into space with us. So it's not like we can escape that. But I think the more nations, the more people, the more organizations that see that bigger picture, that see the vantage point that space provides us, the better off that we're all going to be. So I hope it leads to an era of cooperation. And again, what motivates us as humans is awe and wonder, and the awe and wonder is something that can bring us together and to unify us.
Yeah, awe and wonder, and hopefully some cooperation on, as you put it, the 8th continent. Colonel Guerin, thank you so very much for joining us on such a historic day. I do want to go out to NBC News correspondent Ryan Chandler, who's been out on Cape Canaveral. He's been with the crowds gathered to watch, making all kinds of friends on this historic launch day. Ryan, what are you hearing out there?
Gotti, that was one of the most incredible things I've seen. There's one cloud in the sky right now, but it's not a cloud at all. It's the exhaust from the launch. Just an incredible sight. But I think what's going to stick with me permanently, Gotti, is not looking this way. Yes, you see the fireball, you hear the incredible sound. That was cool. But what really meant a lot was looking this way and seeing the raw reaction, the jaws drop on the kids' faces. Met so many people today who left school for this and said, I want to be an astronaut someday. To see how they reacted to this, to talk with the 88-year-olds, conversely, and hear how they remember so fondly the golden era of the Apollo mission and how they feel a sense that we're back to that golden age of space exploration. To hear what it means to them. That's what's going to stick with me. It was a really interesting group of people here because they all came here with a purpose, they all had a passion, and this meant a whole lot to the thousands and thousands of people that took the time to show up and see this in person, Gotti.
Yeah, there's been so much talk about the Apollo generation, and now we've got the Artemis generation, and there is an overlap here. Those that were alive to see Apollo now seeing Artemis. It seems like this is the space generation, right?
Right, and I mean, when you think about it like that, you have to be at least in your 60s to remember anything meaningful from the Apollo days, right? I met a family, it was 3 generations of people who all came together. There was the granddaughter and mom, neither of whom had seen a space launch ever because it had been so long, right? More than 50 years since the last time we went to the moon in lunar orbit like that. And then they were seated with people in their 80s who were telling them stories from the good old days of lunar exploration, right? So it really feels like this connects people not just across countries and states, but across generations in pursuit of this one mission, which has lasted the test of time. Gotti.
Wow. And now, I mean, I see the RVs behind you. Now what happens? Now they wait for the sun to go down and then just stare up into the sky and wonder?
These people have been partying all day. I'm sure that's going to continue into the night. But just as quickly as they got here, it is emptying out very quickly. I mean, it was before 7 a.m., before the gates opened, when there was a line of cars a half-mile long to get in here. Thousands and thousands of people showing up, not a parking spot free in the entire place for these RVs. And now, as soon as the rocket went out of view, they left, and I don't know, maybe they're onto the beach now.
Yeah, you got to beat traffic on the way out, I guess. I do want to ask. I mean, I was sitting here in the studio. I have never actually seen a rocket take off in real life. What did it sound like?
Gotti, if I had to guess anybody at NBC News who had seen at least one launch, it would have been you.
I know.
You got to get out here. I feel so incredibly lucky to be here. It sounded like this rumble of thunder. What really stuck out to me is the immense gap of time between when you see the rocket take off and when you hear it. It was a lot longer than I thought. I was actually taken by surprise when it first started lifting off the ground and you look out and you see a fireball. You can't see the rocket from here. We're about 12, 13 miles away. But once that fireball starts, you see it, and it's like looking at a welder's torch. Even from that far away, it was so bright, and it felt like a minute passed before you heard anything, and then you feel the rumble. And just within a minute or so, it was out of sight. But all of our jaws were still on the floor. Got it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You just described something that is so high on my bucket list. Cannot wait to see one of those in person. And the cadence will be going up very soon. Ryan Chandler out there in Cape Canaveral. Thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more coverage of Artemis II's historic launch. So stay right here.
Booster ignition. Liftoff.
Hey, welcome back. It's just past 7:15 p.m. in the East and 4:15 here in the West, and we've been watching NASA's historic Artemis II launch. Let's listen in now to NASA TV.
Main engine when they execute the 26-second burn. You can see in the animation here, the solar array wings are in motion, and the attitude is being reconfigured to point the engine in the correct direction. Those solar array wings being pointed forward.
And as we're watching this feed from NASA, you can see on the bottom of your screen there, that is 14,000 miles per hour. It is 1,200 miles away. We are watching this animation from NASA right now. I do want to bring in
flight control room. The team you see here oversaw the ascent of our four astronauts inside Integrity.
And as we listen to the broadcast from NASA TV, I do want to bring in former NASA astronaut Leroy Chiao. He spent 229 days in space. Leroy, great to see you on this historic day. We're now looking at the mission control there. We've got a live look there. We don't see the actual spacecraft. We do see the visualization. I know a lot of people were expecting to see a lot more video. So I do want to ask, is that normal, or were our expectations too high?
Yeah, it's normal. I mean, it depends on where the satellite is and where the antenna is pointed. So you're not always going to have video. But once they get KU coverage, what we call KU band coverage, they'll be able to bring in some more video. So it looks like everything's going great with the mission. They're orbiting the Earth right now, getting ready to do their translunar injection once the spacecraft has been checked out and the timing is appropriate. So looks like everything's going great.
And tonight they're going to be spending the night circling Earth, if I understand correctly. What does that look like?
Sure. And so they're checking out the Orion spacecraft. The flight controllers are looking at the telemetry coming down, making sure everything is all set. And once they determine that it is, and at the appropriate time, they'll light the engine of the upper stage, and they'll do the translunar injection to head off to the moon.
And as they make that traverse to the moon, which is some 250 million miles away, if I'm not mistaken, to the furthest point, they're going to see the backside of the moon, something that human eyes, or at least parts of it, human eyes have never seen in person. They've seen images from some of our robotic cameras that we've sent back along that area. But as I understand it, that part of the moon is particularly crusty, right? Like the moon's crust is very thick. What are we going to learn scientifically from this mission?
Well, sure. And of course, the Apollo astronauts saw the far side of the moon, maybe not the exact track that these astronauts will see. And the far side of the moon is more cratered, if you will. It takes a lot more impacts just because of the geometry of how things work. But, you know, they're going to be pretty far away, so they'll take some nice pictures. They might make some other measurements. Scientifically, it's hard to say that we're going to learn too much more because they're going to be very far away. They are going to be the farthest humans that have ever flown from the Earth, so they won't be that close to the surface. But an exciting mission nonetheless.
And to you, what does this mission represent?
I think first and foremost, this sends a message that America is back. You know, we've had slips, stumbles, changes in direction, but now we've launched the first mission to the moon or around the moon in almost 54 years. That's a huge thing, not just psychologically and not just for, you know, national pride, but also inspiring the next generation. People like me, I was an 8-year-old kid when Apollo 11 landed on the moon, and that helped reinforce my determination to study engineering and be part of the technical team that, you know, formed my generation. And so this is going to inspire the next generation. And frankly, besides the technical spin-offs, I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, and it couldn't have come at a better time. I got to say, you know, I wish I was of that generation. My grandfather worked on the Apollo missions, and so it's part of my family. And yet, we live in a day and age where, you know, we're seeing the advent of this AI deep fake generation, and there is a lot of skepticism. And you hear from time to time people say, look, we never landed on the moon. This was all, you know, a hoax perpetrated on the American public. And yet, on this day, and for the next 10 days, I'm hoping that we get to see a lot of concrete proof that once and for all puts all of that to bed in an experience that we can all share. But as an astronaut, do you ever encounter those types of conspiracy theories? And when you do, what is the surefire way to bring people to what we have done on the moon?
Well, sure. And, you know, when I go out and speak to the public, I'll oftentimes get this whole question of, was that all faked? And my answer is, look, it's simple. It would have taken a lot more to fake it than to actually do it. You think you're going to keep those tens of thousands of people quiet all these decades as part of this conspiracy? That's just not going to happen. Do you think the Russians wouldn't have called us out? They would have known if we had faked it. And, you know, this was all inspired by a movie in the early 70s called Capricorn 1, which was a great movie, by the way. It starred O.J. Simpson, about a fake NASA Mars landing, right? And so, you know, it's kind of like the flat earthers. You know, what can you do?
What can you do other than hopefully force people to watch science happening in front of our very eyes? Leroy Chow, always a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Emily Akeda. She is with a bunch of Artemis watchers at the Liberty Science Center out there in New Jersey. What have people been telling you there, Emily?
Well, there's just been so much excitement, Gotti. Now, some people have just exited a few moments ago after witnessing this historic moment. And look, I saw Ryan Chandler. I saw Aaron Gilchrist. Certainly, Florida is the premier seat to this moment in history. But I'll take this as a pretty cool second. We are at the largest planetarium in the country, even in the Western Hemisphere, 89 feet. The screen is 89 feet wide. And so they have been playing this live stream from NASA throughout. And so hundreds of people piled in here to to witness this very special moment. People of all ages. I saw young kids dressed up as astronauts. I spoke with one mom and who was with her daughter, the mom describing how they would always remark to each other. They say, I love you to the moon and back. And she says now her daughter has an understanding of what the moon really means. I want to bring in Andrew Bundes, who helped walk everyone through moments ago. I know it's quiet now, but let me tell you, in the countdown to liftoff, it was absolutely exhilarating. As someone who has this background in astrophysics, who's been studying this, what did this moment mean to you?
Oh, it meant so much to just see this next step in our journey to return humans to the moon, eventually to send them to Mars. But I think for me, the most meaningful part of it was just seeing the excitement. I had the front row seat. I got to watch the excitement on everyone's face as Artemis II finally launched. I think that's the part that really meant the most to me, seeing the excitement from all the kids and just how much it meant to them too.
I mean, there's certainly a lot of complicated vernacular around understanding this, but a lot of young faces in this crowd. What did it mean to you to actually help walk and potentially inspire young people to further explore space and help people build their dreams around this?
Yeah, I mean, I, of course, love space, but science in general is so important to us as a species and our understanding of the universe. So just getting a chance to help inspire kids to want to learn more science, to have a kid who wants to be an astronaut or a biologist or a chemist, something that excites them too. It just means the world.
You know, we all heard there was this big kind of group countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. Describe the emotion in that moment.
I mean, it was just my heart almost just blew out of my chest. It was so exciting. We tried to make sure that down in Florida that they could hear us all the way up in Jersey City.
Andrew Bundes, thank you so much. You know, Gotti, I was listening to Mike Massimino earlier today on NBC, an astronaut who talked about how as a young kid, he watched the Apollo missions and how that really was the inspiration for him to chase his dream of becoming an astronaut. And I tend to think that maybe there were a few future astronauts in this crowd here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. In that crowd here in Los Angeles and in Cape Canaveral, where Ryan Chandler was just reporting from, absolutely, all across the world. Thanks so much, Emily. And you might be asking, maybe you're asking, maybe you're like, finally we're going back, but you might be asking, like, why are we going back to the moon in the first place? Well, there are so many reasons, but starting at the top, let's go with science. For more on that, let's bring in Dr. Emily Rice. She is a space scientist, an associate professor of astrophysics at the City University of New York. Doctor, thanks so much for being with us. There's such a long list of reasons to go back to the moon. And I think that is a live picture. We are starting to see a live picture from the SLS and from, we lost it again. It looks like there's some issues with the connectivity of those visual images coming from Orion. But Doctor, let's start with the top of your list. What are you most excited about for when we do land on the moon?
Wow, when we land on the moon, honestly, I can't even. Those first steps, those first words. I'm like you. I didn't get to live through this before. I haven't seen a rocket launch in person either. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I want to look at the moon. I want to go outside my house, look at the moon, and know that there are people walking on it. That's really exciting for me. We won't be able to see them, of course, but knowing that people are there at that moment, I think, is going to be really, really special.
I had this kind of this crazy feeling today of all the work that needs to be done. Now that this mission is now underway, it does seem like chapter one of this incredible space age. And so much of it has to do with the moon. We were seeing, the cryo fueling and listening to them describe liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen going into those tanks to fuel that rocket out of our orbit. And then you think, this is going to the moon, and this is going to the southern end of the moon where there is ice, and that ice eventually will be mined, H2O. You pull that apart, you have hydrogen, and you have oxygen, right? I mean, that is jet fuel. how much work do you see happening in terms of, where we are technologically right now and where we will be once we get on the moon? How big of a leap do you think we'll get to see in terms of how to propel us further from where we've ever gone?
Yeah, we can do it. Honestly, I think there is some technology still to be worked out. In particular, so this Orion capsule is going to take people around the moon, but it's not going to be what's landing people on the moon in this version of the Artemis missions. And so we're still working on the lander. So it's either going to be SpaceX, the Starship from SpaceX, or it's going to be something from Blue Origin. Both of those companies have made huge amounts of progress in just the last few years. We've talked about it before, and Tom Costello says it all the time, like, it's now become mundane to watch a rocket fairing come back and land itself on a barge,
right,
and then back on the launch
right.
pad. Like, that used to be, the first couple times it happened, it was unbelievable, and now it's just normal to us. And so I think the more quickly we can pick up the pace on this, we can get back to the moon. It's going to be definitely also a task for humans to figure out how to live somewhere that far away. But also, we've had people living in space for the last 25 years, and 3 of those astronauts that are on their way to the moon have done that for months at a time. And so really, even though there's been some kind of pauses and differences in the space program in the last several decades, it's all been leading us up to this moment.
Yeah, Dr. Rice, I'm so glad you brought up, what has become mundane and what will probably become mundane going forward, because you get into some technical questions. And I do have some toys here, so I'm hoping that you walk me through. This is obviously the SLS, right? And so SLS, we've got the tiny little Orion that is inside of the tippity top. Obviously, the abort launch system, that's already gone. But now we've got what's effectively that capsule, and then the rest of this is all gonna burn up somewhere. Yeah. But this is the space semi-truck of the future. And, we were having this discussion in the newsroom a little bit earlier. Like, why didn't they just skip this step and go straight for this? And as I understand it, it's all based on what is safe for humans to get out of Earth's orbit in. And as I understand it, and again, they've been kind of tight-lipped about this. I think that they're still working on it. But the next mission is really going to be about sending that capsule up. We've got the Orion now floating around and then interfacing with either this or Blue Origin's version, right? And this is the big question mark. Like, are we going to put people on the semi-truck? Is that going to go to the moon? How do you see this question mark being filled in?
From what I understand, I think so. This is all very, very new, also, because it was only announced a couple months ago that they were shifting the landing from Artemis 3 to Artemis 4. So now, as I understand it, Artemis 3 will be the testing of this docking. I believe that's going to be a crewed mission, but I think the testing of the docking might still happen in Earth orbit, because then that's going to be much easier to, you'll be closer to home in case something goes wrong. But yeah, those systems are still being worked out. There's a lot still to adjust with the technology. This is the first time that it's this NASA commercial crew, this partnership between NASA and these industry partners in such a strong way, or kind of an even partnership before. Like, there's always been industry contributions to NASA space programs, but really with the industry taking the lead on developing substantial technologies for this Artemis program, that's a little bit new. And so we'll have to see where it goes.
So new.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting time. It's almost like we're seeing a bunch of paradigm shifts for space happen all at the same time. And I don't know if we've really wrapped our heads around what all of that means. But, this thing is still, we haven't seen it land. It hasn't been caught. This part has been caught by those chopsticks, Mechzilla things, but this, we still need to see that caught. And, at some point, when you look at this stack versus this stack, as I understand it, this thing is anywhere from $2 to $4 billion. If they get this right, this whole reusable system is somewhere between like $10 to $100 million. That's like a Ferrari that you just send up and then you just never use again to get from point A to point B, versus a Prius that you send up and then it comes back, and then you send up and it comes back. But oh yeah, that Prius can carry like 100 times more payload. If it would have not been for this space race that we're in, it would have made sense that we would be waiting for this type of technology to evolve, right? And yet we find ourselves with different companies competing, and NASA using what is effectively, gosh, I look like such a space nerd, but what is effectively like Apollo era rocketry to get us into space, right? So over the next 5 years, how do you see all of this developing?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can even, I mean, things have changed so much in the past 2 months, much less the past 2 years. Like, I'm not sure that we can even forecast what things, like, I know NASA has a plan, because for every, they have a plan on top of plans on top of plans. Like, they know what could happen, and there's probably even a lot of different versions of that. They don't always make everything public, which I think is, fair. But we want to know, and this is a great thing, that I think the more public interest there is, the more NASA will share with us, the more we will understand what's going on. It's great that so many of us are watching this, and so many of us are looking forward to this. I want to keep our eyes on those 4 astronauts that have taken the big step for us.
4 astronauts that are now experiencing that weightlessness and that magic in space. And yet, Doctor, I have one more question before the control room reins me back in and then tells me to stop geeking out here, because I do think that we are about to enter an age in which all of us are forced to learn our periodic tables in a way that we haven't before. And the question I want to ask you is, how big of a game changer is helium-3 on the moon, and what role do you see it playing in our spacefaring future?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is a huge, like, the moon has a lot of resources there available to us. This is something that the Apollo astronauts, they did a little bit. They brought back hundreds of pounds of moon rock samples that we're still studying. And we're still learning from, because our technology to study those samples is getting better and better and better. And so even from samples that are 50 years old collected with technology that was 50 years old or even older than that, we're learning more and more and more about the moon. And I think it might surprise people to know that we don't actually know that much about that. We don't know exactly how it formed. We have theories, but we're still testing those theories. And so this combination of getting people back onto the moon, being able to bring back more samples, but even being able to have a permanent presence on the moon, or at least a long-term presence on the moon, and bring our sophisticated instrumentation to the moon to do the science in situ, that is huge. That has never really been done before. And so that would be enormous. Water there, resources, minerals, who knows what we could do building a base on the moon.
Wow, man, exciting times. Thank you so much for being with us, Doctor, and we'll be checking back with you a little bit later. I do want to check back in with NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist, who's going to rein us back down to Earth here at the Kennedy Space Center. And Aaron, I want to ask, what is the next 24 hours going to look like for this mission?
It's going to be busy. This is a 10-day mission. There's a lot to get accomplished in the time that these 4 astronauts are going to be in space. Today, we know that so far, the solar array on the Orion capsule, which the crew has named Integrity, that's the proper name that they're using for the capsule. The solar array has deployed at this point. It is locked into place. You have 15,000 solar panels, in essence, solar cells that are collecting energy from the sun and converting that into electricity for the capsule to use while it's in space. We know that the crew will eventually be able to remove their space suits. This is really a system that is individually designed for each astronaut that is a safety suit in a significant way. If for some reason the capsule, for example, was to depressurize, they could put that suit on and it would protect them for several days so they could get back to Earth if they needed to. We know that they're also going to be testing out some of the systems in this first 24-hour period. They got to make sure that the drinking water is functional, the system that controls that.
Sorry
they're
to
going to test
interrupt.
out the toilets while they're in.
Yeah, Aaron, sorry to interrupt right when we got to the toilet talk, because that's important. But I do want to listen in, because it sounds like we're getting an update here from NASA. Let's listen into their live stream.
Excellent.
This is Mission Control Houston, though the solutions that were applied to regain the communications from Integrity is not known which one worked. We do know that we are receiving data. We're getting confirmation that is updating some of our telemetry that shows that the solar array wings have been reconfigured to the solar normal. Again, drawing as much power as possible. While Integrity is in flight and awaiting the next burn, the apogee raise burn. And you just heard confirmed, though Stan Love was reporting some things in the blind, meaning we could not hear the crew respond to any of the calls that were going on Orion to Earth. We did confirm from Reid Wiseman aboard Integrity that they did hear all of the calls that Capcom's Stan Love was reporting.
And Integrity for comm, while we are sorting out the earlier comm loss, we plan to remain on S-band string 2.
Copy S-band string 2, and quid 19 has been inhibited for right CCD.
Copy quid 19.
What we're watching here is the live stream coming in from NASA, and you're seeing the image there on your screen. Those are the solar panels that have now been deployed right next to the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way around the Earth and will be gathering momentum to make its way to the moon.
Through his steps at this time in the timeline, mission specialist.
But as
Christina,
you can hear, as you can hear them talking, they've been discussing not a full loss of communication, but definitely some issues. It sounds like there were moments in which the control room could not hear the capsule, and yet the capsule was receiving communication at all times from mission control. So we did not see a lot of the video streams that many people were expecting at the beginning of the launch and after it left Earth's atmosphere, but we are now seeing reestablishment of some of those video feeds, and that is just an incredible shot that you're seeing right there of the Orion space capsule and those solar panels. Artemis II, it's just the beginning of our journey back to the moon. Artemis III, that is where NASA wants to interface Artemis II, the Orion capsule with possibly some hardware from a private space launch program, maybe SpaceX, possibly Blue Origin. There's a lot of competition going on who is going to build the next lunar lander. I want to bring in NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung, who has been watching this space very, very closely. Brian, the competition is so heated here. What's at stake for both of these companies?
Yeah, well, I mean, first off, it seems a little bit rude for us to be talking about Artemis III already when the spectacle of Artemis II is happening right now, but it's necessary because that's where SpaceX and Blue Origin come into the fold here. What we've been talking about all evening has been this process of shooting something off the Earth and having it orbit and moonshot, a literal moonshot, before it comes back to Earth. Now, for that reason, obviously, we're not talking about getting these particular astronauts onto the moon today, but that is certainly the goal going forward with Artemis III and Artemis IV. So how do you get an apparatus onto the SLS that allows them, as they're getting really close to the moon, to then actually drop a capsule and get humans onto the moon? Well, that's where Blue Origin and SpaceX are competing with what they call one of these human landing systems. Now, again, there's a competition between SpaceX, which it can't be ignored, that is Elon Musk's company, as well as Blue Origin, that is Jeff Bezos' company. But what NASA has said, basically, is that they're going to use one or both of those in the Artemis III test, which they're shooting for in 2027. Essentially, what that's doing, Gotti, is saying, hey, why don't both of you companies try to figure out what that lunar lander should look like and how it should work? And we'll see in 2027 which one's ready to go. If it's one of you, great. If it's both of you, even better. So it's going to be a really interesting race to see. We don't have a front runner quite yet, but it is indeed part of the domestic space race here. Which one of these private companies can help NASA get humans onto the moon in Artemis 4, which is when they'll actually have that manned crew landing on the moon?
Yeah, and Brian, it is an interface situation, and I'm not sure if you were listening to our conversation earlier, but this is the SLS. This is the rocket that is approved by NASA to carry astronauts into space and eventually to the moon, because it has so many of these redundant systems and because it's tried, true, because they have invested billions of dollars into the SLS. But as I understand it, this is the heavy lift, right? This is the Starship. And unfortunately, I don't have a model yet of the New Glenn, but it's about the same size. And yet, when it comes to getting this to the moon, as I understand it, you got to get this up there, then you got to top it off with more jet fuel, more rocket fuel, and that is something that I don't think a lot of people realize is going to be a very complicated feat, right?
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, you did reference the chopsticks. I was listening into the conversation. I think what makes this so important is that they become reusable. The issue with NASA rockets in the past is that they've shot them up and they fall off or go into the ocean or burn up in orbit on return. And for that reason, they're essentially unusable. You're just shooting it off into space and it turns into space garbage. But the idea with what Blue Origin and SpaceX are doing, they're using different approaches to make that happen, but it's enormously economical because you're able to catch it back here on planet Earth and then use it and shoot it up again with the fuel that you basically just have to reload into the empty canister. And so I think that is something that's probably going to be in discussion, but for something as far as shooting something to the moon, especially with Blue Origin, where they have not historically been as fast as getting to some of those depths into space as SpaceX has been able to do, that's certainly going to be part of the conversation. Again, they're going to be playing ball with NASA for Artemis 3. You presumably expect that for Artemis 4 as well, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's the pivot, the quick pivot that NASA has done and setting their sights on a lunar base on the moon. I mean, so much of it, you have to ask, is it related to what we're seeing from the Chinese Space Agency and their cooperation with Russia? How do you see that?
Yeah, and look, I think that one really important point here is that it takes a village. Even with this specific Artemis II mission, where SpaceX and Blue Origin are not as much part of the conversation, there is still an enormous amount of private sector support that they have here. You think about Lockheed, Airbus, I believe, were part of the development of what we saw today. And even when you go all the way back to Saturn V, I mean, 1967, people were like, that is a Herculean task that NASA was able to do in creating that rocket. But they had an enormous amount of private sector help from companies like Boeing, Douglas Aircraft, IBM at the time. So I think that when you talk about the space race, you have to think about all the companies here in the United States that are going to assist the U.S. in racing China to the moon and putting someone on the moon. And you think about SpaceX, you think about Blue Origin. These are companies that have been on the forefront of this development for a while now. And I would argue that a lot of people will look at what's going on in China. Certainly, they have a very robust state project that they're developing over there. But I do think that when it comes to the American enterprise, those private companies that you talk about SpaceX, which, by the way, today we just got news that they're reportedly going to file an IPO that could be something like $1.75 trillion. I mean, that can't be understated enough.
Yeah, I do not think we fully understand how game-changing a lot of that technology is going to be. Brian Chung, thanks so much. Let's listen back in. I heard some chatter on the NBC, on the NASA feed that's coming in right now as we look at these live pictures coming from the Orion space capsule.
HHP cameras are off. Pup 1 switches are off, Stan.
Copy HHP and Pup. Thank you.
And that chatter between the space capsule that is hurling its way around Earth and picking up that momentum and getting the trajectories right before it heads to the moon, and mission control is happening live. You're watching that and those images as they happen on your screen. I want to bring in former NASA astronaut Steve Robinson, who's at the Kennedy Space Center. He flew on 4 space shuttle missions, logging more than 48 days in space. I've been watching you throughout the day, Steve, and you've moved me in so many ways in your description of everything that you've experienced, everything that we're all collectively experiencing here together. But today, what does it mean to you?
Well, to me, it means a lot. You know, when I was born, not one bolt had ever been orbited the Earth by the human race. And now look at what we humans did today. We should be proud of ourselves. Of course, we're proud of the astronauts. We're proud of all the engineers and staff members and everybody who supported all this. But really, this is about not them. This is about us. We should be proud about us. Our children should look at this and say, we are part of this race that can do this. Who hasn't looked at the moon and wished you could see it closer? Well, now 4 people are going there. A woman has never seen the moon this close. Someone, a person of color, has never seen the moon as close as he will. A person who is not from the United States has never seen the moon this close. There's so many exciting and new things to be proud of here. So it just leaves me with a sense of sort of just broad pride of humanity.
And this is just the beginning. Play this forward as long as it takes, but in a matter of years, we will see human hands possibly mining some resources on the moon, building habitats for human beings to live on the moon, extracting ice and water from the moon. What kind of effect do you think that that's going to have here on Earth?
Well, there's, as we know here in the western and southern United States, extracting water from very tiny deposits of it is very important. Now, something we didn't know about the moon in the 60s during the Apollo program was that there was any water on there. You look at those, those photos and those videos of the Apollo astronauts, you look at that landscape and you say, I've never seen anything more desiccated and dry than that. However, there are craters that are permanently shadowed that apparently have ice crystals, ice buried in the dirt, called regolith. Well, we're mostly water. Where water is, it's where humans should go. But also the rocket that we saw launch today, those 4 engines, the RS-25s that were in the core stage, you know what they're powered by? The constituents of water, hydrogen and oxygen. So the moon has water for us and water for our rockets. That means to go to the moon, maybe we don't have to bring all that eventually. It's a game changer, absolute game changer. Everywhere we've ever gone in space, we've had to bring everything we needed, with the exception of electrical power from the sun. So this is the start of something absolutely huge.
And you've spent so much time in space, and yet the idea of spending time on the moon, where you have gravity, it's a sixth, I believe, of the gravity that we have here on Earth, but having access to terra firma, and like you said, having access to some of those resources that you can use to build, what would you rather do?
Stay on Earth or go to the moon? Well, I like Earth a lot, but I think most of us in the space business are enthralled by the idea of going to the Earth's moon and to look at Earth from the moon. Kind of like, I saw the moon last night from the airliner flying from California to Florida. I looked out the window and I saw the moon and I said, we're going there tomorrow. We're launching on an expedition there tomorrow. It's just incredible to think about. So what we're going to learn mostly is about ourselves. And, that's not just all philosophical. The human body, we've learned a lot about what happens to the human body. We're not done yet by any means, but we've learned a lot about what happens in the zero gravity or the microgravity environment. We know what happens in 1G, like we are right now. We know what happens when we fly airplanes or roller coasters and increase the G loads on our body. We know the physiological response to those things. What we don't really know is long-term physiological response and even cognitive, neuroscience response to partial gravity. That 1/6 gravity on the moon, if you lived there for, let's say, months, how would your physiology change? We only have hints. There's so much more to learn. Why do we need to learn that? Because it will reflect all kinds of medical conditions that we all develop, or some of us develop here on Earth, and that we can learn about in otherwise healthy people. There's so many things that we will learn from this.
Yeah, so much work to be done, so much still to learn about ourselves. Steve Robinson, thank you so much for being with us. And the last time humans set foot on the moon was so long ago, 54 years ago, that Apollo 17 mission in 1972. It was historic in so many ways, and it's NASA's longest mission to the moon, spanning 12.5 days. It's also the furthest humans have traveled on the moon's surface. For more on the Apollo 17 mission, I want to bring in Dr. Paul Sutter. He's a cosmologist at Johns Hopkins University and an external advisor for NASA. Dr. Sutter, great to see you. The last time we went to the moon, 1972, as we were just here, and we weren't even sure about ice and water being trapped on the moon. What else is different this time around?
Yeah, we're learning with every new generation, with every new year, with every discovery, with every robotic probe, with every human exploration like Artemis II, which is going to explore parts of the moon, even though they're not landing on it. They will be studying the far side of the moon. We learn a little bit more. And the moon, it's not just a resource for future exploration or a space station. It's a time capsule into our own past. The moon holds an almost perfectly unchanged record of the past 4.5 billion years of history in our solar system. We now know that the moon came from the Earth, that the Earth was formed from a collision of two protoplanets, and then the moon was spawned out of that. That's new information. The more we study the moon, the more we learn about the formation and history of the Earth, the more we learn about why our planet is so special, why it hosts liquid water oceans, why it hosts life, why it's the only kind of planet in the entire universe like it that we know of. Mm-hmm. The answers are there on the lunar surface.
And Doctor, it also hosts, from what we understand, a lot more helium-3 than we have here on Earth. And as I understand it, that could unlock nuclear fusion without necessarily seeing the radioactive effects that we see here on Earth when we do it the way that we've been doing it for the last half a century, right? That seems like it could be huge.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Every space mission has to pack its own fuel, and which is fine for low Earth orbit, for going to the moon and back. But when we start talking about Mars, it's a whole different ballgame. With current technology, with chemical rockets, minimum round trip to Mars and back is around 2 years. 2 years sending humans farther than any human has ever gone before, completely and totally isolated. It's beyond our technological capabilities right now. We need faster ways to get to Mars. One way is through nuclear propulsion. Now, nuclear, it's kind of tough. It's tough to deal with, and with nuclear fission plants on the surface of the Earth, we need all sorts of strict controls. Nuclear fusion is very interesting, but we need a stable fuel, and a particular isotope of helium called helium-3 is just the right isotope for clean, efficient nuclear power, and it's in the dirt. It's in the lunar dirt. We just have to scoop it up and sift it out. It's really rare. We have to do a lot of scooping and a lot of sifting, but it is there. It is a way to potentially power not the next generation of space exploration, but the next generation of space exploration. That's how we push our knowledge and our frontier even further.
We can't wait. Dr. Paul Sutter, thank you so much. And we've got more coverage of NASA's historic Artemis II launch ahead here on NBC News Now. And you can also follow online at NBCnews.com. Please stay with us on such a historic day.
Humanity's next.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Hey there, I'm Gotti Schwartz, and right now we have been witnessing history. Just about an hour ago, that massive Artemis rocket successfully lifted off from the Kennedy Space Center, and now 4 astronauts are currently hurtling through space, headed to the moon, going further in space than anyone has ever been before. At the furthest, they're going to be a quarter of a million miles away, 250 million miles. That is a feat that hasn't been done in the last 50 years. Now, that crew made up of 3 Americans, 1 Canadian. They are going to be the first people to launch towards the moon since the Apollo 17 mission back in 1972. Today is the beginning of this new era in space exploration. This one mission is such a huge moment for the country's space program, and this is just the beginning. Artemis II setting the stage for more moon missions, including a possible moon landing in 2028, eventually a mission to Mars once we get the refueling situation sorted out, and people from across the country and around the globe, they made the trek to get that front row seat to history out there in Florida, while others were watching from home or at watch parties all over the world. And if you haven't seen it yet, we are going to show it to you in just a little bit. But first, we want to check in because we are hearing reports that NASA may be holding a press conference pretty soon here from Mission Control. I believe that we have Tom Costello standing by at NASA headquarters, but we're going to be getting to him in just a little bit. But if you missed it earlier today, we saw all systems go. There was a little bit of a touch and go moment when there was an issue with a battery. There were also some issues with another system, but they got all of that sorted out. The weather was holding at about a 90% chance of go. And then we heard an incredibly inspirational message coming in from the space capsule. We heard some of the astronauts saying they are doing this for all of humanity. We heard another say full send. He was ready to go. I do want to get to Tom Costello, who has a front row seat to all the action at Kennedy Space Center. He is a man I am extremely jealous of, and he has been able to watch so many of these missions from where they happen. This is another one, Tom, that you got to see right there in front of you. History was just made. How did it look?
Well, it was absolutely everything that we'd hoped it would be and probably more. I mean, quite literally, the ground rumbled, right? You could feel it in your chest. This was the most powerful NASA rocket ever. 8.8 million pounds of thrust. When this thing lifted off the pad, it accelerated to 17,000 miles per hour. Just an astonishing clip. And here's what's different, of course, than when they're going to try to catch up with the space station. And in that case, they've got a tight window, as you know. In this case, they didn't have a tight window. They had a 2-hour window because it's a very long mission, right? They first go up a high orbit over the Earth, and then they head off towards on a 4-day trip onto the moon. And that's when they really kick it in, by the way. They go to Mach 33, 24,000 miles per hour. But the excitement here on the ground here at the Kennedy Space Center was astonishing. You could hear people cheering. As you know, Gotti, you've been here before, and there's a big NASA building just off to my right where it's kind of an executive building, offices, and up on the top they have a fantastic balcony and viewing station. The entire roof is really a balcony. It is filled with NASA families. It is filled with engineers and politicians and VIPs. I mean, and they were just going crazy. And you can't help but be excited about this, right? It's, you know, even when you're supposed to be an objective reporter on the ground, you want this to work. You want these people to get off safely off the ground. You want to see the greatest engineering feat in the world work. And so everybody's cheering, and that's what makes this a lot of fun.
You're so right about that. And yet, you know, us curmudgeon-y journalists, you've seen a lot of these. I've watched a lot of them remotely. I've been watching space launches for as long as I can remember, just never in person. But I can't remember the last time where a space launch has gone at the beginning of the launch window, right? Yeah. It's usually like totally 50-50. Something's gonna pop up. There's millions of parts involved. And yet today, they were a minute within that window, right?
You know, I've had the good fortune of covering NASA now for 22 years, and I've covered an awful lot of missions, going back to shuttle missions and then various SpaceX missions, of course, and it's not at all uncommon to have little glitches come up, they're checking this, they're checking that. Oh, we got to do this. That's not uncommon. That's very, very common. But rarely do you have a mission as this big of a rocket, right? Never before with humans on board. This is a test flight. Rarely have I seen anything go this smoothly. And I'm talking to friends of mine who are astronauts, and I have engineer contacts within NASA, and they're all just amazed at how well it went. I would make the point, Charlie Blackwell-Thompson is the first female to ever be a launch director. That was her voice making the call that we're going. And she told me in the weeks heading up to this, she was very confident. She really felt like they had engineered out the issues that they dealt with Artemis I, and then, of course, when they had the scrub earlier this year. So a lot of confidence, not cockiness, just confidence, a kind of NASA confidence. But I will say, buddy, it feels like NASA's got its mojo back. And it feels like they know where they're going. They know who they are. And as we joked about on the air yesterday, I said it kind of has the 70s Apollo vibe to it here at the Kennedy Space Center. It's because they feel like they're back. And now they've got a real mission, and it's going beyond low Earth orbit. It's going to the moon.
Nothing like that NASA swagger, nothing like that confidence. And in fact, Tom, as you mention it, you heard that at the beginning when we heard from inside of that capsule when all systems were go. In fact, we've got the whole thing. So let's play it from the top if we can.
Good.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis, MMT chair.
MMT's go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity launch director.
Good air your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go.
The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate vehicle. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Last time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same.
Communication signal transfer confirmed. confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight, Integrity 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on TDRS at the Kármán line.
Outstanding, Stan. We have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Koch, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Integrity, and nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity, good PRM, and 1 minute to TDRS handover.
Copy that. We see the same on board, and the sun is rising on Integrity.
Outstanding.
And with that, the first burn of the interim cryogenic propulsion system has been completed and put the crew on the right trajectory to get them to the moon.
Such a long time since Artemis 1, such a long time that they built, like, since they built this. They should have launched March, but there was helium leak.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh. This is so good.
last one back in '72. I was young back then and watched that, and to be able to see this has been on our bucket list, and to be able to see this is wonderful.
A full send for all of humanity, and now they are off to space. And Tom Costello, I believe we're expecting a press conference any moment now. Any clue as to when that might be happening? Oh, it looks like it's happening now.
I was just going to say, it's starting right about now.
6:35 p.m. NASA Space Launch System rocket lifted off the pad with 8.8 million pounds of thrust, carrying the Orion spacecraft and the Artemis II crew out to Earth orbit and beginning America's grand return to the moon. Now, about 51 minutes into the flight, during a planned handover between satellites, the Orion spacecraft underwent a communications issue, leading to a temporary partial loss of comms. The uplink from Capcom to the crew was being heard by the crew, but we cannot hear the responses for a brief period of time. There were no issues with the vehicle itself. Comms with the crew have been restored. We're actively working the issue, and we'll keep you informed. The Orion spacecraft has successfully separated from the core stage, and its solar arrays have been deployed as planned. Soon the crew will execute the apogee raise burn, placing the spacecraft into a stable, high Earth orbit as we prepare for the translunar injection and the journey into cislunar space. NASA astronauts Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency mission specialist Jeremy Hansen are safe, they're secure, and they're in great spirits. We will continue to monitor their health and the status as we move into the next phase of the Artemis II mission. So after a brief 54-year intermission, NASA is back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon. We have arrived at this point through a sustained effort and national commitment and the work of thousands across the agency, our industry partners, and our international allies. I want to personally thank the ground crews, pad controllers, the entire workforce here at Kennedy Space Center. This mission belongs as much to you as it does to the crew. The crew is now in the capable hands of Mission Control Houston, the Johnson Space Center, where teams will guide Orion through each phase of the mission with the same discipline and precision that has brought us to this moment. We've certainly been here before. We know the challenges ahead. We have a lot of checkouts to get through before TLI. And when, if all goes well, everything is go, Artemis II will be moonbound. You have our commitment to keep the public as informed as possible on this historic mission, and we will celebrate when this crew, we will hold our celebration until this crew is under parachutes and splashes down off the west coast of the United States. Thank you.
So with that, we will open this up to questions, and we will start here in the room. If we have any takers, we'll start right up here.
Congratulations to all of you on a successful launch so far. My name is Jim Siegel. I'm with Florida Media Now. And I'm curious about when the astronauts will have their first meal on this mission. And secondly, is somebody on the Earth here back in Houston or somewhere keeping track of what they eat during this entire mission, and how do they go about doing that? Do they tell them what to eat, or do they kind of select what they want? What do you think?
Well, let's see. I'll jump in on this one. Well, what I'll tell you is they do have planned meals, okay? So they have a planned meal today. I will tell you they're very busy. So ascent day is very tough. It's tough physiologically, and it's tough from a workload issue as well. And so this timeline between now when the crew goes to sleep, so MET of about 8:30 is pretty packed. They're going to snack. They probably have some pre-positioned meals. I know they did in their flight suit. Some of the snacks that they can use if they need. But I will also tell you that flight day 1 and flight day 2, you might not feel like eating a lot, and that's just part of it. Your body is acclimating to 0G. Your physiology is transitioning from a 1G environment to 0G, and it takes a little bit of adapting. So right now they're working hard. They are doing what they need to do. They sound great on the loops. That was really a good signal to us that they're feeling well. But just know that that's part of the equation, when they get on orbit. As far as the food being tracked, yes, we have a food lab, and we have folks at the Johnson Space Center tracking what they eat, the nutrition, the calories. It makes a difference. They do this on Artemis. They do it on Space Station as well. So we're well versed in that. We want to make sure that they're healthy, and we also want to make sure we know what they're doing, what they're eating, so we can also track that and make sure that they don't need any supplements or anything additional.
Thank you. We'll head over to Joey.
Thanks, guys, and congrats on a clean launch so far. Jared, or whoever wants to answer, how were you able to resolve the communications issue, and do you have any guesses as to what might have caused that? And was there any part of the mission so far that appeared off nominal, or is everything looking good? Just curious to hear how things are going on that. Thanks.
Well, on the comms issue, and I don't know, there may be someone here that has a little more detail than I do of having to run around quite a bit, but I think they're still looking into trying to really understand exactly what was going on there. But it's restored, which is important. I think it just.
It was during handover to Tidris West. Sometimes that's squirrely ground configuration. You gotta get that right. So hopefully that's what it is. But we'll chase it down. But they were able to recover. They had intermittent forward and return links, so the burns that they needed on board it was never an issue. It was unusual for it to be dropped out for a couple minutes. So that's what we're telling you. We had a controller issue with the toilet when they spun it up, so we got to work through that. That's going to take maybe a few hours to troubleshoot. So there was also a water tank valve. There's 4 water tanks on Orion. There's a crossover valve that connects the 2 gangs of tanks. It's supposed to be open to ensure maximum flow. It was closed during ascent. When you shake the thing, things like that happen. So they're going to reset the valve. And then they had a recurrence of on Artemis 1, we had a latching current limiter failure on a piece of electronics, a transient failure when it gets exposed to radiation. They took 1 hit of those. We took about 24, 25 of those during Artemis 1. Again, normal, the onboard fault detection cleans that up, but we're just getting started, Joey.
Clear, right? This is a flight test, and a lot of what we're doing here is exactly this, trying to test out all of the things that require the crew interaction, right? And so we anticipate to have a lot of these. Well, that's what we're here for, work through them.
Sawyer.
Importantly, apogee rays burn. Go. So they're going to stay in space.
Sawyer.
Thank you, Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF. I noticed that the slide wire baskets happened to deploy during launch. Was that something that was expected? And can you give any initial reports, at least what you've seen from the cameras, of how the mobile launcher is doing, given the hope to be able to quickly turn it around?
Yeah, do you have something on the baskets? I can talk about the turnaround.
The baskets they're supposed to get out of the way. That's part of the plan. So otherwise they take plume loads, and we don't like that.
So I can tell you on the mobile launcher, our team has already been looking at a lot of the imagery that we have that was taken both during and after and assessing that, trying to get the condition. We've got teams, I believe, going out there. They might already be out on their way to take a real look. Some of the good things that we've seen relative to Artemis 1, one of the issues we had was that the water that was supposed to be spraying down the launch pad, so that there were some issues there that didn't happen. We saw a lot of corrosion. The water was working, so things were getting washed down. We're still also going to remove some of the parts so that we can do some of that cleaning to make sure we don't have those corrosion issues. We haven't seen evidence of things like after Artemis 1, like the elevator doors were blown off. We haven't seen that. We're optimistic, but we got to get out to the pad. We got to look. We did a lot of changes after Artemis 1, trying to harden the systems so that we can turn it around faster. We do anticipate there will be some items that'll need to be replaced. It's a pretty violent environment, but we're hopeful that that's minimized, and as soon as we have more information on that, we'll definitely let you guys know where we stand and how quickly we think we can get it turned around. Thanks.
Lauren.
Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I just wanted to get a gut check on how we're feeling about the upcoming proximity and operation. Do we have any concerns with that Tidris delay, or is that not an issue for that?
I would say right now we're on for the proximity operations demo. Haven't heard anything that's keeping us from that, Norm?
No, on track, ready to go. Victor Glover's going to be flying it. Reid's going to be working the procedure with him and cross-checking, and Jeremy and Christina are going to be looking out the windows, also spotting, cross-checking, using cameras and imagery, and it should be beautiful, so we can't wait.
We'll go right over here.
Yes, Bert Dicht from at Astra Magazine, National Space Society. Just wondering if the astronauts reported what the ride was like to orbit. I know with the space shuttle, it was a pretty rough ride until there was SRB SEP. Was this similar?
Have you heard?
I have not heard a report yet. I know we will get a report. Again,
Yes.
when MECO happened, immediately they were getting prepped to do their perigee raise maneuver. That's critical. Otherwise, they come back to Earth, which we don't want them to. So they got that. They are working to get their spacesuits off. They're, they just got the ARB burn, which was very important. So now they're working to get their suits off. So they are very busy. Now later today, I anticipate they will call down and give us a full brief as to how the Proxox demo went, how the ride uphill went, and I personally can't wait to hear the comparison between this massive rocket and the shuttle.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Micah.
Thanks, Bethany. Micah Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal. Maybe for the administrator, I'd like to ask you, I know we're early on here, how you're thinking about success for this mission, defining success. A lot of tests ahead. And just what happens if you don't kind of meet that standard as the flight unfolds? Thanks so much.
Well, I mean, to me, success is undershoots and in the water safely after a 10-day mission duration, so no early off-ramps there. I think right now we're already getting good ECLIS data. We've never flown Orion with crew on board, so that's pretty important. I mean, understanding the Orion spacecraft is, it's paramount in this one to progress on to integrated operations of Orion with a lander. Every day we're getting data. It says, it was mentioned from the get-go, this is a test mission for sure. No crew have ever ridden this before. We'll keep gathering data over the next 10 days. We'll share updates, but we'll call it success when they're in the water safely, and we'll start working on the next mission.
Jackie.
Hi. Right here. Sorry if I missed it. I just wanted to check in on the status of the perigee and apogee burns. Are those both finished at this point? And then I also wanted to check how the best way to explain to the audience why we're doing that apogee raise maneuver and why we go into that high Earth orbit. Thanks so much.
Do you want to take that? I mean, I can certainly say we've completed the perigee raise maneuver. That was done pretty quickly, as you heard, and the apogee raise burn should have already happened. That should have been happening while we sat here. They were getting ready as we were walking in. And then if you want to talk maybe about the rest.
So we go into a high Earth orbit. Roughly, the perigee is about 1,000 nautical miles, rough, give or take, of the Earth, 25,000. So it's pretty elliptical. That's getting us, everything we do is getting us set up for the translunar injection burn. And so it's getting these burns. It's all converging down to what we call TLI. So we got to get the ECLIS system checked out. We got to make sure we have our redundancy. We got to make sure these burns go off where they should go off, and get Orion and the SM configured exactly where it needs to be. So when it comes around and it's time for the translunar injection burn, off we go, and that takes us really, that puts us outbound to the moon. That's a real big commit point, and so you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow.
You might mention it not only sends us outbound to the moon, but it also sets us up for the gravity assist that brings us back. So we are set all the way.
Yes.
Once we make that burn.
Go right back here.
Hi, TJ Mosquera with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much. Something that hasn't been really talked about is that the Space Launch System predates the Artemis program. We got going all the way back to 2011, so 15 years really invested in this. And just how does it feel to finally see it, launch with the human crew on board?
Yeah, I mean, right now, like I said, we're focused on the next 10 days. But I mean, I'll tell you, I'm incredibly proud of the folks that worked on this machine for as long as they did. And one thing we didn't talk about earlier was, one of the big objectives is getting the organization and getting our qualification standards and getting our certification rigor up to the standard for crewed flight. That's a big, even though the mission is a complicated mission, moving the entire organization to a mindset of thinking about risk in the right way to fly crew is a big deal. And making sure that the way we've gotten the machine configured to fly crew with the resilience and the reliability we care about is also a big deal. So it takes time. I mean, we got a lot in front of us, but I mean, it's for the guys that were out there, there's a big celebration in launch control for the rocket guys. The rocket guys can go out and play now, but the spacecraft guys got a lot of homework, so they're going to go work on that. But yeah, for them, I can see it on their faces.
Jeff.
Jeff Faust of Space News. During the countdown, we heard controllers working through a few issues, one with the flight termination system, one with the launch abort system battery, and it sounded like there was a brief telemetry dropout. Wonder if you could provide a little bit more details about those issues and how you resolved them relatively quickly.
Yeah, so Jeff, the FTS issue was we were doing an end-to-end test. We typically have to confirm that we can get a signal from the range to the machine and then back. We weren't able to close that entire end-to-end loop. But the guys at the range, they were really quick on their feet. They swapped to a different range receiver, which is a slightly different heritage, but has the same fundamental algorithms on it, and they were able to switch over to that and able to confirm a good end-to-end signal, which is really clever. We had thought about getting a receive-only box that we had in the VAB and shipping that over to Patrick quickly so they could do it, but they were able to fix it on the fly over there, so that was good. And once we knew we could confirm the end-to-end loop of that command, then we didn't need that receive. We don't need to do that test more than once. We just need to verify the commands get on board. And so once we confirmed that command was there, then that we met all of our public safety risk. For the launch abort system, we had a battery, so 2 batteries, several temperature sensors on both batteries. We had one poke out of family. We want to make sure all of them are tracking within certain limits. But we could confirm, given the locations of the temperature sensors, where they are on the battery itself, that the reading was instrumentation, because there wasn't a credible physics-based explanation for why that sensor would be that far high. It was an order of magnitude off scale high from the rest, and so we were able to quickly vote that sensor out. So that was two of the major issues. But again, the team, this is what the training is for. This is what the practice is for, is to go into those things and knock them out quickly. So they did really well.
We'll go right over here.
I noticed there was a lack of public address announcing outside, and there was a lot of going back and forth when we realized there were some issues, and we had to go back inside to find out, or we had to have our phones. Why was there no public address system available with loudspeakers outside?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. We're not sure what issue you're talking about the public address. Okay.
No information at all available to people outdoors, and I thought that was a lacking.
We'll take a look into that.
We'll definitely look into that. I wasn't aware that happened. So thank you for that information. That's new, and we'll definitely look into it.
We'll go right back here.
Thomas Moore, Sky News. Administrator Wiseman, as a fellow astronaut, what were your feelings watching your crew rising above Pad 39B? And do you feel that extra sense of responsibility for the crew as they head further into space?
I certainly felt that it would be, just from, I guess, my perspective in it, that, I don't know, it is far less stressful to be strapped into the rocket than to be responsible for it here on Earth. So I definitely had those feelings quite a bit. But, you derive a lot of confidence from the process that leads up to this moment. I mean, literally the army of people that came together across NASA, all our contractors, all our partners to prepare for this, every step that leads up to it. This is what I, was really honestly going through my mind through it, is all the testing that goes into it, the integrated testing, the flight readiness review, everything that goes into a flight readiness review. Not to mention you have a truly exceptional crew up there that have been training for years on this. That gives you the confidence to undertake this mission, especially knowing the implications that it is part of a much bigger program. This is America and our partners' return to the moon, and we're trying to do it this time to stay. So, incredibly important mission. Certainly felt the pressure of it, but it was relieved, based on the confidence we have in the team here at NASA and everyone who contributes to it. Thank you for the question.
We'll come right up here.
Frederic Castel with France 24. First, of course, congratulations to NASA for the grand return to the moon. Mr. Administrator, I have this question that they ask me constantly in Europe and in the States. In the 60s, NASA was using just the slide rule to go to the moon, and they could launch almost every 3 months. Of course, they had more money probably, but what happened in 50 years? Why is it so difficult to make it again? What has changed? Thank you.
Well, for sure, we knew. Look, it's a very fair question. I know a lot of people ask it, not just in your country, but here in the United States. Certainly, financial resources are part of the equation. NASA's budget, if I recall, was somewhere between 4 and 4.5% of the discretionary budget during the space race. About a quarter percentage of that today. And I mean, to be very honest with you, I think competition is a factor in this as well. It's a great way to, mobilize the resources of a nation and concentrate on something extremely challenging. And that's what we did in the 1960s. And I think with absent some competition, we focused a lot on partnerships and all that we could do collectively with respect to science and discovery. But competition can be a good thing. And we certainly have competition now. I think that's why you're seeing us start to concentrate our resources back to the objective and do it with a great coalition across the NASA workforce, our contractors, all our partners that have come together, our stakeholders in Congress and the administration who came here to witness this launch is because they know we have competition, and this one's going to be close. And I think as a result, you're going to see a lot more progress, more so than you have in since when this was originally conceived under Constellation. We're going to get back into the business of launching rockets on a regular cadence, and we're going to bring the world along with us. So.
We're going to take a couple of phone bridge questions for just a moment. Reminder that you can join by pressing *1 to get into the queue. We're going to start with Will Robinson-Smith from Spaceflight Now.
Hi, thank you, Bethany, and congratulations, everyone, on a good mission so far. Question about the upcoming TLI burn tomorrow. At what point during the day will the team conduct a poll on readiness to proceed into the TLI, and what are the main criteria that you'll be assessing to make that final determination? Thank you.
Okay, well, the TLI burn actually happens about the time that launch happens, so it's 1 day into the mission. So tomorrow, Eastern time, would be about 6:35-ish. Obviously, those burn times can change, so check that before tomorrow. But what are the teams looking for before TLI? We're looking to make sure that the life support systems work, that the vehicle's healthy, the life support systems have been checked out, they're ready to go. We assure that those are functional because once we commit to TLI, they have to function. And so we want to make sure. So that's why we spend a day checking out the systems. Ascent is, you shake, rattle, and roll a little bit, the vehicle. You saw that today. And you can imagine what that does to the systems. The systems, though, are performing very well. We anticipate that they continue to, but we want to get some track record on them before we do that. We also want to make sure we have redundancy in the system for comm, for environmental life support, propulsion, those type things before we embark on that TLI mission. So that's what the mission control team in Houston will be doing tomorrow. Jeff Radigan and his team, as the lead flight director, will be well into that. The teams are well versed on it. They have trained for it. They work very closely in conjunction with the engineering team, the mission evaluation room in Houston, where the engineers that have the intricate knowledge of Orion come together with the operations team, and together they work with the crew to make sure that the vehicle, is doing what we want to and accomplishing the mission objectives that we need to. But it always comes down to crew safety, vehicle safety, and mission objectives in that order.
And Might also mention, as those teams are checking out all of those systems, there will also be a meeting of the mission management team that's led by John Honeycutt, whom I think many of you have seen before, and they'll be meeting tomorrow afternoon to hear all of the results from what's happened over the last day, in preparation to make the decision on whether or not we proceed with the TLI burn.
We will next go right back here to Manuel.
Thank you so much. Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial. I understand that the CubeSats are going to be deployed like 5 hours into the flight. Is there any chance we're going to see live images of the deployment? And then when is the crew, I know they're super busy right now, but when are they going to start using the flywheel machine on its way to the moon when everything is more like...
The second question was to do when they start doing the manual as far as...
Flywheel machine.
Oh, the flywheel machine. Sorry, thank you, the exercise machine.
I guess after the TLI.
I'll do this exercise. Yeah, I'll hand that to you, but I can answer the CubeSats. So the CubeSats are installed in the Orion stage adapter, which is actually a part of the upper stage piece, right? So once Orion separates from the upper stage, we'll do the ProxOps demonstration, right? And then once Orion has cleared and we're away, then they will be deployed. So Orion won't be there to take images of them. And once they are deployed, they each of them have their own plans for being able to communicate back down to Earth to various ground stations. They have their own communication plans. So we'll start to get information back from those individual CubeSats. So that's kind of the plan and the path forward on the CubeSat deployment and what you can expect.
We're going to take one more question from the phone bridge from Christopher Mick of the Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the teams thus far. I had a question from an earlier media availability with Jeremy Hansen. He made mention of if the mission launched on April 1st, they would be experiencing a lunar eclipse. And I just want to follow up on that, if that's where that would be happening in the mission timeline, and if there would be any video perchance of that happening, or is that just going to be on the astronauts' photography at the time?
So you may have to answer the question on whether or not there'll be the availability of what kind of real time. I'm not sure what we'll have there, but the crew will get to observe the eclipse. This is pretty unique. It's kind of interesting. It actually doesn't happen when they're out of comm, so they will be having communication during that eclipse time. But during the eclipse, the moon will be blocking the sun. They will be able to see the sun's corona, which is kind of cool. So they've been having a lot of science lessons over the last couple of days to learn about that and the eventuality that we actually launched today. So they're prepared to make those solar observations. It'll be a pretty cool and unique opportunity. I'm sure we'll get some images down at some point. I just don't know if they'll be live.
Tarek.
Thank you very much. Tarek Malik with Space.com for the administrator. There have been a lot of comparisons of Artemis II to Apollo 8, a pioneering mission daring that sent astronauts on an untested crewed vehicle around the moon. And I'm very curious, given last week's ignition event and how that really laid out an audacious and ambitious plan to really explore the moon in a stepping stone approach way, where you see Artemis II in that plan, and basically the importance of riding on this mission before you can make that next step for next year.
And as you heard there from NASA officials answering questions on the history we just witnessed just a few hours ago, it has been an epic day watching these astronauts hurtle into space in their new journey to the moon. But there's more news to get to. In just a few minutes, the President of the United States is going to be making an address to the nation on the war with Iran. This is a rare primetime address to the nation. It comes as President Trump has been saying that Iran's new president, quote, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. We will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. Iran has denied those claims. Now, the president also threatening to pull out of NATO, telling The Telegraph that the international alliance is a paper tiger. All this as confusion still lingers about the timeline of the war, something that has been unclear since the very start.
We projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have
capability to go far longer than that, we'll do it.
Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
Are you talking
but soon.
about days?
I think soon.
Okay, and with respect
Very
to
soon. But we're not ready to leave yet, but we'll be leaving in the near future. We'll be leaving.
I'm going to jump right up here.
Hi, Richard Hollingham, BBC Future. Related to Apollo 8 in a way, really. I just wondered what plans had gone into a new Earthrise image. A lot has gone into the aspirational nature of this mission. Have you a plan? I assume you have a plan. What is the plan?
Oh, go ahead. I do know that the teams have been looking at what the opportunities might look like. They've looked at the different launch dates, and so I know that they're really going to try to make that happen. I can't give you a confirmation on that yet, but stay tuned.
My understanding is they have been equipped with additional camera imagery capturing, equipment. So
we're going to do everything we can to try and make that happen. It'd be awesome.
We're going to go right back here.
Thank you. I'm from a Japanese news agency, Kyodo News. My question is to the administrator. The United States and China are competing over moon development. What significance does today's launch have for the U.S. and NASA? Thank you.
Well, it's certainly an incredibly important step. I mean, this is the first crewed mission into this environment in more than a half century on a rocket that has never flown human beings before, along with a spacecraft. So it's incredibly important because we're going to learn an awful lot from this to inform subsequent missions. So yes, this is the beginning. I can tell you, having had an opportunity to speak with the Artemis II crew after the State of the Union address, we talked a lot about what we wound up sharing with the world at the Ignition event about adding additional missions, accelerating production, building out a moon base. I think it was very energizing for the crew because they knew that they were, this is a risky mission for sure. Any type of new test flight mission going in this environment is going to be challenging, and they knew it was building up to something bigger. And I think that it was very helpful for them in that regard. So, and certainly it was very helpful for me to hear their feedback as well. I would suspect a point or two wound up in the Ignition event from them. So,
we're going to go back here to the white shirt.
Thanks, Denise Chow with NBC News. I think for Lori or Norm, I'm curious what you anticipate could be some of the biggest challenges over the next few days, whether that's from a spacecraft or system standpoint or crew workload.
I'll jump in. Flight day 1 from a crew workload is pretty tough. Between now and TLI, we're working the crew really hard. In fact, when they go to sleep tonight, they're woken up in the middle of their sleep to do the perigee raise burn, and so their sleep's disrupted. They're hitting on all cylinders. They may not be feeling well. On top of that, so we know that flight day 1 and flight day 2 up to TLI is really good. We know it drops off then, and so going into this, we trained for that. We did simulations for this. We put the crew in exactly that state. Now, they weren't on orbit. They probably were feeling great. But we got a good gauge, hey, are we working them too hard? And the mission control team is great because they're watching the crew constantly. They're watching their performance. And we also have a crew that's very good at saying, hey, enough's enough. And so together, we will make certain that, that we're doing everything in the best interest of meeting the mission objectives. Making sure that we're not working the crew so hard that they make mistakes or something of that nature. And again, we work as a collective team going forward. So this is our best opportunity, and they may add more stuff to the timeline before it's all done, and they may take some stuff out if we need to. But we adjust all the time on those things. So that's leading up to TLI. That's probably one of the bigger challenges, making sure we get those done.
I'm going to go right up here.
Hi, Robert Perlman with CollectSpace.com. For the administrator,
you mentioned the 53-year hiatus, and in that time, now most of the world's population wasn't alive for Apollo, like I think you and me. And I wonder if you have a sense of, if even this early in the mission, that this has captured the imagination of those people that have never seen anyone go to the moon before, on a world level, on a national level, and how important is it to NASA to capture that support from the public?
Yeah, I've said it many times. I absolutely, I think it's foundational for what we do here at NASA to inspire. It should be a component of every one of our missions. I've talked about, I think after Artemis II, you're going to have more kids that are going to dress up as astronauts for Halloween. We want to inspire and create interest in the next generation to grow up and contribute to this endeavor. Now, how have we done so far in captivating the world's interest in America's return to the moon? I don't know. You have to tell me. We've been rather busy the last couple hours. I would say, and I felt this way going into it, that when we got down to T0, a lot of people would be paying attention. I suspect when some of the imagery starts to maybe come back from the moon, that's gonna further bring people into this story. Right, and then we bring them home safely, and we start preparing for, again, the next chapter in the story. So, yeah, I think inspiration is extremely important. I think people, despite some of the commentary up to now, how many people really know we're going around the moon? I'm willing to bet right now a lot of people do, and I think we'll only draw in their interest further as the mission proceeds.
I'm gonna go right here.
Robert Coppinger, British Interplanetary Society Spaceflight Magazine. Commander Wiseman said during the crew news conference in September last year that when they get off the planet, they may only spend 3 or 4 days going around the Earth. What sequence of events would need to happen for that to occur? I was quite surprised to hear him be so specific about such a scenario. I know you all talk about it being a test flight. So what would need to happen for the mission to be curtailed in such a fashion?
I didn't cover the question.
So I think the question had, just confirm, it's kind of hard to hear, but the question is that the commander talked about one of the alternate missions where they maybe would stay in Earth orbit for 3 or 4 or 5 days,
yes,
that sort of thing.
What would need to happen
so
for
one
that
of the one of the scenarios that would have led to that is if for some reason during the launch that the SLS did not quite deliver us to where we needed to be, or the upper stage didn't deliver us to the orbit that we needed to be in. That would have been one of the scenarios. I think that's probably the main scenario that would have ended up in that one of those kind of alternate missions. Yeah, but I don't think we're going to need to worry about that, hopefully. But the other thing is, if for some reason we're able to stay, but we're not able to do the TLI burn, we would stay in Earth orbit. So there's a couple of scenarios where that could happen.
You're right back here.
Hi there, Joey Vars with the Gabber for anybody. In the weeks leading up to the launch, we were talking about some of the distance records and altitude records and speed records that would be achieved that were contingent on the specific day and time of launch. I was wondering if we had a better concept of what those might be now that we are successfully off the ground. Thank you.
Norm has that data for you.
Well, based on the predicts right now, assuming all the burns go as planned and the timeline is executed as we think it's going to be, it'll be on flight day 6. At an MET of about, 18 hours, 18 and a half hours. And again, check that as we get closer because burn durations and things like that matter. But that's where we will exceed or beat the Apollo distance record, or at least that's where we believe that's going to happen. So that'll be an exciting day, and we'll stand by to see what transpires.
You're right here.
Hi, I'm Hanju Yang from Kookmin Daily in South Korea. And first of all, congratulations on today's successful launch. And my question is for administrator. And this mission also carried a Korean satellite on board. From your perspective, why does a crewed lunar mission like Artemis II matter not just for United States, but for the global community?
I think we say often that when we undertake these type of endeavors, we never go alone. We go with our international partners. We have a Canadian Space Agency astronaut that's on board this mission. We are carrying a lot of CubeSats from our Artemis Accords partners, and we are going to continue to do this going forward. JAXA is contributing a pressurized rover, a major contribution to our efforts of having an enduring presence on the lunar surface itself. The Italian Space Agency, just a few days ago, we signed a memorandum of understanding for a habitation module on the surface of the moon, a component of the moon base. And to be honest, it was also a key component to the ignition event from last week. Half of the Artemis Accord partners were present. We spent a good portion of the second day talking together, recognizing that some of our partners can make contributions like a pressurized rover or a habitation module, and many others are going to work with their academic institutions and universities for science instruments that could wind up on the Phase 1 component to the moon base itself. So, or interesting tech demonstrations. This is something that NASA is extremely proud of, and will continue to do so as we continue to press forward under this program. So.
We're going to do last question here. I'm going to go over to you in the back.
It's Paul Brinkman, Aerospace America. Can you just talk a little bit about the propellant loading this morning? Was it flawless? Were there any leaks detected? Was it a repeat of the wet dress rehearsal? Did you learn anything?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it went extremely well. What I heard this morning, and Amit may have an update from later, but some of the leaks that we'd seen of the hydrogen during the tanking for the hydrogen, we saw leaks below 1%, which was significantly lower. Again, the seals that we replaced seemed to perform extremely well. We did a pressure test kind of partway through, and the leak went up to about 1.4%. Still, well within the constraints, which 16% is the bound that we have. So I think it performed extremely well. We actually, I think, finished the tanking early, from what I understood. So I think it went extremely well. So again, the seals that we had replaced out at the pad after wet dress number 1, I think that was proved to be very successful.
And with that, thank you all for coming out and covering humanity's return to the moon. Stay tuned for updates on NASA's social channels, including our continuous coverage on YouTube and NASA Plus. Go Artemis.
Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. Thanks for coming back to us. We are here in the Artemis II flight control room. The white flight control room here in Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, following along with the mission and 4 Artemis II crew members who are making their way to the moon. For those coming that were joining on the press conference, we'll do a quick recap of some of the activities that happened over the course of the hour that happened during the press conference. We did have a successful thermal roll ahead of executing the apogee raise burn. The apogee raise burn occurred with an updated time of MET 1 hour 46 minutes and 7 seconds. The duration of the burn was 18 minutes and 6 seconds. At this time, the flight dynamics officer confirms that it was a good burn, so they are on a good trajectory for staying in high Earth orbit for the remainder of this flight day and into next. The high Earth orbit puts them into a 43,730 by 0 statute mile orbit, which orbits the Earth approximately once a day. It's a 23.5-hour orbit. At this point, the crew is working through a number of steps to prepare for their first day in orbit, their first night. They have a number of activities coming up, including the proximity operations demonstration, where Integrity will separate from the second stage.
Integrity, those PCDs are located in Foxtrot 3 large. Integrity, good. String 1, helium clearing.
Integrity copies. And stand in the docking camera checkout, step 9. Would you like me to go ahead and configure for RPOD at this time?
Checking.
Continuing the recap, starting with the current discussion where Integrity is now beginning a thermal roll.
And Integrity for docking cam, yes, please configure for RPOD.
Copy.
Mission Specialist Christina Koch is setting up the docking camera ahead of the proximity operations demo for later today. Right now, the crew is in the middle of executing a thermal roll. This procedure allows for more even distribution of heating on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, as well as the Integrity spacecraft. NASA astronaut Christina Koch is also working through troubleshooting steps of the waste management system that's aboard the Integrity spacecraft. The toilet fan is reported to be jammed. Now the ground teams are coming up with instructions on how to get into the fan and clear that area to revive the toilet for the mission. In the meantime, they're getting their contingency, their backup waste management capabilities, specifically for urine. The fecal collection of the toilet, that specific capability can still be used with the waste management system aboard Orion. At this time, here in the Artemis II flight control room, we're beginning the first handover of the mission. The ascent teams, led by Flight Director Judd Freeling, are handing over to the Orbit 1 shift. You can see Flight Director Jeff Radigan to the left of Freeling. Right now, he is the one conducting the handover with his team, getting a read on all of the activities they have upcoming for the rest of the day. Namely, the one in the near term is a proximity operations demonstration. We are also anticipating a crossover of the tracking and data relay satellites.
Integrity Houston for GNC. System is still performing nominally, but we are updating unfiltered and BFS with channel 1 again.
Integrity copies.
That call from Capcom Stan Love addressing the guidance, navigation, and control system navigation source, specifically channel 1. Now, as part of handover to Flight Director Jeff Radigan to begin the Orbit 1 shift on Flight Day 1, they're preparing for the proximity operations demonstration. Ahead of that, there's an expected handover from the tracking and data relay satellites to the Deep Space Network. The successful execution of the apogee raise burn puts the crew in the high Earth orbit, which will take Integrity and its crew far from Earth, with the apogee being upwards of more than 43,000 miles. With the geosynchronous TDRS satellite network in a geosynchronous positioning around 23,000 miles, the crew of Integrity will pass the near-Earth network. With that, expected a little less than 24 minutes from now will be a transition from the TDRS to the Deep Space Network. The data rates gathered from the Deep Space Network may allow us to hop on board and get some first preliminary views of the crew prior to them needing to prioritize the proximity operations demonstration. We'll take a pause here and listen for some Orion to Earth communications as the team goes through their handover procedures, so we can listen in on the next steps for the Orbit 1 team.
Integrity Houston, about halfway through the eclipse, we're seeing all of our power predicts right on. Thank you for the help with the power down.
Integrity copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. Quick update on what you're seeing. This is this display is brought up onto the front screen by the control officer here in Mission Control Houston. It's called the Ascent PFD and is available at the first phases of flight. It includes toggled settings between tanking, the ascent phase on the core stage, and now the ICPS phase. As you can note from the display here, we're in a post-apogee raise burn coast. Right now the attitude for integrity is...
Integrity Houston, 1 minute to string 2 helium clearing. Also, your PCL Rev 1 HEO deorbit burn plan is on board. That's in slot 2. The name is HEO D/O Rev 1.
Copy helium clearing, and we see the burn plan. Thanks.
Outstanding. And integrity, 2 minutes to thermal roll.
Copy.
Integrity, good. String 2 helium clearing.
Integrity copies, and I've got some AGA readings for you, Stan, when you're ready.
Jeremy, also thermal roll is complete. Jeremy, go ahead with your AGA numbers.
Okay, Stan, everything is off scale low, and then CO2 is 3.7. O2 is 18.5. Temperature, temperature is 70.3, and pressure is 14.65.
We copy all those numbers. Thank you. Integrity Houston for docking camera with an action on the DU.
Go.
For the docking cam, we see exposure set to 1 instead of 3. We think that'll be too dark. You can set that back to 3 on rpod.doccam, HKey L4.
Copy. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. The Ascent and Orbit 1 teams have completed their handover. Flight Director Judd Freeling sent some parting farewell words to the teams here, congratulating them on the milestone of getting the 4-member crew of Artemis II where they are now, at a mission elapsed time of 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Integrity, thermal roll complete.
Integrity copies.
The Integrity crew working through their procedures. You heard thermal roll complete to allow for even heating on the outside of the spacecraft. We'll do this periodically throughout the flight. Right now, the teams here have, like I said, have successfully handed over. You've been hearing the voice of Capcom Stan Love for the Ascent shift. He'll be handing over to Capcom Amy Dill and Capcom and NASA astronaut Raja Chari. You'll hear their voices for the Orbit 1 shift and the beginning of proximity operations demonstration. From here, Mission Control Houston, that will conclude the Ascent shift. We'll hand over here at the PAO console to your Orbit 1 commentator, Leah Cheshire Mustachio. She'll take you through the proximity operations and some of the activities that lead to the end of the cruise day and the beginning of their sleep period. That's it for the Ascent team. This is Mission Control Houston. Stand by as we allow a few minutes to reconfigure the PAO console and provide 24/7 commentary.
Integrity Houston, com check on Peltor. Houston Integrity, com check on Peltor.
Hello, Christina. You're coming in louder. How me?
Amy, great to hear your voice. I have you the same. Good to hear that our Peltor is a little louder than the mic stub.
We copy. Integrity Houston, 5 minutes to DSN handover.
Integrity.
Integrity Houston, ICPS blowdown in progress. Integrity Houston, voice check on DSN.
Houston, Integrity has you loud and clear on DSN.
And we have you loud and clear as well, and while we were handing over, ICPS was in blowdown.
Copy all, and we have 2 GNC cautions on the board for right RHC. Let us know if you see them.
Copy, Christina. We're seeing the same. We think we might have a channel failure. We are taking a look. Integrity Houston for camera streaming.
Go ahead.
All right, we are ready to join you on board if you're ready for us.
Houston, we are ready for you to come on board.
Copy. We'll let you know when we join you.
For the first time since they arrived in space, you're looking at a live view of the Artemis II crew in the Orion spacecraft. The crew inside Orion is continuing to configure the cabin and prepare for the upcoming proximity operations demonstration, which we expect to start shortly. And as you can see, it's pretty dim in the cabin right now. The lights are dimmed as the vehicle is in an eclipse.
And Integrity Houston, we have joined you on board. It is a little bit dark from our view, so you are free to turn up the lights for a hello.
All right, Houston, I just want a quick comm check. Can you hear this transmission?
Loud and clear, Reid.
All right, Amy, welcome on board the Integrity spacecraft. We got, right now, myself and Christina are in seats 1 and 2, getting ready for rendezvous and prox ops demonstration. Victor's just finishing up getting out of suits and getting suit drying going, and Jeremy is hard at work in cabin configuration. It was an amazing ride uphill. The views, we've got 2 moon rises that we've had so far, and the views of planet Earth. We've circled it completely, and we forgot how beautiful it is to look down on Earth.
Wonderful, Reid. It's spectacular to see you all, and so far so good with the day.
Amy, thanks for welcoming the world on board Integrity, and we're looking forward to a good rendezvous and prox operations here in a few minutes.
And on that note, Reid, we have the prox ops pad whenever you're ready to copy.
If you can give us about 2 minutes, we'll be ready to copy.
Standing by.
Bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts.
Brave people indeed. I mean,
there were people on top of this. This is like a 37-story rocket. People got right here on the tippity top, and they blasted off 8.8 million pounds of thrust hurling up into space. And now all of that is separated. They are in that tiny capsule, and they're circling the Earth as they build up some speed, some momentum to slingshot out towards the moon. It is going to be absolutely epic. They're going to be going further in space than humans have ever gone before. It's a feat that hasn't been done in the last 50 years, this far into space. And the crew, made up of 3 Americans and 1 Canadian, they're also going to be the first people to launch towards the moon since the Apollo 17 mission back in 1972. This is the start of this new era in space exploration. This one mission is such a huge moment for the country's space program, and this is just the beginning. Artemis II is setting the stage for more lunar missions, including a possible moon landing in 2028, eventually a mission to Mars, moon bases. People from across the country and around the globe have made that trek to get a front row seat to history, while others have been watching it from home or at watch parties or here in our studio. And some even got a view from 30,000 feet up in the sky. Imagine flying in a plane and catching some video of Artemis II's journey to the moon. There was a flight to Costa Rica that somebody was on. They captured this video outside of their window. Look at that. Could you imagine? You're up there at cruising altitude, and then you see this candle just pointing up straight at the heavens. And if you have seen it or if you haven't seen it, we do want to take you through the moments from mission control to the launch. So here it is.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO, and Artemis MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good Airways, Charlie, PLT. Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families. MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go.
The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the ultimate MECO. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same.
Communication 6 Signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on TDRS at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan. We have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Koch, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Integrity, and nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity, good PRM, and 1 minute to TDRS handover.
Copy that. We see the same on board, and the sun is rising on Integrity.
Outstanding.
And with that, the first burn of the interim cryogenic propulsion system has been completed and put the crew on the right trajectory to get them to the moon.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's been such a long time since Artemis 1, such a long time that they built, since they built this. They should have launched March, but those helium moons.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh. This is so good.
last one back in '72. I was young back then and watched that, and to be able to see this has been on our bucket list, and to be able to see this is wonderful.
Something seen by so many today, bringing awe and inspiring a whole new generation. I want to bring in Professor of Physics at City University, New York, Michio Kaku, to talk a little bit more about the science of this launch and this journey. Michio, always a pleasure to see you, especially on a historic day like today. You have imagined such an incredible future for our species in so many of your books. How do you see Artemis playing into the future of humanity extending beyond our planet?
Well, you know, the launch has generated a level of excitement that we haven't seen for the space program in years, a generation. I mean, think about it. I'm here speaking at the Illinois State University. And speaking to students here at Illinois State, I sense an energy, an excitement that we haven't seen before. Now, what's driving that? Well, when you think of the first space race back in the 1960s, the Apollo space program per year spent 5% of the federal budget in a year. Think about that. 5% of the federal budget went into the space program back in the 1960s. That was unsustainable. Now today, there's a difference. Rockets are reusable. And because rockets are reusable, that has dropped the cost of booster rockets tremendously. And that has helped to open the skies to the space program. And so we're entering a new era, an era where we have rocket ships that simply don't bankrupt the banks anymore.
Michio Kaku, I'm so glad you brought that up. I've got it. I don't know if you can see, but I've got my little model here. We've got Starship, and then we've got the SLS right here, little capsule, compared to the amount of pay. Like, this thing is a 18-wheeler when it comes to getting cargo on a place like the moon, right? What kind of game changer is that?
Right, and you can see all the changes being made by technology. And let me say something else. Technology has also made the voyage to Mars a distinct possibility because prices have dropped for the space program. And think about it for a moment. Unlike the moon, Mars has soil that can be used for crops. It has water. It has ice. It has the capability of generating a new home. And so when we think about the rocket program, we just had to realize what's next. What's next after the moon? The moon has no soil, it has no oxygen, no water, but Mars has all of the above. And so we have to realize that one of the benefits of the space program is that we have the option of creating a new home in outer space.
Cannot wait for that. And yet, Michio, as you know, we live in an era of deep fake, something that the Apollo 11 guys never had to contend with. And yet, you know, in the decades that followed the Apollo missions, there were some people that were like, we never landed on the moon. Today, there are those of us that saw this launch and are so inspired. And then there are still some people that are like, nah, that's not, we didn't go back to the moon, and this is just another hoax. I know that you've probably been asked this question before, but what is your favorite, like, no, there are reflector plates still on the moon that we can see, or no, we can still kind of see some of the remnants from the Apollo mission? What is your biggest go-to for those that don't believe that the lunar missions even happened?
Well, believe it or not, there's some people who still believe that the Earth is flat. I mean, my attitude is, don't waste your time. Don't waste your time talking about people that have ideologically committed themselves to becoming the king of the block because they make the most outrageous statements about the space program. It's a waste of time. Time will tell when these people realize that we put people into outer space. They'll begin to realize that, my God, there really was a space program after all.
I wish people would spend less time reading about those conspiracy theories and more time reading about things like helium-3, which seems like would be a huge game changer if there is as much helium-3 as we believe there is in the makeup, the composition of the moon, right?
Right. We used to think that the moon was simply barren and not worthwhile prospecting for jewels or rocks or whatever. But realize that first of all, the moon has water at the South Pole because of shadows, permanent shadows created by mountaintops and the South Pole means that meteors that collided with the moon and the South Pole left water vapor in the form of water that could be harvested by astronauts. And so that's one plus. And then you mentioned helium-3. Helium-3 is exotic, is quite rare, found on the planet Earth, but still quite rare. But you could use it for fusion reactors. That would give you the energy necessary to drive a space platform, to drive a city on the moon by harvesting helium-3. So there are some resources on the moon that we haven't thought about because we've only skimmed the surface of the moon. But the moon has water and the moon has helium-3 that could be used to create nuclear power plants.
And Michio, you are part of the Apollo generation, and today you are also a part of the Artemis generation. Do you see them as one and the same?
I see them as quite different because during the Apollo program, it was let's beat the Russians, let's beat the Russians. As Isaac Asimov, the science fiction writer, once said, we played football, we won, we took the football and went home and forgot about everything. That's what happened to the space program. We scored a touchdown. We beat the Russians. But after that, the wind went out of the sails. It was too expensive. 5% of the federal budget went to the space program, and the whole thing fell apart. Now it's different. People are realizing that this is our future. Our future could be with the space program. And I think that's made a big difference. The space program is not just to beat the Russians. The space program is for you and me.
I couldn't agree with you more, and yet, Professor, respectfully, a tiny little bit of pushback, just because, you know, it's not just us going to the South Pole on the moon. The Chinese and the Russians are also going there. It does seem like maybe there's a race to see who can build the first lunar base. Do you see humanity finding common ground up on the moon?
Well, that's a dream that we hope. But remember that physics does not give you the answer to that problem. Physics deals with atoms and molecules, and that's what I do for a living. When we talk about diplomacy, when we talk about things like the United Nations and arguing positions in front of a group of people, you're talking about a whole new level of interaction. And humanity, unfortunately, is still immature when it comes to that. We're mature when it comes to atoms, but we're still rather immature dealing with people of a different political persuasion.
So perfectly said. Michio Kaku, really appreciate you taking the time on such a historic day to talk to us about the Artemis mission. And we can't wait to talk to you soon about Artemis 3, Artemis 4, and beyond. Thank you so much, Professor. Thanks for joining us. And again, thank you so very much for watching. That's going to do it for us tonight. Stay with NBC News Now for continuing coverage of today's big stories. The news continues right now, but before it does, maybe go outside and take a look at the moon?
Looks to me like we might have even slight closure. I definitely don't think we're opening. Anybody else? Okay, 2.6.
Houston, hold confirmed at 2.6 degrees.
Copy.
Look at the exposure difference between 2 and 3. That's 3. It's quite washed out. When I go to 2, I can see the docking target. I'm going to leave it at 2 for now.
Step 6.
The degrees Glover is reporting.
Okay, 3 outpulses. 1, 2, 3. And it again is that rumble, a little bit of a rumble from the service module. I hear them still burning. It looks like they just burned out, and I'm seeing opening. We definitely have opening. 1, 2, 3, 4 impulses. And so far, what I can tell you about this is it's much tighter than the sim. There's not a lot of lateral movement, not a lot of rotational movement as these are burning out. ICPS is nice and stable in the camera field of view. It is 2.5 degrees wide, and we should have a slight closing rate. It is a half a degree below the center of the docking cam. It is 2.5 degrees wide. In Authority DAP, it's quite nice and very responsive. And the camera is also better than what we were flying in the sim. I'm getting very slight movements, so it's making it easier to assess opening and closing. This camera is much better than the sim. We will be less than 4 degrees. I'm going to start left since it's just to the left. So here comes 2 left. 1, 2, left. Good motion. Looking for 1 full degree, so I'll start at the center pack. ICPS is centered, waiting for 1 degree to the right. I'm going to give it 1 down, if that's okay. All right, we still got good motion. I'm going to hit 1 down for correcting ICPS towards the center. All right, and then when I get 1 degree of motion, copy. There's 1 degree hack. 1, 2, 3, 4 rights. 2 lefts to center, copy. Again, very responsive. Authority DAP is quite responsive. It's very intuitive. I got about 1/4 of a degree, maybe even less than that, of overshoot by starting at 1 degree of movement. And I've got good motion, half a degree back toward the center line, and I will capture it with 2 lefts. I'm going to lead that by about 1/4 of a degree. Here comes the first 1, 2, and I'm going to give it, I'm going to let those down slowly correct themselves. So, all right, again, that little rumble, it's like a very slight rumble, like just driving over a little slightly rocky road, and the 2 lefts are in. We've stopped on the center line laterally and vertically, waiting for it to correct back to the center. Here comes 2 downs. 1, 2. Start counting at the center. Copy. 2.5 degrees wide on ICPS.
And Houston, Ike keeps talking about the rumble, and I think from the previous spacecraft that we have flown, Soyuz and the SpaceX Dragon, we're used to a more distinct popping sound out of the thrusters, and this is just more of a gravelly road, kind of very calm. There's not a lot of dynamics on board. Very smooth vehicle.
1 degree of motion. Here comes 1.
Copy
2,
observation.
3, 4 up. Okay, there's 1/4 of a degree overshoot, maybe 1/3 of a degree, and we've got motion is stopped. Waiting for motion. Yep, this one is taking a little longer. Motion is tracking back the other direction now. We'll go 2 downs to center. We also had an up correction going in, so I think I didn't take that out before we started this. That may have contributed to it overshooting a little bit more than the previous. Yeah, we started with a little bit of Z motion due to that correction earlier on. All right, half a degree to go, and then we'll go 2 downs to stop it in the center. Still right at 2.5 degrees wide. We'll probably only need 1 down to stop this. Okay, gonna put that in now. There's 1 down, and we are centered.
Houston, integrity translation checkout complete. Moving to step 7.
2.5.
Copy.
Equal. back to that step. Okay. Okay, I'm good.
And Houston, with the stable ICPS diameter, we do have the opportunity to do one in pulse, but we are going to hang here for now.
Copy, concur.
Okay, I don't need to ref. Okay. All right, control stick steering. Engaged. Hold inertial. Diaphragm is ref. One degree on the rate scale set. Just trying to get that docking target background, so I'm going down exposure 1 now. I can see the docking target clear. Ready? Okay, 3 pulses to the right coming in. 1, 2, 3. Good motion. 2 for 17. 5 degrees for 17. Okay, no cross coupling, no rate in other axes. 10 degrees for 17. Good motion. See ICPS center docking target 12 for 17.
The degrees you hear Glover reporting are the amount the ICPS is taking up on the docking camera, which you see in the left side of your screen.
All right, roll rate is at 0. Ready? Aligned. Giving it 1 down, 1 left.
Houston, roll alignment complete.
Little gravel road.
Copy.
And we got another momentary enabled caution prop SM RCS manifold 6 ox P.
No impacts to Prox Ops demo. Good to continue.
Integrity.
Point 2. Set. Okay, let me center ICPS and get stable. I'm going to go up. I'm going to go right. Okay, roll right and hold. All right, roll right. It's coming in. Roll good motion, no cross coupling. It's only roll rate. I see ICPS. 2 for 5. 3. It is slow, easy to anticipate, and stopping at 5. Was able to stop right at 5. Houston integrity, oh, sorry. Okay, going left. Good motion, it's all roll. No rates in pitch or yaw. 2. All right, roll rate released at 0. Back to the center. Roll is slow but nice and predictable, easy to anticipate and stop with precision.
Houston, roll checkout is complete.
Copy.
You're 2.6 degrees wide. Ready. Pulling edge key. Pitch is in pulse. It's just greater than half a degree low. 3x. Pitching up, 1 pulse. For 1 degree. Pitch up, nice and snappy. And there's 1. Anticipated, stopped it right on that 1.5 degree line. Okay, and returning it to the pitch down. Stop just greater than half a degree low. Stop. Very nice. That pitch was very tight, very responsive. I was able to stop it right where I started it. The pitch going back to discrete. 0.7 degrees low. Pitch up and hold. All right, pitch up. Stopping it. Again, very responsive, also in discrete. Pitch down and hold. Back to initial vertical position. Stop. Captured. Very nice. Ready for yaw to pulse. Going right, 1 pulse. A good motion. There's, all right, and yaw left, 1 pulse and stopped it right at 1 degree. Very responsive in yaw as well. Left 1 pulse, good motion, no cross coupling, and 1 degree. Stopped, overshot about 1/8 of a degree. Back to original position. Yaw going back to discrete. Yawing right and hold. 1 degree. Good motion, no cross coupling, 1/2 degree. There's 1 degree stopped and overshot about 1/8 degree, but nice capture. Yeah, I'm getting a little of a bounce here. I think that, not sure, it's most likely from us, the camera, or this vehicle wobbling in yaw. So ICPS is moving, it's wobbling left and right slightly in the camera view. It did stop at the 1 degree of motion quite precisely, but we got this bobble just now, going back to initial position by yawing left and holding. So while it's yawing, it is solid. There's no bobble. Stop. Released. See if that bobble comes back. There is a slight bobble, maybe dead banding or just the camera or the vehicle fluctuating. Are you guys seeing that, Houston? Are you seeing the bobble in the docking cam video?
Victor, we are not, but it might be because it's low rate for us.
Okay, copy. Had a little bit of a lateral oscillation there.
Houston, authority DAP checkout complete, ready for step 12.
Copy, go to continue, and also, once you get there, you are go for forward target approach to 10 meters.
Integrity.
Copy. No. The DAP is going to course. It is showing course. 16 in, starting now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 14, 15, 16 ins.
Houston approach was initiated from approximately 2.7 degrees.
All right, I'm going to give it 1
Copy,
down.
2.7.
All right, we're coming up on 3 degrees wide. Stand by for 3 degrees. Packed 3 degrees wide. Gave it 1 down. It doesn't seem to be tracking down, though. I'm going to give it 1 more down in course. There we go. Responding to that one, going to give it 1 left in course as well. Good corrections. Good, are you okay?
This view live inside Orion.
Videos, do you, or field of view, do you need any lighting adjustments in the cabin?
Cab camera looks good to us. Thanks.
Integrity.
hack will be at 0.5 degrees wide. Stand by. Hack 3.5 degrees wide at 1823.
The crew received the go to move in towards 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Yeah, sure.
Again, pilot Victor Glover flying the Orion spacecraft right now.
Hack will be at 4 minutes. I'm sorry, 4 degrees wide.
This is all to teach us about how Orion flies manually in space and prepares us for future missions when we'll need to dock with a lunar lander.
Stand by for 4 degrees wide. Hack. ICPS is 4 degrees wide at 19. Course, and here comes 10 outs. 2, 5, 10 outs. ICPS is still stable. That little wobble, lateral, a little yaw induced. Again, can't tell if that's the camera or the vehicle, but overall it's pretty stable. Very, very minor oscillation.
Houston, 75-meter braking is complete. Going into dock cam exposure check.
Copy.
Copy. You got it. One pick that fine. You're fine, and one right. Okay, stand by for 4.5 hack, 1950. All right, coming up on 5 degrees wide. And back, 5 degrees wide, 2020. Okay, next action is when the center docking target is 1 degree wide. It is about half a degree wide right now. Copy. Thank you. 6, hack, 24, 6 degrees wide. Fine, I'm going to go 1 up. Right. Copy, going course and 1 out. Your course, 1 out. Back to fine. 1 up. Stand by for 6.5 degrees wide. Excuse me. I may have skipped on you. 5.5. Hack, that's 5.5 degrees wide. That may have been the reason we thought I skipped 1 on you. I skipped 5. 1 up, 1 right. Okay. All right, course. We did a mistaken slowdown, so going back course and 1 in. Not as far ahead as we thought we were. Okay. All right, coming up on 6.5. Hack, 6.5 degrees wide. Fine. You're fine, going up, up, 2 ups, and 6. Good grief. That was 6 degrees wide, the last hack I gave you. I think I skipped through 6.5. I'll give you 7. All right, stand by for 7 degrees wide. ICPS is 7 degrees wide. Hack, 2245. All right, and ICPS, the center docking target is about 0.7 degrees wide. Next hack is 7.5, correct? All right, 7.5, hack. Right. Right, about 0.75 degrees wide on the center docking target. left and fine. 8 degrees, hack, 2322. All right, I'm going to transition to center docking target, 0.8 degrees wide. The next action will be course and 6 outs when it's 1 degree wide. There's something floating to the right of ICPS. Did you see that float off the screen on camera view? 0.8 degrees wide. Quite large. All right, I'm going to course. 0.9 degrees. 1 degree wide. Here comes 6 outs. 1, 2, 3, 6 outs.
Houston, 30-meter braking complete.
Copy.
This view from Orion's docking camera looking at the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. They have completed their 30-meter braking and are flying in towards 10 meters away.
Copy, looking for 2.5 plus or minus a quarter of a degree. All right. It's about 1.2, 1.1.
This view from the docking camera is a zoomed in view at this time. Again, we are coming in, we were at 30 meters, moving in toward 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. And again, we are seeing a docking target, but this is practice.
5 degrees wide hack.
We are not docking to anything today. This is a test of how Orion flies when completed manually by the pilot.
That is definitely worth it. All right, next hack will be at 1.5 degrees wide on the center docking target. Nice and smooth. It is actually holding quite close to the center, so I haven't had to make many corrections. Nice and stable so far. We are at manual exposure 1, which is interesting. I don't know what the sun angle is right now, but that seems to be the best view. Yeah, and you see the shadow of the center cross? It's a little low. Right there. Maybe these seat belts weren't a good idea because now I can't see it. All right, next one will be 1.5. Stand by. Hack 1.5 degrees wide at 2650. And then at 2.5 plus or minus a quarter of a degree, it'll be course 4 outs. And I'm jealous I can't float up to the window and see it out in front of us. Coming up on 1.75 degrees wide.
This view inside Orion as the crew is using their iPhones to take pictures out of the window of the
1.75 degrees wide at 2740.
They're able to see the interim cryogenic propulsion stage outside the windows.
It'll be 10-meter arrival next, so once we get to 2.25 degrees wide, we're in the window to start braking. Course and 4 outs. Coming up on 2 degrees wide. Two degrees wide. Back 2820. Center docking target is 2 degrees wide.
Standing by for Orion to arrive 10 meters away from the ICPS.
Copy. I'm going to go ahead and go to course now. And I see we're at about 2.25 degrees wide. I think we're in the window to start braking. I'll start the outs. 1, 2, 3, 4 outs. That did not induce a lot of rotation, so not a lot of cross-controlling there, and waiting for closure to stabilize. I'm showing us about 2.25. Fine, just to center us up. We're in fine, going right.
Houston, 10-meter arrival confirmed.
Copy, Reid. You are go to execute forward target handling qualities test.
Picking up at step 13.
We're 2.3 degrees wide. We're in the window.
The crew is now moving into some precision translation.
Copy. We are within 2 degrees, definitely. I could do 1 or 2 things, but the fly out. Okay, yep, I'm going to center it up, so I'm going to go down, translate down. Just a little bit. I mean, we're talking about a fraction of a degree. Going to 6x, and I'm waiting for that cross to get centered, and then I will pitch up.
Again, Glover is able to...
So I'm going to, right there, stop it. Now I'm going to pitch up, center it.
Glover is using the docking camera on Orion, looking at the ICPS that you see in the left of your screen.
That was very easy to do, and I show us as a flyout complete. Copy.
Houston, angular alignment complete, ready to begin fine handling qualities test.
Copy.
Copy. Affirm. We're in fine. 3x zoom coming.
This is a zoom view from the docking camera on Orion.
Fine.
We are about 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Y-axis ready. I'll start in the center, and we're out and fine. Okay. Copy, a little opening. Back to center laterally. Okay. Yep, 2.75. Yeah, I see opening. Okay. So we're centered. 1, 2, 3, left pulses. Good motion. All right, there's a half a degree, good motion, a little bit of down or up in on ICPS. And there comes 1, 2, 3 to null, about a 1/10 of a degree overshoot. We're looking pretty stable right now. We did have some upward motion on ICPS. I'm going to correct that out as well. I'll give 1 more out and fine. Okay, and 3 right. Here comes 3 right. 1, 2, 3 right, bringing it back to center. Good motion. Picking up a little bit of upward motion. 2.7 stable on the range. Copy. And going to capture it with left. 1, 2, 3. Here center. Do you feel that? Okay, a little rumble. Felt something here just a second ago. And 2.6 on the range. All right, and we're going to go 3 pulses up. I'll start measuring from the center. 1, 2, 3, up. There's center, and we'll null 1 degree low. Overall, the control is very responsive. Not sure if it's the dead banding half a degree, good motion, but I am doing a little bit more lateral correcting to keep it centered. And there's 1, 2 to catch it. About a 1/10 of a degree overshoot. We got some lateral motion build up in there on the left to correct that. All right, 3 downs to bring it back to center. 1, 2. Range is good. We had to do some opening half a degree. Good motion. Starting to take out the 1, 2, 3 downs, and we are centered. And so like that, it does seem to move a little bit more, but it's very responsive in the corrections, and so I was able to stop it right on the center. Holding at 2.6, 6x zoom going in. Ready. All right, half inner circle for 60 seconds. Good range. Happy. Minute. Copy. 15 seconds until center on center. All right, going to on and on. A higher gain there, definitely requiring some control, some more frequent control inputs. Stable there now, trying to minimize inputs and see if I can hold that stable. Copy. Okay, time's good.
Houston, translation test complete. Would you like us to go to step 16 or 18?
Perform step 16.
All right, big step is fine. We're holding at 2.5. Center. It's down and hold. For 1 degree, good motion, no cross coupling, half a degree. And waiting for 1 full degree of motion. Stop. Wow, stop right on the line. No cross coupling, good motion. There's half a degree going back to the center. That's very responsive. Yawing left. Half a degree. And stopping it right on the vertical grid line. We had a little bit of a translation. Back, yawing right, good motion, cross coupling, half a degree. Back to the center line, stop. Very, very nice control in the rotations. Go left to confirm motion. Good motion. And copy that, Dana. Thank you. Going back to center. Dana said looking out the window, she was able to perceive the motion of all of the alignment tests that we just did.
Houston, we're in step 18, ready for back away.
Concur.
That is course, showing course. 6 outs, starting now. 1, 2, 3, 6.
You're hearing the voice of pilot Victor Glover. He is backing away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, having completed this portion of the proximity operations demonstration. Once the interim cryogenic propulsion stage completes its thermal turn, they will begin using the target on this side of the ICPS.
5 or 6. All right, picking it back up at 4. See the cross. 2 is pretty better picture.
Glover is also able to control the brightness of the screen and of the docking camera that you see. Again, we are not docking today. This is a test of how Orion flies when done so manually and helps us prepare for future Artemis missions. We did see the crew move in all the way to 10 meters from the ICPS. They are now backing away as was planned. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage will make a turn, and then the crew will fly in again and conduct some similar tests with a side docking target.
That's about 7.
We're just over 4 hours since launch today, a very busy day for the crew.
All right, coming up on 1.5, going course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in. 1.5.
Back away complete.
Copy.
Confirmation the crew has completed backing away from the ICPS.
We're holding right at 1.5.
Expecting that thermal turn to happen in about 1 minute and 20 seconds.
All right, I'm zoom 1X to watch the thermal turn.
Glover is also able to choose the zoom on the docking target. This view on the left will allow us to also see the thermal turn.
Copy. And I'm going to be course.
Standing by for interim cryogenic propulsion stage to do a thermal turn.
8 pulses down. But I see motion. I see pitch on ICPS.
ICPS thermal turn, start.
All right, here comes down.
On the display and out the window.
Course, 1, 2, 3. 8 down pulses.
Great view of the ICPS that powered Orion during the perigee raise maneuver and apogee raise burn.
4, 5, 8. I can see the side docking target. That is a good looking American flag. Copy.
Again, this view coming from the docking camera on Orion, looking at the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. You can see that docking target down near the bottom of your screen.
ICPS thermal turn complete.
Copy that, Amy. We'll start working our way down.
Reminder, we are not docking today. This is a test of how it feels for pilot Victor Glover to manually fly the spacecraft. He's using the zoom feature on the docking camera to get exactly the view he wants as he prepares to move in and around the ICPS.
And docking target is about 1.75 degrees.
And Houston, we're holding at step 20, waiting for your go.
Stand by.
We're almost to 2 degrees wide.
And I just don't want to lose this in the data, Amy. The separation was way back when we separated from ICPS. It was very aggressive.
Integrity, you are go for approach to side target to 15 meters and to execute handling quality test.
Our course.
We are picking it up in step 20. I'll copy.
We copy.
Oh, it's almost 2 degrees wide. Their course, almost to 2 degrees wide, and here comes 4 outs. 1, 2, 4. All right, 2 plus or minus a quarter. We are.
Houston, 15-meter hold is confirmed.
Copy.
Orion is now 15 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
It's a couple outs.
They will not move in any closer. They're going to continue piloting the spacecraft.
3 left coming in now. 1, 2, 3. Good motion. A lateral, we might have a tad bit of closure and coming right to 2. All right. Okay, about a quarter of a degree, less than a quarter of a degree up to 3 rights, 2.1 degrees wide. Good motion. Half a degree. All right, here come the lefts to stop it. 1, 2, 3. 3 downs. 2, 3. Start measuring from the center. There's center. Good motion.
And Houston, with this sun angle, the white paint on the ICPS is so illuminated.
Half a degree.
It's hard to look out with the naked eye.
1.
Houston copies.
2, 3. And we picked up a little bit of motion to the left on ICPS. Okay, stopping that, correcting it back up. 1, 2, 3 to bring it back to center. Also correcting left. Good motion.
"46 minutes since the start of the proximity operations demonstration.
1, 2. All right. 2.1 degrees wide.
The degrees you hear pilot Victor Glover reporting are the amount of space that the docking target is taking up in his view that you're seeing here on the docking camera.
Copy. 6X, this is it. Okay, I'm in 6X, ready.
And Houston, can you confirm 6X zoom is good for 21.3?
Checking.
Good range. Good time.
6X zoom is good.
Starting the lateral alignment test.
All right, good range. Just inside 2, just inside 15 meters. Low gain inputs, not doing a whole lot of commanding. It's holding quite steady. When I'm not doing anything, it's holding nice and steady. The camera and the vehicle are holding steady. It's almost at the center. I will get set up for center on center. over docking hatch cross. All right, we're starting precision. A higher gain, higher frequency of inputs. It's very responsive. I just have to make inputs because it does seem to pick up lateral motion. Commanding. I'm able to hold the magenta cross within the width of the black cross on the side without, I was talking, it went out, but overall able to keep it centered, less moderate or less effort. Okay, complete.
Houston, translation and test complete.
Very precise control.
Copy, and you are go for the multi-axis test. And Reid, you are coming in much lower volume than Victor.
Okay, I will speak up in the cabin mic.
That's better, thanks.
Again, pilot Victor Glover on the left side of your screen is manually piloting the spacecraft, executing the 6 degrees of freedom, translating forward, backward, left, right, up, and down, and rotating the pitch, yaw, and roll of Orion in relation to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Course selected. Left RHC, right on THC. Ready? All right, and I'll get the yaw out to 2 degrees. Okay, it's there. Okay, range, it's just side of 2.
Integrity Houston, no action on the caution warning messages.
Give it some ends.
We copy that, Amy.
All right, lateral motion is held. Okay, 355 for 355. All right, nice and stable, focusing on range. Out, got a little opening, some ends to correct. Got some dynamics there at the beginning, going yawed and translation, yawed and translation, but caught up, was able to correct it out without many problems, moderate or less workload. Now it's very stable, just focusing on range. 50 for 345, and at 345 we go left. For 345. Nice and stable. Range is good. 48 for 35, nice and stable, so we're in a good position to go course.
The crew is on the timeline and about 2 minutes away from their multi-degree of freedom yaw test.
7 for 35. 6. Yeah, that rate has gone down quite a bit. 5, there's picked up course. Yeah, the yaw rate had dropped off a bit. I put it back in. Okay, at 3-4, go discrete. .342. All right, coming up on 3. Right, left to stabilize. All right, we are just outside. Range has opened a bit. Actually, we're looking nice right at 2. Okay, ready. Course. Stand by. It's nice and stable. Take it out of course and just go fine to try to know a little bit. Oscillating around centered. Okay, I'm ready. Big tap. All right, got a good yaw rate. I'll watch the yaw rate closer this time. Fine. Okay. Too many. I did that in before to fine. Back to, all right, going out. So course out. All right, there we go. I see opening. Everybody concur? All right, thank you. I'm gonna go back to fine. All right, that yaw rate is slightly dropping off. I'm 348. One more out. I'll be 355 going to 350 for 35. All right, there's pick course. 2.1. Again, a little dynamic at the beginning, but to stabilize all the motion and correct it. Going up on 0. Oh yeah, you can see some of the coating on the fabric on the behind the docking target moving as we. It's all right. We're stabilized. About 1.75.
Houston, yaw multi-axis test complete.
Copy.
I do. Okay, I think we've stopped the opening.
All right, Houston, we're in instruction 167. TTIG is not yet quite within 29. Waiting your instructions.
Reid, we're ready for you to go to instruction 169. You are go for the multi-axis maneuver biased tail to sun.
Coming up on 1 hour since separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, again almost an hour ago, and now 4 hours and 20 minutes since liftoff. We are getting closer to the tail end of the ProxOps demonstration. Again, during this demonstration, Victor Glover, the pilot aboard Orion, was manually piloting the Orion spacecraft in relation to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. You can see that ICPS on the left side of your screen. And the ICPS visible through the docking camera.
1.75. 356 for 353. Copy. 355.
Of course, we're not docking to anything on the Artemis II mission, but this test helps us understand how Orion flies manually and helps us prepare for future missions when we'll need to dock to a lunar lander. The commands Glover has been sending to...
I did have to throw another yaw in there to keep it at 0.2, yeah. Overall, guys, this flies very nicely. Copy, 347 for pulse.
What Glover is using to command the spacecraft, the translational and rotational hand controllers.
Very precise. 3x set. It's the 358. Pitch down, going in.
Orion is using the 24 reaction control system thrusters on the European service module.
358 set. All right, going back to center. So course, back getting the docking count, target back to center. Focus on being stable. Yeah, the thruster firings are a lot less aggressive than I thought it would sound or feel, like driving on a gravelly road. The response is quite immediate. Not all the axes are even. Roll is very, very slow, but pitch and yaw are very snappy and responsive. And when you have the zoom set right, you can see very small motions, and so translations are all quite tight and very nicely balanced.
Houston, are you ready for the ATP for depart tail sun?
Affirm.
Auto inertial. Just going for stable. And we're stable.
Step 25.
Currently, Orion is about 15 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. At the conclusion of the proximity operations demonstration,
minus 26.
For the DAP 18 authority DAP.
And Reid, please repeat.
Holding on instruction 185, just want to make sure you are ready for DAP 18 and go for departure.
Go for DAP 18 and go for departure.
Copy, Houston, that's in word.
Capcom Amy Dill calling to the crew. They are go for departure from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
3 outs. Houston, integrity departure initiated.
Copy.
Orion is now backing away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. The proximity operations demonstration is complete. Coming up next, we will have the upper stage separation burn, providing distance between Orion and the ICPS.
Oh, wow, look at that. Wow. Copy, going off Fox. Great flying with you, Houston. Nice vehicle.
Great job, Victor, and to the entire crew, and we enjoyed your excitement at seeing ICPS out the window.
And Houston, I am bringing the exposure control down to 1 so that we get some video. Let us know if you want that higher for your bearing test.
Setting of 1 is good for us.
This is a live view from the Vehicle Ascent and Launch Operations Room.